The candidates had dwindled down to 3, so Yang Lingqian was most likely the one he was going to choose. This thin and gaunt man dressed in a black robe must be the most powerful being within the divine source continent, Immortal King Feng Wuya. He was currently making a decision on who he was going to sleep with tonight, and Lin was starting to get a little nervous. If he chose Yang Lingqian, then Lin would have to go and save her. After all, Yang Lingqian had only taken the risk to become part of the harem for his sake. But if he saved Yang Lingqian, then the rest of his harem mission would be compromised. However, there was still a 66% chance that Yang Lingqian wouldn't be chosen, so hopefully, she had good luck today. I'll take these 2. Feng Wuya pointed at 2 of the images. And Lin? Wasn't he only supposed to choose 1? Why did he go with 2? And Lin discovered that he was still too innocent and completely unable to keep up with Feng Wuya's thought processes. However, what was worthy of celebration was that neither of the 2 women chosen by Feng Wuya was Yang Lingqian. What amazing luck! In Lin's opinion, neither of the 2 women the Immortal King had chosen was as beautiful as her. Perhaps it was simply a matter of different tastes. The woman beside him immediately curtsied with a smile. Yan Ji will get on it right away. The woman tore through space and departed. After she left, Feng Wuya stood on the spot for a moment before suddenly raising his head, and his terrifying aura formed black ripples that radiated outward. He roared, "Quit hiding, I know you're there." His voice was like a clap of thunder, and Lin's heart jolted in response. Could it be that his cover had been blown even though he was using his mist immortal technique? However, if he really had been discovered, why was Feng Wuya not looking in his direction? Could it be that he was so arrogant, he didn't even think he needed to look at his enemies? And Lin couldn't help but feel like there was something wrong here, and he continued to conceal himself. Everything became extremely silent. After a short while, the armored man spoke in a confused voice. "Immortal King?" Feng Wuya shook his head. "It's nothing. I had a nagging feeling that someone was spying on me from the shadows, so I tried to goad them into coming out." The man chuckled. "You are the most powerful being in this entire world, Immortal King. There are no cultivators who can spy on you and avoid detection. You're being overly cautious." Feng Wuya nodded in agreement. "Xinglong, station yourself outside of the meteorite mystic area." The man half-knelt to the ground. "Yes, Immortal King." And Lin heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. It was a trap after all. How cautious is this guy? He's already the top dog of this world, and he's still skeptical about everything. Yan Ji and Xinglong were both returned to Void Final Stage mighty figures who could not be underestimated. Feng Wuya was now making his way toward the Spring Light Palace, and Lin hesitated momentarily before following him. The meteorite mystic area the Immortal King was referring to was most likely that black building within the formation, and there was a very high probability that there would be a heavenly Tao fragment in there. As such, Lin now had the basis for a plan. The sun slowly set below the horizon and night began to set in. And Lin looked up to discover that there were also 2 moons in the sky of this world, one of which was a pristine and holy white while the other was a more sinister red. He fell into deep thought upon seeing this. There was a battle of Tao integration taking place between the 2 moons on the Taichu continent. But why did the Divine Source continent also have 2 moons? He could sense that both moons in the sky were able to project the power of the moon, which meant that they were not projections themselves. Could it be that there is a correlation between the 2 worlds? Is it because of the Taichu continent's heavenly Tao fragment? And Lin could only set aside these questions for now as he continued to follow Feng Wuya. Feng Wuya entered the Spring Light Palace, and there were already many young women waiting for him. They turned toward the man walking toward them, and all of them wore different expressions. Some were curious, some were reverent, some were uneasy, some were horrified, and there were even some with indiscernible expressions that seemed to be the result of a blend of many emotions. In any case, all of the harem beauties seemed to hold different attitudes toward Feng Wuya. The gorgeous, seductive Yan Ji made her way out from a spatial rift before turning to Feng Wuya with a dainty smile. "Immortal King, these 2 concubines have been eagerly awaiting you, and you can take them at any time." Feng Wuya nodded as his eyes roamed over Yan Ji's delectable body. Yan Ji, would you like to join us? Yan Ji faltered slightly upon hearing this before a seductive smile appeared on her face. I'll pass. The Immortal King, have you forgotten what cultivation method I'm cultivating in? If my body of pure Yin is broken, you'll lose one of your most powerful warriors. Feng Wuya was a little disgruntled. Then when are you going to let me sample your harem of 1,000 female cultivators? Hee, that won't be difficult to arrange. I'll hand them over to you once I've had enough intimate time with them. Yanji's eyes ripples as she spoke. Then I'll be taking my leave to enjoy my beauties as well now. Yanji disappeared into a ball of flames. Feng Wuya was a little disappointed, but he still made his way over to his sleeping quarters. And Lin was struggling to process the information overload from that conversation. He could kind of understand a man having a harem of 3,000, but what the hell was Yanji's harem of 1,000? Even lesbians had harems? He was suddenly feeling a little sorry for the male cultivators of this world. All of the beautiful women had been taken by these two, and Lin grumbled internally as he floated into Feng Wuya's sleeping quarters behind him. Two beautiful women were trembling uncontrollably on Feng Wuya's bed, one of which had red-rimmed eyes, clearly indicating she had already cried and dried her tears since. Perhaps they were in the same boat as Yang Lingqian in that they were forced here by the Immortal King. Feng Wuya's eyes lit up with excitement at the sight of the fearful and aggrieved women sitting on his bed, as if their horrified expressions were giving him a sense of twisted pleasure. And Lin hesitated momentarily before deciding to observe the situation for a bit longer. We pay our respects to the Immortal King. The two women hurriedly curtsied. Ha ha ha. Save the formalities. Feng Wuya stripped off his clothes and pounced toward the trembling beauties on his bed. Relax. I'm going to show you two the best night of your lives. Feng Wuya had already stripped down to his underpants and was now stripping off the two women's clothes as well. Soon, a pair of delectable bodies began to appear before him. The two women were feeling quite enraged and humiliated, but they didn't dare to resist, so they could only endure it. And Lin couldn't bear to watch any longer, and he was just about to get out of this place when he caught sight of something and was completely rooted to the spot. He felt like he had discovered a huge secret about the Immortal King, just as Feng Wuya was getting down to business. And Lin accidentally caught a glimpse of his underwear. And Lin was astonished to discover that there was no sign of an erection at all from Feng Wuya's underpants. What did this mean? And Lin fell into deep thought. He felt like maybe Feng Wuya simply wasn't properly aroused yet, so he decided to continue his observation. Soon, the two women were breathing quite quickly, and their cheeks became flushed as their decadent bodies squirmed on the bed. However, the Immortal King did not take it to the next step, and the constant foreplay was making them feel a little uncomfortable. 15 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. After an extended period of vigorous exercise, the three of them finally settled onto the bed. Feng Wuya did not take off his underpants throughout the entire process. The two concubines were quite confused. Was this what intercourse was like? No, it wasn't like this. This was clearly different from what was written on all of the erotic novels they had read in preparation for this. From this day forth, you two are my women. Swear Dao heart vows right now that you won't disclose any details about what happened tonight. Feng Wuya spoke in an indifferent voice. The two concubines immediately did as they were told and swore their vows. However, at the same time, they discovered that the most powerful man on the entire continent really did seem to have a problem. After that, Feng Wuya went to sleep with two beauties beside him and an elated expression on his face. And Lin was completely astonished. His suspicions had been confirmed, and he really had discovered an earth-shattering secret about the Immortal King. He knew that this secret would create a stir across the entire world if it was to be leaked. That's right, the Immortal King who ruled over the entire continent was most likely impotent. And Lin was still in complete disbelief even now. This was a Dao integration stage super mighty figure who could easily regrow dismembered limbs. Even if he had his member amputated, he should have been able to grow it back, so why couldn't he get it up? It didn't make any sense. For some reason, he thought of his system. Could it be that some sort of overriding power had created this problem in the Immortal King's body? And Lin was still quite confused even if that was the case. If he couldn't even get it up, then what was the point of having a harem of 3,000 virgins? Could it be that he was trying to get some feeling back into it? No one could answer Lin's questions unless he asked Feng Wuya himself with something along the lines of, "Yo, brother, your dick don't even work, so why do you have a harem?" However, that was not a plausible course of action. Feng Wuya wouldn't tell him the honest truth anyway, and on the contrary, he would probably try to kill him, just as Lin was being led astray by his train of thought. Feng Wuya's eyes suddenly sprang open, and countless black lotus flowers blossomed in midair as dark winds howled and countless ghosts wailed. Ah! The two concubines screamed in horror before their bodies were instantly engulfed by dark winds and disappeared into thin air. And Lin's expression shifted as a sense of extreme danger welled up in his heart. I felt like there was something wrong when I was doing my thing. Feng Wuya sat up as he spoke in a cold voice. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of something congealing erupted, and black ice crystals appeared in the air around Lin. Feng Wuya turned toward the direction where Lin was hiding, and his eyes narrowed. I didn't think that there really would be someone capable of spying on me while escaping my detection. You've done quite well, but no one can be allowed to live on after finding out my secret. And Lin's heart jolted. He knew this was no trap. His cover really had been blown this time. Die! Feng Wuya gripped his hand in the air. The black ice crystals exploded violently with the power to destroy and freeze all things. Boom! The earth tremored. The power of frost froze his entire sleeping quarters. Feng Wuya was confident that this attack would be able to easily destroy a return to Void Stage exalted immortal. All of a sudden, flames as bright as the sun erupted, tearing apart Feng Wuya's power of frost. A ball of flames streaked through the night sky into the distance like a shooting star. You're not getting away. Feng Wuya harumphed coldly before rising from his bed to pursue the ball of flames. And Lin looked back at the man pursuing him, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he unleashed his Kuan Peng travel movement technique, allowing him to cross the distance of 150 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuya was astonished. He had never seen anyone as fast as Lin before. The spontaneous battle alerted the entire Immortal King Palace. Countless people looked up at the ball of flames in the sky. That ball of flames was simply too eye-catching. After all, it was impossible to miss something that looked like a sun rising in the darkness of the night. One cultivator after another flew into the sky. All of the concubines also reacted extremely quickly as they looked out the windows of the Spring Light Palace. Is that the Immortal King? My God! Who would dare to encroach upon the Immortal King Palace? And the Immortal King is pursuing him in person. He's as good as dead. No one can survive in the hands of the Immortal King. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly among themselves, Feng Wuya stepped through the air atop a series of black lotus flowers, and his speed elevated explosively, allowing him to catch up to Lin. He unleashed a palm toward Lin, and in that instant, space congealed and the entire world fell silent. All of the immortals gathered could sense a terrifying power exploding through the air from the Immortal King's attack. All of the spectating immortals could already envision that dazzling figure being pulverized by the Immortal King's palm. However, that figure was not fearful in the slightest, and he flew toward the Immortal King as he too unleashed a palm. Boom! Black shards of ice exploded along with scorching divine flames. It was as if the sun had exploded in the sky, and all of the spectators were almost blinded. The space within a radius of 5 kilometers crumbled as howling winds swept through the entire Immortal King Palace. What a terrifying power! My God! That man is not dead. Gasp! That's impossible. He took one of the Immortal King's attacks head-on. He must be a top-rate exalted immortal. And Lin was blasted back over a kilometer, but he remained completely unscathed. A bunch of old monsters in seclusion within the Immortal King Palace opened their eyes to survey the battle. They knew that this powerful being was worthy of their attention. No one knew who this powerful being was, and everyone was quite curious. with the exception of one person. Yang Lingqian stood on a rooftop in her red dress, and her cheeks were flushed with excitement as she looked up at the white-robed man in the night sky. It's exalted Immortal Enlin. She had thought that Enlin was just an ordinary exalted immortal, but she didn't think that Enlin's power was already comparable to a top-rate exalted immortal. However, the shock and elation on her face were soon replaced by concern and anxiety. Why are they battling one another? Why would he challenge the immortal king? Yang Lingqian wanted more than anything to help him, but she didn't know how. She suddenly recalled back to what Enlin had said about challenging the immortal king to a battle. At that time, she had shrugged it off. She thought that he was just making a joke. But now, it looked like Enlin was not making a joke at all. Both Enlin and Feng Wuya were astonished following their first clash. Feng Wuya was astonished. I didn't think you would be this powerful. Enlin was astonished. I'm already this badass now? All of the spectators. Feng Wuya was a true Dao integration stage, super mighty figure, with a myriad of different spell techniques and devastating power to boot. This was the first time Enlin had clashed with a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, and he was already mentally prepared to be injured, but he didn't think that he would come out of this first clash completely unscathed. Hence, it was no wonder that he was surprised by his own badassery. Feng Wuya's expression completely darkened. A massive black lotus flower materialized beneath his feet before rotating relentlessly, transforming heaven and earth within a radius of over 50 kilometers into a lethal realm of frost and ice. Yanji and Xinglong had already appeared in the sky above the Immortal King Palace alongside 4 other extremely terrifying beings. Just their presence alone was making the space around them tremor slightly. These 6 people were all top-rate powerful beings who were renowned across the entire continent as the Kunluan's 6 divine generals: Xinglong, Guitang, Langye, Du Hua, Hixin, and Yanji. That's the Black Lotus Divine Dao. When the divine light erupts from the Black Lotus, the entire world must bow to it. The Immortal King is really getting serious this time. That exalted immortal is very powerful. His power is probably on par with ours, but he's far too arrogant. He does not know just how terrifying the Immortal King is. A tree person with golden eyes spoke in a husky voice. What a shame. Such a handsome man is going to perish here tonight. Yanji placed a slim finger on her seductive, red lips as a forlorn expression appeared on her face. At this moment, Enlin felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Is he finally getting serious? Enlin stepped forward. In addition to the Great Holy Flame, the Demonic Star Flame, the Setting Moon Flame, the Heavenly Void Flame, the Crimson Phoenix Flame, the Golden Dragon Flame, and the Holy Vermilion Flame were all unleashed at once. 6 divine flames and 1 holy flame erupted, threatening to incinerate the entire heavens. The flames soared into the sky before hurtling toward Feng Wuya. If it weren't for the protective formation around the Immortal King Palace, it would most likely have already been reduced to a sea of flames. Your flames are not bad, but I call the shots in this world. Feng Wuya stepped forward, and an inky black divine light suddenly exploded from the black lotus beneath his feet. The divine light was Feng Wuya's divine Dao light, and it swept forth in a frenzy for over 50 kilometers, engulfing all of the flames and hurtling toward Enlin. Enlin's entire body was trembling from excitement. It was as if every inch of his skin and every single cell within his body were itching to test their strength against this formidable foe. He had gathered all 9 cultivation methods and used the golden void lightning to refine his body. It could be said that his body of the war god had never been as powerful as it was at this moment. Enlin was looking for someone to test his newfound strength against, and this was the perfect opportunity. The insignia of a golden lotus flashed on Enlin's forehead, and he launched an almighty fist toward Feng Wuya's divine Dao light. The fist crashed toward the inky black divine light with the boundless power of the earth. Bam! Heaven and earth seemed to have been warped and twisted by their clash. Golden and black energies tore at each other ferociously in a battle for dominance. All of the bystanders could sense the destructive power erupting from their clash. Even returned to Void Stage exalted immortals knew that they would most likely be reduced to nothingness if they were standing at the center of the collision. This was a power that had already transcended to a higher level. The power behind Lin's fist was overwhelmed by the Black Lotus divine light in the end, and it went on to crash into his divine body. A terrifying power swept forth, threatening to freeze his blood and even his consciousness. This was a power that even his divine body was unable to completely filter out. And Lin borrowed on this power to hurtle back several kilometers in retreat as blood trickled down from the corners of his lips. Yang Lingxian's hands wrapped around one another upon seeing this. Get out of here. Why do you still fight? At your power level, you have a chance to get away. In comparison, all of the immortals within the palace were already shocked beyond words. The 6 Kunlun divine generals didn't dare to believe their own eyes. He blocked that. Yan Ji's eyes widened in shock. The immortal king used the power of the Black Lotus divine Tao. How did that man manage to survive? Xinglong was also astonished. How could there be such a powerful, exalted immortal? Du Hua was an extremely beautiful dark-skinned woman in a floral dress, and she too was quite flabbergasted. A huge silver wolf chuckled coldly. So what? He's still no match for our king. There has been no shortage of exceptional exalted immortals in the past several thousand years, but none of them were able to escape their ultimate fate of death when they tried to challenge the immortal king. Feng Wuya's expression shifted upon seeing his power of the divine Tao being blocked by Enlin. He was just about to unleash an even more terrifying spell technique when Enlin suddenly yelled, "Stop!" Feng Wuya faltered slightly before giving a cold chuckle. You want to beg for forgiveness? It's too late. You have offended me, and you must die here today. You have no choice but to let me go. And Lin yelled, If you don't, I'll tell everyone about your impotence. Deathly silence ensued. Even though Enlin was quite far away, all of the living beings within the Immortal King Palace were powerful beings, so they had no trouble hearing him. Even some of the cultivators near the Immortal King Palace had heard Enlin's words. Everyone was astonished as they stared blankly up at the two people in the sky. Impotence? Yang Lingxian's mouth gaped open in shock. The Immortal King is impotent? The 6 Kunlun divine generals each drew a sharp intake of breath. This was the most powerful being across the entire divine source continent. Immortal King Feng Wuya was impotent. Everyone within the Immortal King Palace was finding it difficult to process this information. Impossible! This must be slander. Didn't that man say that he was going to reveal this secret if the Immortal King refused to let him go? So why is he revealing it now? Maybe he knows that there is no chance of the Immortal King letting him go. All of the immortals looked up at the two people in the sky with complex expressions. What was an earth-shattering battle just a moment ago had now transformed into something completely different. How dare you slander me? Feng Wuya's expression became thunderously dark as countless black lotus flowers blossomed in the air. I'm going to kill you. Boom! Tao integration stage power of the divine Tao erupted forth like a tsunami wave. Space tremored violently as the great Tao of heaven and earth resonated. This was the moment that Enlin was waiting for. He was going to land a lethal blow right when his opponent was at the height of his rage. Origin energy of the netherworld. Inky black energy mist revolved around his body. Enlin's aura elevated explosively to the pinnacle of return to void intermediate stage. Streams of white wind revolved around his evil-slaying sword, and he stepped forward before his body disappeared on the spot. This was a movement technique even faster than a lightning strike, bestowing upon him unimaginable speed. They were clearly several kilometers away from each other, but Enlin appeared right before Feng Wuya as his evil-slaying sword pierced through the air toward his heart at extremely terrifying speed. Enlin had never seriously considered running away. All he wanted to do was to create a chance to kill Feng Wuya. Each of the spectating cultivators felt their heart skip a beat. They were sure that no one in this entire palace could match Enlin's speed. Feng Wuya's flaming wrath had clouded his judgment as well as his reactions, and it was too late for him to try and block this sword strike. He could only look on as the blade of the sword hurtled toward his chest. However, right at this moment, a black lotus suddenly appeared on his chest. The evil-slaying sword struck the Black Lotus, and it was as if it had struck the most resolute object in the world. The momentum of the sword came to a grinding halt even as the residual power tore a massive trench over 10 kilometers in length into the ground below. And Lin's expression shifted again, clearly not expecting his sword strike to be blocked. A smile appeared on Feng Wuya's face. My divine Tao is not just the Black Lotus divine Tao. It is the heaven and earth Black Lotus divine Tao. I am protected by heaven and earth itself. How are you going to kill me when the very heavens are keeping me from death? He was extremely confident. In this divine source continent, he was the heavens. He was the embodiment of invincibility. Even now, after he lost his cool and was unable to defend himself against Lin's sword strike, the heaven and earth would still materialize an unbreakable divine lotus to protect him. Crack. A crisp crack suddenly sounded. Feng Wuya's pupils contracted, and he discovered that the Black Lotus before his chest was slowly cracking open and showing signs of crumbling. He immediately thrust a hand toward Lin's heart like a sharp sword imbued with the power of the divine Tao. And Lin had used a sword to strike him, so he was going to return the favor. This was a sword materialized from the heaven and earth Black Lotus divine Tao. It was superior to any divine weapon and could instantly freeze and annihilate all things. Die! A vicious expression appeared on Feng Wuya's face. Heaven and earth froze solid, and only the sword was still hurtling toward Lin's chest at an alarming speed. And Lin could feel the boundless power of frost enshrouding his entire body, chilling him to the bone. He focused his gaze, and wings of wind abruptly spread open on his back. He broke through the congealed space around him and hurtled back several kilometers in retreat before using his evil-slaying sword as a shield. Feng Wuya's sword projection stuck to him like glue, piercing space and reappearing thousands of meters away to strike against the blade of the evil-slaying sword. A massive boom erupted, and Lin was blasted 10 kilometers back. He blocked the Immortal King's attack again. My God! Who the hell is he? All of the cultivators were well and truly astonished this time. Just when everyone thought Lin was going to continue his retaliation, he suddenly turned around and flew away from the Immortal King at blinding speed. You're not getting away! Feng Wuya roared and immediately gave chase. However, Lin had already unleashed both his origin energy of the netherworld as well as his wind spirit technique. So Feng Wuya had no chance in hell of chasing him down. The gap between the two of them continued to widen. In the end, both of them disappeared into the night. No one knew what happened next. However, Immortal King Feng Wuya returned to the Immortal King Palace several minutes later with an extremely thunderous expression on his face. All of the bystanders already knew the result now. That mysterious exalted immortal had battled the Immortal King and was able to successfully get away in the end. Xianxia had still yet to come to her senses after witnessing that epic battle. Never would she have thought that the easygoing exalted immortal who loved to boast and flex was a man powerful enough to battle the most powerful being on this continent. He even successfully ran away after the event. He wasn't boasting after all. He really was badass. Xianxia was a little dazed. She thought back to her experiences with Lin, especially when she had pushed Lin to the ground and kissed him, and a deep blush appeared on her face. Even though she had forced a kiss upon him, Lin did not become enraged, nor did he take advantage of the opportunity to take her for himself. He was like a kind, easygoing big brother, and there was nothing about him that made him appear as if he was a powerful being comparable to Immortal King Feng Wuya. Just who was this man? Xianxia looked up at the starry night sky and could not sleep for the entire night. The next day, wanted posters were put up all over the city. Anyone who could provide information on the man in the portrait could receive rewards ranging from 1 million up to 100 million spirit stones, depending on how valuable their information was. Of course, the man in the portrait was none other than Lin. The battle last night had shocked the entire Kunlun city, so there was no point in trying to keep it confidential, as it was impossible to do so anyway. Almost everyone knew that a mysterious powerful being had battled Immortal King Feng Wuya and managed to successfully escape after losing the battle. The operative words there were, successfully escape. No one had ever achieved the same feat against the Immortal King in the past several thousand years, so it was clear to see just how terrifying that mysterious powerful being was. It was also because of this battle that there were rumors being spread that he was the second most powerful being on this continent. Thus, Enlin became a legendary figure overnight. The handsome white-robed man in the portrait captivated countless cultivators. He had no name, but everyone gave him a romantic title: the white-robed exalted immortal. It was yet to be seen whether the white-robed exalted immortal could be found, but the reality was that wanted posters of the white-robed exalted immortal had been put up across the entire continent. A hint of vitality had returned to the continent that was slowly dying from Feng Wuya's dictatorial rule. Aside from that, news of Feng Wuya potentially being impotent also spread like wildfire. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it was a massive talking point. However, most people did not believe this to be true. After all, Immortal King Feng Wuya was renowned across the entire continent for his promiscuous ways. All of his harem concubines were exceptional beauties, so how could he be impotent? Only the concubines of the Spring Light Palace knew that this was indeed true. They had all engaged in intercourse with Feng Wuya, so of course they were aware of the truth. However, none of them dared to discuss this with anyone as they were not suicidal. One of the concubines within the Spring Light Palace was currently holding a wanted poster with an enticing smile on her face. This white-robed, exalted immortal sure has made a name for himself during that epic battle. He has finally shown me something different in this palace filled with despair. The concubine looked up at the sky as she leaned against the railing with her chin supported by her hands, smiling with a reminiscent expression as she recalled back to that gallant white-robed figure from last night. What Feng Wuya didn't know was that many of his Spring Light Palace concubines were looking at the same portrait on these wanted posters before looking up at the sky like caged birds yearning for freedom. Within the massive Kunlun city, there was a large song and dance hall on a certain bustling street. Beautiful women danced and sang here while cultivators drank to their heart's content. Within one of the suites, a fat ball of a man had only just woken up and opened his bleary eyes before reaching for a copy of the morning newspaper, upon which his eyes began to widen with bewilderment. He slapped the table and stood up with excitement and admiration on his face as he looked at the wanted fugitive on the front page of the newspaper. Badass. I was initially planning to gather some information and take things slowly, but Enlin actually chose to charge straight in, and he even battled the Immortal King. That's a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. The fatso chortled gleefully. Wait for me, Master Enlin. I'm going to refine an immortal pill that can completely activate the Dao of my alchemy. When that time comes, I'll be powerful enough to demolish the entire Immortal King Palace with you. At this moment, within the Immortal King Palace, the 6 Kunlun divine generals Xinglong, Guiteng, Langya, Duhua, Hixin, and Yanji, Grand Elder Fu Haotsong, Second Elder Wang Chan, and Third Elder Sun Biu, the leader of the Immortal King ambassadors Luo Yen. 10 top-rate exalted immortals gathered together. Aside from all of the old monsters stationed elsewhere on the continent, they were the most powerful cultivators at the Immortal King's disposal, as well as some of the most powerful cultivators on the entire Divine Source continent. All of them had reached the return to Void Pinnacle stage and possessed powers that would strike fear into the entire world. At this moment, all 10 of these extremely powerful beings were surveying the same footage broadcasted on a photographic crystal over and over again. This was the footage of Enlin's battle against Feng Wuya. They had to analyze the enemy first in order to defeat him. This was what they were currently doing now in an attempt to find a way to kill Enlin. After an extended period of analysis, all of the exalted immortal discovered with despair that there was no way they could defeat Enlin. It's no use. This white-robed exalted immortal is an extremely well-rounded warrior with no flaws to speak of. Yan Ji spoke with a disappointed expression before turning to stare at the man in the image, seemingly a little entranced. Luo Yen crossed his arms with a dark expression. He used flames and swords, and his speed was astonishing. Prior to unleashing that mystical technique, his power might be comparable to ours, but after using it, he could even battle on par with the Immortal King for a short period of time. Xinglong heaved a heavy sigh. We have no chance of winning unless we join forces. Third elder son Bu crossed her arms over her voluptuous breasts and chuckled coldly. We won't be able to defeat him even if we join forces. Which one of you can catch up to him if he decides to run away? Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. This was an exceptionally powerful being who could even escape from the immortal king. Even if they could defeat him by joining forces, they couldn't catch him anyway. Grand Elder Fu Haozong heaved a resigned sigh. Let's leave it for now. The immortal king has been greatly enraged by that battle and has gone into seclusion to cultivate, leaving everything to us. But it's not like we can do anything for the moment, so let's just go with the flow and see how things develop first. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. At the same time, they understood that this was not something that could be resolved in a short period of time. This was inevitably going to be a long and drawn-out battle. After all, if a powerful being like the white-robed exalted immortal was to disguise himself and hide somewhere, even the immortal king would be unable to find him on this vast continent. Now that he had escaped, he was definitely going to get far away from Kunlun City. The divine source continent was so vast that looking for him now would be no different to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, contrary to everyone's beliefs, a handsome man in a black robe appeared once against outside the Immortal King Palace before raising his head with a faint smile on his face. Immortal King Feng Wuya, I'm back. Within the Spring Light Palace, Yang Lingqian lay on her bed in her red dress with a hint of exhaustion on her face. Her flowing, black hair fell in a casual sprawl around her shoulders, and a section of her long, fair legs could be seen from under her dress. Her clear, beautiful eyes stared up the roof in a daze, seemingly as if she had a lot on her mind. Was Exalted Immortal and Lin not going to come back? He was probably going to be gone for a long time, seeing as he couldn't defeat Feng Wuya. The Spring Light Palace was an extremely well-guarded place. Was she going to be trapped here? What if Immortal King Feng Wuya chose her one night? How was she going to resist such a powerful man? Yang Lingqian pursed her lips with fear and concern in her eyes. She didn't blame Lin for leaving her behind. After all, everyone knew how powerful Feng Wuya was. If he tried to take her away from the Immortal King Palace, it would be far too risky. He was an exceptional exalted immortal, so why would he risk his life for a woman like her? Hey! Why is it that every time I see you, you're lying on a bed? A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Yang Lingqian was given a fright, but she repressed the urge to scream upon hearing that familiar voice, and she turned around with an elated expression. Sure enough, there was a man in a black robe standing next to her with a warm smile on his face. Exalted Immortal and Lin. Tears began to flow from Yang Lingqian's eyes. Why are you crying? And Lin was a little taken aback by her reaction. I thought you wouldn't come back after running away. Yang Lingqian sat up from the bed as she wiped away her tears, and Lin chuckled upon hearing this. I'm a man of my word. I only flex, but I never boast. How could I leave you behind? Yang Lingqian was greatly touched by his words and nodded firmly. I believe you now. Everything you said was true. Never would she have thought that Lin would appear before her so soon. One had to realize that Lin had just battled the Immortal King 2 days ago. Everyone thought he would get as far away from here as possible, but who would have thought that he would return to the Immortal King Palace in such a short time, during such a sensitive period? Exalted Immortal and Lin, thank you for coming back for me. I'll go with you right away. Yang Lingqian held onto Lin's hands with her own, and an expression of gratitude and anticipation appeared on her beautiful features. This was an exceptionally powerful man who had risked his life to come and save her. How could she not be touched? Come with me. And Lin faltered before a smile appeared on his face. I won't leave you behind, but now's not the time to leave. Huh? Yang Lingqian's body stiffened a little. Let me ask you this. Are you touched that I'm saving you now? And Lin asked. A faint blush appeared on Yang Lingqian's face, and she ducked her head to avoid looking into Lin's eyes. Yes, I am extremely touched. Then have you developed a fondness toward me? And Lin continued. Huh. Yang Lingqian's mouth gaped open, and her blush deepened before extending all the way to the tips of her ears. Why, yes, I have, but this is way too sudden. But if you want it, I guess I'm not against it. Yang Lingxian's heart rate elevated through the roof as she was reduced to a stuttering mess, and Lin clapped his hands together with excitement. That's great. I'll keep this up then. He gripped onto Yang Lingxian's hands with an excited expression. I need you to do me a favor. This is an extremely important favor. I have to make 2,000 of the concubines within the Spring Light Palace develop fondness toward me. Yang Lingxian? Yang Lingxian stared at the man before her with shock and confusion on her face. She was struggling to believe her ears. What did you say? I have a mission to rescue 2,000 concubines from the Spring Light Palace and make them develop fondness toward me in the process. I need your help with this? And Lin said with an extremely earnest expression. Yang Lingxian. She didn't think Exalted Immortal and Lin was this kind of person. It made sense though. Weren't all men like this? Yang Lingxian thought to herself with a disconsolate expression. All Exalted Immortals were revered by countless people, so it was normal for them to have massive harems. But for some reason, she had felt that the white-robed Exalted Immortal was different. I still don't understand. Why would you choose Feng Wuya's concubines? This is a very risky plan. Can't you just set up your own harem? Yang Lingxian was still perplexed. Huh? I think you're misunderstanding something. I only want to save them and give them freedom, not to make them my concubines. And Lin said with a speechless expression. Yang Lingxian's bright eyes suddenly began to ripple with joy. Really? Then why do you need them to develop fondness toward you? You can think of that as a weird fetish of mine. And Lin chuckled. This was actually the system's weird fetish. Yang Lingxian looked at Lin with a pout on her face. You really are a weird immortal. Alright, I'll be happy to help. What do you need me to do? She wore a disdainful expression. But for some reason, she was feeling quite elated. And Lin began to elaborate on his plan. So on so forth, so on so forth. Thus, their plan of conquest was officially set into motion. During the next month, one of the new concubines of the Spring Light Palace suddenly became very active. She was Yang Lingxian. Yang Lingxian visited all of her fellow sisters under the guise of making new friends here, and she would sometimes even organize some small gatherings within the Spring Light Palace. Immortal King Feng Wuya was still cultivating in seclusion, so all of the concubines were afforded a great deal of freedom during this period of time. Yan Ji had a part-time role of looking after the harem, so she was quite happy to see someone trying to improve the relationships between all of the concubines. Hence, after observing things in secret for a while to make sure nothing sinister was going on, she did not interfere with Yang Lingxian's efforts. Even though not all of the concubines were happy to be visited by Yang Lingxian, all of them had to keep up appearances, so they still greeted her with a smile and conversed with her in a friendly manner. Thus, Yang Lingxian visited almost all of the concubines within the Spring Light Palace during this period of time. These were not just pointless visits, of course. She would always lead the conversation to a range of set topics, which comprised of how they had come to the Spring Light Palace, as well as what their attitudes were like toward Feng Wuya and the white-robed Exalted Immortal. Was she worried about the concubines not telling the truth? Not at all. And Lin had entrusted her with his trusty lie detector, the Vermilion Bird Mirror. If the concubine told Yang Lingxian that they liked Feng Wuya but the Vermilion Bird Mirror told her that they were lying, then that concubine would be a target for her. Yang Lingxian would then ask them what they would think if the white-robed Exalted Immortal was to come to the Spring Light Palace to rescue them. If they said something along the lines of, "Humph, the white-robed Exalted Immortal is a horrible man, and I'll never go with him," but the Vermilion Bird Mirror told her that they were lying, then Yang Lingxian would surreptitiously record their names in a small journal. A lot of women did not speak their thoughts, and this tendency was made even more apparent by Feng Wuya's dictatorial rule. Even without anyone around, most of them still didn't dare to speak the truth. At a time like this, the Vermilion Bird Mirror was basically a divine tool. It could tell Yang Lingxian whenever someone was lying, thereby allowing her to glean the truth. Phew, I'm exhausted. Please reward me, white-robed Exalted Immortal. Yang Lingxian flirted as she lay down on her bed with a cheeky smile. Her red dress was like a blossoming rose, accentuating her enticing figure to perfection as she stared up at the white-robed man beside her with a hint of anticipation in her clear eyes. If a normal cultivator were to see this now, they would be thinking that Yang Lingqian wanted a physical reward. However, Lin knew that that was not what she wanted. He pulled out a third-grade spirit rank sun fruit from his storage ring before tossing it to Yang Lingqian. Thanks for your hard work. This is your reward. It will enhance the purity of your spiritual energy. Yang Lingqian accepted the spirit fruit and nibbled on it happily. Exalted Immortal. All of the spirit fruits that you have given me are so unique. I've never seen any of them before, even on spirit fruit textbooks, and all of them are imbued with extremely pure energy. Yang Lingqian praised as she ate. Of course, these fruits are local products from my hometown, so of course they're delicious. And Lin smiled. Local products? Yang Lingqian blinked. Where is your hometown? I'm not telling you. And Lin didn't want to reveal this. Fine. It's not like I care anyway. Yang Lingqian pouted, but she still devoured the spirit fruit. After interacting with Lin for a while, Yang Lingqian was no longer as reverent and respectful as she initially was. After all, Lin was extremely easygoing and casual, thus making it extremely difficult for her to make the connection between him and the second most powerful being on this continent. Thus, the two of them were becoming more and more like friends. When she thought about it, Yang Lingqian was still in disbelief. Never would she have thought that she would be able to befriend a powerful being of this caliber. Perhaps this was part of Exalted Immortal and Lin's unique charm and charisma. And Lin had never looked down on her or demonstrated a sense of superiority because of his cultivation base. On the contrary, he was always quite concerned about whether her mission was tiring her out and whether she was going to encounter any danger. An entire month has passed, and we have finally completed the first stage of our plan. Yang Lingqian was completely reinvigorated after consuming that spirit fruit. There are a total of 3,520 concubines within the Spring Light Palace, among which I refrained from visiting some as they held sensitive positions. In total, I interacted with 3,200 people, and 2,800 of them have a positive impression of you. And Lin was elated to hear this. Even though the white-robed Exalted Immortal was only the second most powerful being on this continent, he was much more handsome than Feng Wuya. Furthermore, he came and went like the wind, and his elegance and grace had earned him a legendary status, which drew many fans. Yang Lingqian rolled her eyes at the sight of Lin's smug expression. Among those, there are 2,300 concubines who I can confirm were forced here by the Immortal King and want to escape from this place. As for whether they will develop fondness toward you and leave with you in spite of their fear of Feng Wuya, that's not something I can predict. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. This was something that no one could predict. Perhaps the concubines themselves might even change their minds over time. That's all right. It looks like I should have enough concubines to complete my mission at the very least. And Lin was full of vigor as he said, Now then, it's time to initiate the second part of my plan. Within the Spring Light Palace, a piece of news was spreading like wildfire. Many of the concubines were discussing this news. Hey, have you heard? The white-robed Exalted Immortal has appeared again. Really? It has only been over a month. Does he have no concern for his own life? Apparently, this time, he's about to do something really big. What's that? Free the entire Spring Light Palace. Gasp! That can't be true. How could he dare to do that? And how would he even go about doing that? Many of the concubines were in disbelief, but a seed of hope had been planted into their hearts. Soon after that, 2,300 concubines within the Spring Light Palace suddenly received a mysterious letter that self-combusted after the contents had been read. The handwriting on the letters was graceful yet strong, just like that white-robed man who had lit up the entire night sky not too long ago. There was only one line of text on those letters. Do you want to leave this place? I'll take you away after I take care of some business at the Leaping Wolf Mansion. Almost all of the concubines' hearts jolted upon seeing this as a peculiar emotion welled up in their hearts. Some were even flushed with excitement intermingled with some other unidentifiable emotion. The white-robed, exalted immortal was coming to save them. They were all quite excited, but at the same time they were also a little suspicious. Was this a real letter or a prank? Elsewhere on the Divine Source Empire. This was once the Leaping Wolf Empire, but was now simply the Leaping Wolf District of the Divine Source Empire. This was a place inhabited by both humanoid wolves and humans. The Heavenly Wolf King of the Leaping Wolf Mansion ruled over this place. Even though he was situated in the Leaping Wolf District, he was not a humanoid wolf. Instead, he was a brawny human with a powerful cultivation base. At the same time, he was also the renowned Heavenly Wolf Exalted Immortal of the Divine Source Continent who specialized in the Tao of Slaughter. The Heavenly Wolf King was currently entertaining himself in his mansion. He sat on a wolfskin throne with countless women singing and dancing for him. There were also some women holding fruit platters, some pouring wine for him, and also some trembling uncontrollably as they knelt to the side. The Heavenly Wolf King chortled with glee before pointing to one of the women. "Your turn now. Go spin the wheel of fortune." The woman's body shuddered, and her features turned deathly pale as she got up unsteadily. In the face of the mighty figure on the throne, she had no choice but to make her way over a large wheel before spinning it. The wheel began to spin while the song and dance continued. The Heavenly Wolf King took a sip of wine as he looked at the spinning wheel with a smile. In the end, the wheel stopped spinning, and the arrow pointed to a single word: amputation. The woman's features paled even further upon seeing this, and she was about to burst into tears. "Ha ha ha! Amputation, eh? You sure are lucky." The Heavenly Wolf King clapped his hands together. "Looks like you get to live to see another day." The woman turned as her lips trembled, and she was just about to say something. All of a sudden, gruesome gashes appeared on her arms and legs before all 4 limbs were amputated. Ah! Blood gushed through the air, and the woman's blood-curdling cries reverberated throughout the entire mansion. An expression of enjoyment appeared on the Heavenly Wolf King's face, as if he was taking pleasure from witnessing the woman's suffering. Right before the woman was about to die from blood loss, a healing technique was cast upon her. Someone dragged this woman into the pigsty and raised her with the rest of the pigs. The Heavenly Wolf King waved a hand. Next. He turned toward the trembling women kneeling before him as he pointed a finger. "You're up." A woman in green was selected this time. She stood up with despair on her face before making her way over to the wheel and spinning it. She had no choice but to do this because she knew what gruesome fate would await her if she resisted. That was a fate truly worse than death. They had always been the playthings of the Heavenly Wolf King, and their future was filled with darkness and despair. The wheel spun before coming to a stop. The arrow was pointing to another section on the wheel this time. Corroding poison. No, this can't be. Shock, horror, and despair appeared on her face as she shook her head relentlessly, as if she had encountered something extremely terrifying. Corroding poison was a poison curse cast by a professional poison master of the Leaping Wolf District. Those afflicted by the curse would be struck by the excruciating pain of having one's body, bones, and consciousness slowly rot away before dying an extremely gruesome death. This was a fate far worse than death. No! The woman wailed in despair before creating a vital energy spike, which she pierced toward her own heart. However, right at this moment a spatial seal immobilized her. Her body stood completely stationary, and her face was frozen in an expression of shock and horror. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Your luck isn't that great, but you spun the wheel, so you have to accept your fate." A twisted smile appeared on the Heavenly Wolf King's face as his eyes roamed over her body. "What a pity that a beauty like you has to die. Ah, I feel like I'm getting even more excited." The smile of a freak appeared on the Heavenly Wolf King's face. "Summon the Poison Master." A living being draped in a black robe with black mist rising from its body slowly approached the woman. This was the #1 Poison Master of the Leaping Wolf District, and it too was an exalted immortal. It specialized in inflicting the most terrifying pain upon its victims prior to their deaths. "Come, experience pain." The Poison Master's husky voice sounded. The woman who had just spun the wheel had tears flowing down her face, but she couldn't even move a single finger. All of the women kneeling on the ground had already turned their heads to the side as they couldn't bear to watch any more of this. This was the state of the world. The Immortal King's dictatorial rule was absolute, and everyone else was powerless to do anything about it. The dark poison mist was already coming closer and closer. The woman in green closed her eyes in despair. Right at this moment, a resounding boom suddenly erupted across heaven and earth. The poison master's hands faltered, and it looked up as if it could see what was going on above the roof. The heavenly Wolf King's expression shifted. What? My mansion's enchantment barrier was broken? Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying divine sense enshrouded heaven and earth. Both the Poison Master and the Heavenly Wolf King were struck by a sense of powerlessness, as if they were being scrutinized by a paramount mighty figure from above. Boom! Divine flames crashed down from the sky, incinerating the entire mansion into nothingness. A white-robed man stood with divine flames around his entire body. It was as if the sun had fallen from the sky and now stood among them. Everyone present suddenly thought of a certain person upon seeing this figure enshrouded in divine flames. The woman in green stared at the man who had suddenly appeared and given her boundless hope. You're the white-robed exalted immortal. The Heavenly Wolf King's expression became extremely grave. You're the white-robed exalted immortal? That's right. The man nodded. What business do you have for encroaching upon my leaping wolf palace? The Heavenly Wolf King roared. And Lin looked at him with a cold expression. I'm here to fuck you up. He unleashed an almighty palm as he spoke, and Lin did not waste time with words and immediately sprang into action. He unleashed a flaming palm, which was only the size of his actual palm, and it whistled toward the Heavenly Wolf King. Even though it wasn't big, its power was extremely condensed, and it was imbued with the true intent of his wings of true fire, as well as the power of 6 divine flames and 1 holy flame. Even a return to void final stage mighty figure would find it exceedingly difficult to survive this attack. The Heavenly Wolf King was only a return to void intermediate stage exalted immortal, so he had absolutely no chance. And Lin's simple palm was like a falling meteorite, incinerating everything in its wake. The Heavenly Wolf King was gripped by a terrifying sense of impending death. It's over. The Heavenly Wolf King was immobilized by a spatial seal and could not evade in time. At this moment, the Poison Master suddenly flashed toward him before pulling out a strange piece of wood, which instantly transformed into a circular shield. This was its life-saving treasure, the Divine Tree Vital Shield, and it was capable of defending against the power of the Divine Tao. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. Chips of wood flew through the air as waves of scorching heat knocked the surrounding guards off their feet. The Poison Master was astonished to find that its Divine Tree Vital Shield had been set alight. You're using wood to block my fire? You're a funny guy. And Lin looked down with a cold smile at the Heavenly Wolf King. The Poison Master and the Heavenly Wolf King were just about to flee when they discovered that the space around them had been sealed by what felt like indestructible walls of iron and steel, leaving them with no option for escape. In other words, their lives were in Lin's hands. The 2 heinous monsters were now getting a taste of their own medicine and experiencing what despair and powerlessness felt like. The Heavenly Wolf King's face had paled significantly. White-robed exalted immortal, are you not afraid of the Immortal King finding out where you are and coming to kill you? We have never even met before. So why are you trying to kill me? We have indeed never met before. And Lin stood in midair and looked down at the Heavenly Wolf King like a proud god. But I've heard much about you, Heavenly Wolf King. You are friends with Immortal King Wuxia, and you take advantage of this to spread your heinous crimes across this entire Leaping Wolf district. 5 years ago, you massacred all the men of the imperial family of the White Spring district for their inability to present timely offerings to the Immortal King Palace. You then captured all of the concubines and female servants there to be slain and tortured for your perverse pleasure. There are still tens of thousands of female victims being locked away here within the Leaping Wolf Mansion, living in constant horror, misery, and despair. And Lin's voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Everyone within the Leaping Wolf mansion had turned to look up at the man in the sky. All of the women kneeling on the ground, as well as those who were singing and dancing, had also turned to look up at the dazzling white-robed man with entranced expressions. The heavenly Wolf King's expression shifted again. "Why does any of this matter to you? I hate scum like you who think that they can do whatever they want to those weaker than you. I'm going to bring justice to all of these women that you have tortured and kept in captivity." And Lin roared, "You're going to risk being discovered by the Immortal King all for the sake of these insignificant, lowly swine? Are you crazy? It's not worth it." The heavenly Wolf King looked at Lin as if he were looking at an idiot. And Lin's expression darkened. "No, they're not swine. They're all humans. And they're worth everything I'm doing for them and more. You are the heinous swine here, and I am going to kill you today for what you have done." And Lin's words were extremely firm and unyielding. Countless women down below already had tears flowing down their faces as they looked up at the dazzling man in the sky. He was truly like the sun to them, not because of the divine flames around his body, but because he had lit up their entire world. They were all women from the fallen and disgraced White Spring District, and they had already resigned themselves to their horrific fates. However, at a time like this, the white-robed exalted Immortal dared to stand up for them, even if it meant taking a stand against the most powerful being on this entire continent. "That's enough talking. I'm going to kill you now." And Lin's arm began to bulge as boundless flame energy converged before he unleashed an almighty fist. "Heavenly poison engulfment!" The Poison Master roared as the poison mist around its body transformed into a cavernous, inky black mouth that screeched and hurtled toward Lin. "Wolf King Blood God Strike!" The heavenly Wolf King roared as both of his hands transformed into crimson wolf claws, which crashed down upon Lin. The terrifying aura of infernal slaughter made the space around the claws twist and crumble. They had no choice but to fight for their lives. And Lin's expression remained unchanged, and his ballistic fist crashed into the cavernous poison mist mouth before instantly incinerating the poison mist into nothingness. The fist then continued onward, having barely even been slowed down at all, before crashing through the heavenly Wolf King's terrifying crimson claws. In the end, his fist landed on the Poison Master and the heavenly Wolf King, crushing and tearing at their bodies. Boom! A gargantuan fist indentation appeared on the ground. At the very center of the massive crater were the Poison Master and the heavenly Wolf King, who were on the brink of death and too bloodied and battered to be recognizable. The white-robed exalted Immortal had displayed his invincible might again by crushing the two most powerful beings of the Leaping Wolf District with one punch. All of the reinforcement cultivators all came to a grinding halt as expressions of astonishment appeared on their faces. There were several hundred powerful beings among them, but none of them dared to attack. This was a man who could fight on par with the Immortal King, and none of the powerful beings were suicidal. The Poison Master and the heavenly Wolf King panted heavily as they lay on the ground, and their ghastly wounds sent excruciating pain shooting through their entire body with each and every breath they took. "I've heard that the Poison Master and the heavenly Wolf King like to torture women to death for fun and have created over 100 different torture methods. It would be a shame to let such creative people like you two die like this." And Lin descended from the sky before making his way toward the Poison Master and the heavenly Wolf King. "Did you ever think that you would ever be in this situation someday?" A smile appeared on his face, but a frosty light flashed in his eyes. The Poison Master and heavenly Wolf King were too injured to move, and both of them stared at Lin with resentment and horror on their faces. And Lin glanced at the Wheel of Fortune nearby, and a smile appeared on his face. "You know what? I'm feeling generous today. How about I let the Wheel of Fortune decide your fate?" The Poison Master and heavenly Wolf King's eyes lit up. Even though there were over 100 torture methods on the Wheel of Fortune, there were some that would leave them alive, so there was a chance that they could survive. And Lin moved the wheel closer to the heavenly Wolf King. The heavenly Wolf King extended a trembling, blood-stained arm before spinning the wheel with all his might. Never would they have thought that the wheel they had used to torture over 10,000 women to death would someday decide their fates. How ironic. The wheel began to turn more slowly until the arrow finally landed on a single word. Everything. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. Wow, congratulations. You've hit the jackpot. And Lin applauded and said, you get to sample all of the torture methods on this wheel. Impossible. There's no such category on my wheel. The heavenly wolf king rasped with a horrified expression. You're bullying us. The poison master was so scared that it wanted to commit suicide. And Lin turned to it and let loose a thunderous roar. So what if I am? What the fuck are you gonna do about it? On that day, the blood-curdling cries of the poison master and the heavenly wolf king reverberated throughout the entire mansion. These two heinous beings finally drew their last breaths after suffering through all of the torture methods on their wheel. The white-robed exalted immortal then demolished all of the generals and guards within the mansion before saving over 20,000 female victims held captive there. Not only was he making headlines on the Taichu continent, but he was also doing so on the Divine Source continent as well. All of the women in the Leaping Wolf Mansion were elated to see the terrible fate that had befallen the Poison Master and the Heavenly Wolf King. Over 20,000 women were now gathered, all of whom were staring at the man in that flowing white robe. This was the man who had given each of them a second chance at life. However, the man suddenly turned to them and asked a very strange question. Are you guys fond of me? All of the women faltered upon hearing this. The white-robed exalted immortal was a handsome and powerful yet compassionate man. He was like the epitome of the man of their dreams, so how could they not be fond of him? All of the women nodded with shy expressions on their faces. Some of them could even feel their heart rate elevating as they pondered the meanings behind the white-robed exalted immortal's question. Could it be that the white-robed exalted immortal wanted them for himself? He was such a compassionate and powerful man, and he had also saved their lives. If he really did want them, most of them actually weren't against it. However, the white-robed exalted immortal's next sentence dragged them back to reality. If you escape, you will be hunted down by the immortal king. So stay here and keep a low profile for now. I'm going to leave for a while, and when I come back, you will all have true freedom. And Lin spoke with conviction. True freedom. All of the women's hearts jolted upon hearing this. White-robed exalted immortal, what are you going to do? The woman in green who had just been saved from having to spin the wheel asked with a concerned expression. Me? And Lin turned to all of the women behind him with a smile. I'm going to save more people. After that, I will kill Immortal King Feng Wuya and establish a new rule. Everyone's heart jolted again upon hearing this. Before they had a chance to say anything else, he had already disappeared from the spot. The white-robed exalted immortal truly is an extraordinary man, a woman said with an intoxicated expression. Immortal King Feng Wuya is the only powerful being to have reached that new stage on the entire continent. Is the white-robed exalted immortal going to be able to defeat him? Another woman asked in a concerned voice. Don't think too much about it. Even if the white-robed exalted immortal can't win, he can still run away. Let's wait for him to return. He told us he was going to give us true freedom, and I believe in him. That's right, we believe in him. Hope was reignited in everyone's heart as they began their new lives. They had endured the toughest days, so this was already an extremely happy scenario for them. What else did they have to be dissatisfied about? And Lin's feat in rescuing over 20,000 oppressed female slaves quickly created another massive stir throughout the Divine Source continent. Everyone was actually quite elated by this news. The Heavenly Wolf King's actions had drawn a lot of hatred across the entire continent, and there was no lack of powerful exalted immortals who wanted to bring him down. But none of them dared to do so after considering the Heavenly Wolf King's relationship with the Immortal King. After all, the Immortal King was the very heavens of this entire continent. No one dared to mess with the Immortal King unless they wanted to die. However, that was exactly what the white-robed exalted immortal had done, and he had done so in the most brutal way. He had subjected the Heavenly Wolf King and the Poison Master to over 100 different types of torture, tormenting them to death in the end. Countless cultivators across the entire continent were applauding his feats. All of a sudden, the white-robed exalted immortal had become the epitome of feminism across the entire Divine Source continent, and had also gained countless worshippers in the process. His feats inevitably reached the Immortal King Palace as well. Boom! A bolt of inky black divine light erupted into the sky from the meteorite mystic area. The sun in the sky suddenly turned dark as an extremely resentful voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. White-robed, exalted immortal, how dare you to kill my trusted subordinate? I'm going to make you suffer a fate far worse than death. Immediately afterward, the 10 top-rate exalted immortals of the Immortal King Palace were all deployed to the Leaping Wolf District to search for the white-robed exalted immortal. At the same time, Immortal King Feng Wuya issued a public challenge to the white-robed exalted immortal for a battle to the death 15 days later at the Immortal Slaying platform. Feng Wuya was willing to bet his rule over the Divine Source Empire in this winner-takes-all battle. The Divine Source continent instantly erupted upon hearing about this. This was a massive event that had created an unprecedented stir across the entire continent. The Immortal Slaying platform was located on the Heavenly Mountain, which was in turn situated to the east of Kunlun City. There was a natural heaven and earth formation there, which was imbued with a special law. The law stipulated that only 2 living beings could enter the Immortal Slaying platform, but one had to die before the other could exit. As such, the Immortal Slaying platform had long been lauded as the best place to stage battles to the death as no one could intervene, and a battle at that place could only end with one party dead. Everyone knew that Immortal King Feng Wuya was doing this to lure out the white-robed exalted immortal before crushing him with his absolute power. This was a plan that was devised due to a lack of alternatives. After all, the white-robed exalted immortal was simply too fast for the Immortal King to chase down elsewhere. If the white-robed exalted immortal was wary of the Immortal King Palace formation, he could go to the Immortal Slaying platform for a fair and square battle. If he won, he would be the new ruler of this entire continent. However, everyone had the same question in their heart. Would the white-robed exalted immortal dare to accept this challenge? Just as the outside world was becoming quite turbulent and tempestuous, the Spring Light Palace was also in turmoil. There were over 2,000 concubines staring blankly at the blank pieces of paper in their hands, upon which the original text had been burned away long ago. However, they had already committed the original message to memory. Do you want to leave this place? I'll take you away after I take care of some business at the Leaping Wolf Mansion. They were initially quite skeptical about the authenticity of these letters, but they could now be sure that these letters had been written by the white-robed exalted immortal. The white-robed exalted immortal was responsible for the Leaping Wolf Mansion incident, and this confirmed the authenticity of the letters. Thus, all of the concubines' hearts had been set aflutter. All of them had been forced here by the Immortal King to serve him, so none of them were happy to be his concubines, especially when he was a man who couldn't even get it up. Many of the concubines were already looking into the distant sky, as if they were eagerly awaiting something. Immortal Queen, many of the concubines in the Spring Light Palace have been acting quite strange recently. Are you not going to investigate? A blue-robed servant asked in an urgent voice. A beautiful woman in a white dress lightly stroked the strings of her guzheng and sang in a beautiful, ethereal voice, and she continued to sing to herself even after being urged by the bluer-robed servant. She was the immortal queen of the Spring Light Palace, Yan Shuqin, a woman so perfect that she put all of the other concubines to shame. Unbeknown to everyone, she also had a certain man's portrait hidden under her guzheng. Immortal King Feng Wuya's challenge had already been delivered. The entire continent was in an uproar as a result. However, as one of the main characters of this monumental event, the white-robed exalted immortal hadn't announced whether he was accepting the Immortal King's challenge. The 10 top-rate exalted immortals of the Immortal King Palace searched for the white-robed exalted immortal for 10 whole days around the Leaping Wolf District, but they were unable to find him. They couldn't even find where the 20,000 female victims were. It was quite predictable that the Immortal King would deploy forces to the Leaping Wolf District after such a huge event. So Lin had hidden all of the women somewhere safe in advance. Everyone's impression of him was instantly further improved as this showed that he was taking responsibility for the victims he had rescued rather than just leaving them to fend for themselves. At this moment, within the Spring Light Palace, Lin was sitting in a chair and sipping on some tea. Yang Lingqian had personally brewed the tea for him, and she currently had a curious expression on her face. Exalted Immortal and Lin, are you going to accept Immortal King Feng Wuya's challenge? And Lin chuckled upon hearing this. What? Didn't you always say I was no match for Feng Wuya? Why do you suddenly think I stand a chance against him now? Yang Lingqian pursed her lips with a slightly awkward expression upon hearing this. I've underestimated you in the past, but I know now that you do have the power to stand up to the Immortal King. Even though you don't look like a person who is capable of defeating the Immortal King, I have faith in you. You might not even believe it when I say this, but you currently have the hopes of an entire continent on your shoulders. Stop! Stop! And Lin waved his hands and said, I'm no savior. I'm just trying to do something very normal and mundane. So rescuing 2,000 of the Immortal King's concubines is a mundane thing now? Yang Lingqian asked. And Lin had no response to this, so he could only cough and change the subject. Now that everything is in place, my plan of conquest can be truly set into motion. He could kill the Immortal King first before rescuing the concubines, but that would give them the impression that he was doing so more as an afterthought. It would be much moving to them if he rescued them while the Immortal King was still alive, as he would be risking his life to do. Lines of text suddenly appeared on the blank pieces of paper 2,300 concubines were holding in their hands. I'm back. Do you want to come with me? I can take you away from the Spring Light Palace to a paradise where you will have true freedom. If you want to come with me, drip your blood essence onto this letter. That's right. And Lin had left traces of his divine intent on the letters. All of the concubines' hearts trembled as they stared at the text on the letters with scorching excitement in their eyes. Should they stay in the Spring Light Palace and continue to be treated as Feng Wuya's plaything? Or should they take a risk and escape from this place with the white-robed exalted immortal? Their lives in the palace were filled with boundless darkness. But one man had suddenly appeared and lit up their worlds, striking all of them with a strong sense of yearning. The white-robed exalted immortal had already cemented himself in their minds following the battle within the Immortal King Palace. His feats at the Leaping Wolf Mansion had made his image even more vibrant in all of their hearts. Every concubine here dreamed of a knight in shining armor rescuing them from this godforsaken place someday. Now that this fairy tale-like opportunity had been presented to them, how could their hearts not waver? One drop of blood essence after another dripped onto the letters in their hands. And Lin sat with his eyes closed, processing the information that was flowing into his mind. And he opened his eyes after a long while as a smile appeared on his face. We've done it. 2,160 people have decided to escape from the Spring Light Palace with me. A vibrant smile appeared on Yang Lingqian's face. You're wrong. 2,161 people want to escape from the Spring Light Palace with you. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this before coming to his senses and nodding with a slightly awkward expression at the sight of the enticing woman before him. You're right. A short while later, all of the women who had dripped their blood essence onto their respective letter saw another line of text appeared before their eyes. Gather at the White Jade Plaza of the Spring Light Palace at noon 5 days from now. I'll get all of you out of here. All of the concubines focused on 3 operative words here. All of you. This implied that the white-robed exalted immortal was also rescuing other concubines aside from themselves. That made sense. After all, the white-robed exalted immortal had told them that he was trying to free all oppressed and victimized women, so how could he just rescue one? This was a bittersweet notion, which made all of the concubines both elated but also a little disappointed at the same time. Their knight in shining armor was coming, but he was here for a bunch of women, not just them. Sure enough, fairy tales could not be replicated in real life after all. Soon after that, another piece of news quickly swept through the entire continent. The white-robed exalted immortal accepted the Immortal King's challenge and agreed to a fight to the death on the Immortal slaying platform at noon 5 days later. This news sent the entire continent into an uproar again. A true storm was about to hit. Countless people began to gather at the heavenly mountain located to the east of Kunlun City. One powerful being after another began to fly into the air, heading toward that legendary Immortal slaying platform. None of them wanted to miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime battle. Elsewhere in Kunlun City, Ishi used the power of the Kunlun Empire's veins of the earth to refine an immortal pill, which he swallowed before tearing through space and disappearing on the spot. 5 days passed quite quickly. On the heavenly mountain outside of Kunlun City, there were over 1 million powerful beings gathered. All of them were either riding atop all types of powerful, ferocious beasts or standing atop all manners of flying artifacts. One only needed to raise their head to see countless streams of light flying through the sky in a spectacular light show. This was probably the largest gathering of powerful beings this continent had ever seen. The heavenly mountain was over 1 million feet tall and extended straight into the clouds. At the summit of the heavenly mountain was a natural arena known as the Immortal slaying platform. The Immortal slaying platform was 5 kilometers in radius with a faint, blue enchantment barrier around it that could prevent shockwaves from escaping into the outside world. If it weren't for this natural barrier, none of the powerful beings would dare to spectate the upcoming battle from such close proximity. Immortal King Feng Wuya was already standing within the enchantment barrier in a flowing white robe. His eyes were sharp and fierce, and he was already raring to go. He was going to crush his opponent in the most brutal way possible today. The white-robed exalted immortal hadn't appeared yet, but everyone knew that he was definitely going to show up unless he was completely shameless. This was the honor of a super-powerful being. Over 1 million powerful beings were awaiting the arrival of the white-robed exalted immortal. Right at this moment, the Immortal King's voice transmission talisman lit up. Feng Wuya's brows furrowed slightly, but he still connected the voice transmission. What is it? Yan Ji's urgent voice sounded from within the voice transmission talisman. Immortal King, you've been cucked. Feng Wuya. Immortal King, you've been cucked. Feng Wuya was not expecting this sentence to ever come out of Yan Ji's mouth, and he was momentarily stunned. Due to the fact that he had not used a spell technique to muffle the conversation, many of the surrounding cultivators had also heard what Yan Ji said, and all of them fell into stunned silence. Do you know what you're saying? Feng Wuya felt as if his brain were about to explode. I'm telling the truth. Immortal King, please calm down and let me explain. Yan Ji also sounded like she was quite stunned, and her words came out in a rush. Today, my servants went to check on all of the concubines as part of a routine patrol, and then they discovered that concubine Xianxia had disappeared. Feng Wuya's brows furrowed slightly. There was still a chance that this could be a misunderstanding, as concubine Xianxia always liked to visit her sisters, so she could just be with another concubine. My servants thought she might have been visiting another concubine, so they continued to check on the rest of the concubines. However, my servants then visited 16 concubines, but only 5 of them were actually there. They felt like something was amiss and immediately deployed everyone to do a large-scale search. Feng Wuya's breath accelerated. And what was the result of that? Yan Ji replied. We searched the living quarters of 3,520 concubines, as well as the entire Spring Light Palace, and found that 2,161 of them had disappeared. Feng Wuya drew a sharp intake of breath and looked up into the sky as his entire body trembled, seemingly unable to contain his own emotions. After a long while, he finally gritted his teeth and asked again, Are there any leads? We did. There were newspaper articles regarding the white-robed exalted immortal within all the living quarters of the missing concubines. Furthermore, there were also identical, blank sheets of paper left behind in all of their living quarters. Grand Elder Fu Haotsong surveyed the sheets of paper to discover a familiar residual energy imbued within them, which was a 99% match with the energy of the white-robed exalted immortal from that night, which means that the white-robed exalted immortal was most likely behind all this. Hence, Immortal King, there's a great chance that you have been CUC. Feng Wuya roared, Shut up! His enraged roar was audible for hundreds of kilometers, as if the very heavens were venting its flaming wrath. The voice transmission talisman instantly exploded from Feng Wuya's thunderous roar. All of the 1 million powerful beings gathered were completely astonished. Feng Wuya had already completely exploded with fury. You piece of shit. I challenge you to a fight, and you take this opportunity to steal over half of my harem. I'm going to destroy you. Ah! An inky black divine light soared into the sky, enshrouding heaven and earth. All of the cultivators' expressions shifted drastically as they fled into the distance. Hurry up and run. What are you standing there like an idiot for? Do you want to die? But the battle between the immortal king and the white-robed exalted immortal hasn't begun yet. Are you a stupid cunt? Do you think the battle is still going to go ahead now? The immortal king has been completely enraged by what the white-robed exalted immortal has done. All of us know about this as well, so do you think the immortal king is going to just let us live to tell the tale? You're saying that the immortal king may kill all of us to prevent word from spreading. That's right. So hurry up and run. One cultivator after another fled as quickly as they could into the distance. They weren't idiots. All of them knew that retreat was their best course of action. Otherwise, they could very possibly end up as targets for the infuriated immortal king. All those who know about this must die. Feng Wuya's enraged roar erupted into the heavens. Bursts of black divine light transformed into sharp, bloodthirsty arrows that fell like torrential rain, killing all living beings within a radius of over 100 kilometers. One cultivator after another perished to those lethal arrows. Many of them were actually powerful beings from the Immortal King Palace who were here to cheer on the Immortal King. But he was too enraged to care about that as his indiscriminate attacks rained down on both friend and foe. A fat ball of a man caught one of the divine Tao arrows hurtling toward him, and he looked up at the infuriated man on the immortal slaying platform with a hint of shock and reverence in his eyes. As expected of the alchemy patriarch, both his imagination and execution are far beyond what I am capable of. I had thought that he would come and face off against the immortal king, so I came here to see if I could help him, but I didn't think that this was all a ruse to draw the immortal king to the immortal slaying platform before stealing away over half of his entire harem. That's super badass. That fatso was, of course, Ishi. He had been completely won over by the genius that was in Lin. On the immortal slaying platform, Feng Wuya had almost been enraged into chi deviation. Ishi nodded with admiration and approval. Break an enemy mentally before you face them in battle. What profound and advanced tactics from the alchemy patriarch. He didn't dare to stay here for too long either, and he too fled into the distance. Immortal King Feng Wuya's divine Tao arrows had indiscriminately slaughtered tens of thousands of cultivators, but there were still over 900,000 cultivators who survived and escaped from the heavenly mountain. All of the surviving cultivators were extremely resentful toward the immortal king and began to broadcast the news of him being cucked to the entire continent. Thus, the entire divine source continent learned of how the white-robed exalted immortal had cucked the immortal king over 2,000 times in one go. The immortal king had said that all those who knew about this must die, but he couldn't kill all of the living beings on this entire continent, could he? After the news spread, another massive wave of controversy was swept up. Everyone was amazed by the white-robed exalted immortal. News of immortal King Feng Wuya being impotent hadn't even died down yet, and now over half of his harem had been stolen by the white-robed exalted immortal. Feng Wuya had always been renowned across the entire continent, and now he was even more renowned, just not for reasons that he would have liked. Everyone suddenly discovered that the paramount immortal king was not so invulnerable and far removed from everyone else after all. He still had concerns that normal people suffered from, like impotence or getting cucked. It was said that the infuriated immortal King Feng Wuya had blasted half of the heavenly mountain into nothingness on that day. The next day, another piece of news began to spread throughout Kunlun City. The white-robed exalted immortal claimed responsibility for this incident, and he did so in order to free the women who had been oppressed by the immortal king. As for their battle, that would just have to be postponed until another day. Within the Spring Light Palace, Feng Wuya sat on his throne with a thunderous expression on his face. Yan Ji and immortal queen Yan Shuqin were kneeling on the ground before him. So, tell me what you think, Feng Wuya interrogated in a cold voice. What do we think? It's clear that you have no charisma and was cucked by the white-robed exalted immortal as a result. Yan Ji grumbled internally. Immortal Queen Yan Shuqin spoke in a level voice. All of the 2,161 concubines who have disappeared seem to have been forced here by the Immortal King's ambassadors and came to the Spring Light Palace against their will. Oh? They were forced here. So they can run away whenever they want and sweep my reputation to the ground. Feng Wuya chuckled coldly. Deliver my orders. All family members of the escaped concubines are to be executed. Yan Shuqin shuddered upon hearing this, but she could only accept this order. Yes, Immortal King Feng Wuya had never been a benevolent person. On the contrary, he was an extremely cruel and bloodthirsty man. So he really could slaughter the entire families of over 2,000 concubines. Immortal Queen Yan Shuqin could only agree to deliver his orders, but she was determined to spread the word first so that at least some of those family members of the concubines would have a chance to run away. After all, she shared good relationships with many of the concubines, and she really couldn't bear to see their families get slaughtered. Report! Immortal King! I have an urgent report to deliver. Two powerful Immortal King ambassadors hurried in before kneeling onto the ground. Feng Wuya raised his head slightly. What is it? The white-robed exalted immortal has spread the word that he challenges you to a battle at the Immortal Slaying platform in 2 days. He also said that whoever doesn't turn up has no. The Immortal King ambassador's voice began to trail off. Has no what? Feng Wuya's expression darkened slightly. Whoever doesn't come has no dick. Cold sweat was pouring down the Immortal King ambassador's face as he spoke. Flames of wrath burned in Feng Wuya's eyes as he let loose an enraged roar. Bastard! The Immortal King ambassador, who had just spoken, was instantly reduced to nothingness by the sound waves from Feng Wuya's roar. The other Immortal King ambassador, who hadn't spoken, was trembling as he knelt on the ground. The white-robed exalted immortal was the one who had said this, so why was he killing the messenger? Immortal Queen Yan Shuqin lowered her head and did not say anything. She knew that what the white-robed exalted immortal had said had hit the Immortal King right where it hurt the most. He's challenging me now? What's he trying to pull this time? Does he think I'll fall for his stupid schemes again? Feng Wuya had clearly lost control over his emotions again. Yan Shuqin's lips twitched. He had clearly already fallen for the scheme. The white-robed exalted immortal was playing mind games to perfection. First, he had spread the word about Feng Wuya being impotent. Then, he proceeded to take over half of his harem. And now, he was goading him with a rather immature but effective no-dick challenge. This was quite an obvious goading tactic, but it was extremely effective as there was a very good chance that the Immortal King would accept this challenge. If he didn't accept the challenge, he would have to deal with even greater humiliation. All he could do now was to take this opportunity and slaughter the white-robed exalted immortal in the most gruesome and painful way possible in order to wipe away the shame and humiliation he had suffered. Regardless of what the white-robed exalted immortal was plotting, this was a challenge he could not refuse, as this was the ideal opportunity to kill the white-robed exalted immortal. Feng Wuya slammed a hand into his throne, and the spirit rank throne was instantly reduced to dust. Summon the 6 Kuan Luan divine generals. I'm going to kill the white-robed exalted immortal in 2 days. Yan Shuqin stood silently without saying anything. However, in her heart, she was quite elated. Feng Wuya had accepted the white-robed exalted immortal's challenge as expected, so she could hold off on issuing his order to kill all of the escaped concubines' families. This would also give her more time to spread the word and allow all of them to escape. If the Immortal King won, then they would have enough time to escape. If the Immortal King lost, then they wouldn't have to go anywhere. The next day, news spread that Immortal King Feng Wuya had accepted the white-robed exalted immortal's challenge. This news created another massive stir throughout the Divine Source continent. Countless spectators were gathering at the Heavenly Mountain again. Are we still going to watch the battle between Feng Wuya and the white-robed exalted immortal this time? It's probably actually going to happen this time, so we can't miss out on it. However, we should watch from afar just to be safe, in case the Immortal King vents his rage on us again. I can't help but feel like the white-robed exalted immortal is going to stir up some trouble again. Even though it was going to be very dangerous, There were many powerful beings who did not fear death and set forth for the immortal slaying platform again. Surprisingly, compared to last time, there were even more powerful beings who turned up to spectate the battle, thus creating an extremely lively and bustling scene. What was even more surprising to everyone was that the white-robed exalted immortal had arrived first. On the circular immortal slaying platform, 99 enraged pillars stood around the perimeter while the ground was paved with a special, dark yellow material. The entire platform gave off an antiquated and desolate feel. A man in a flowing white robe stood at the center of the immortal slaying platform. His handsome face remained calm and composed in spite of the battle that he was about to face. Profound respect welled up in the hearts of all of the spectating powerful beings upon seeing this. There have been many powerful beings who have dared to challenge the immortal king, but the white-robed exalted immortal is definitely the most dazzling and powerful among all of them. Can he win? A beautiful female cultivator wrung her hands nervously as she stared at the man on the immortal slaying platform with a concerned expression. He is also the most popular cultivator with the ladies, a male cultivator added with an envious expression. Regardless of whether they were itinerant female cultivators or female cultivators from large sects and other prominent forces, all of them were staring at the man on the immortal slaying platform with expressions of concern intermingled with intoxication on their faces. All beauties loved heroes. This was definitely an apt saying for this current situation. The divine source continent had always been a place where power was ranked above all else. Now that a powerful being comparable in strength to immortal King Feng Wuya had appeared, it was natural for women to be wooed by him, especially when he was so handsome, compassionate, and fought so valiantly for women's rights. Thus, the white-robed, exalted immortal stood firmly under the limelight. The battle today would decide whether he was just a flash of brilliance in the darkness or an eternal sun that would continue to light up this dark and gloomy world. Many of the cultivators present were rooting for him, which was why they were so tense and nervous. In contrast, the man under the limelight himself, the white-robed exalted immortal, was not all that nervous. And Lin stood with a calm expression as he cast his eyes in the direction of the immortal king palace. Soon, a man in a black robe stepped through the air atop a path of black lotus flowers. The wind, the clouds, the flora and fauna, everything was bowing to that man, as if he was the paramount being in this world. All of the spectating cultivators subconsciously bowed their heads upon seeing him. This was the most powerful being on the entire continent, immortal King Feng Wuya. Exalted immortal and Lin, you're finally here to die. Feng Wuya's expression was quite calm and collected as well. It was completely devoid of the fury he had experienced in the past few days. He stepped through the enchantment barrier before turning to look at Lin as if he were appraising a dead man. Whoosh! The blue barrier on the immortal slaying platform instantly enshrouded the entire space. The invisible power of the law within this place was set into motion. From now on, no one would be able to leave before their opponent's death. A cruel smile appeared on immortal King Feng Wuya's face as he stared at Lin intensely. White-robed exalted immortal, do you know how long I've waited for this day? Don't worry, I won't kill you too quickly. I'll make you experience the worst pain in this world before I kill you. And Lin stood on the immortal slaying platform without any hint of fear on his face. However, every single cell within his body was trembling with excitement for the upcoming battle. Quite the chit-chat. Let's begin. And Lin took the initiative and charged toward Feng Wuya. The most intense and highly anticipated battle in the history of the divine source continent had finally begun. And Lin's body transformed into a white shadow as he hurtled through the air. Before everyone knew it, and Lin's golden fist imbued with the power of the earth had already descended upon him. Feng Wuya's expression remained unchanged as his arm shot out like lightning toward Lin's fist. Bam! And Lin felt a vast, boundless power course through his arm and into his entire body. This was the purest power. It was the Tao integration stage power. His mountain-quaking fist was overwhelmed, and he was blasted through the air by the terrifying force. Feng Wuya tore through space and caught up to him. At the same time, His hand that shot forth like a sword was glowing with an inky black divine light as he aimed straight for Enlin's heart. In Enlin's current state, there was no way for him to evade, and he could only block with his hand. Feng Wuya's hand was imbued with his power of the heaven and earth black lotus divine Tao, and it instantly tore through Enlin's divine body and pierced into his palm. However, at this moment, Enlin's other hand balled up into a fist, and he fused his 6 divine flames and 1 holy flame using his flame-merging technique before launching the terrifying fist toward Feng Wuya's heart to return the favor. The space seemed like it was going to twist and melt in that instant. A disdainful smile appeared on Feng Wuya's face, and he completely disregarded Enlin's attack. Bam! Before Enlin's fist could strike Feng Wuya's chest, a black lotus flower blossomed again to block Enlin's attack. No matter how much power was imbued within Enlin's fist, it could not break through the black lotus. This was the absolute defense of Feng Wuya's heaven and earth black lotus. The black lotus was born from heaven and earth, and as such it was imbued with the will of heaven and earth. Feng Wuya had once blocked Enlin's wind sword strike, which was infused with the power of his origin energy of the netherworld, with this very same black lotus. A sharp pain shot through Enlin's lower abdomen. He had received a vicious kick to the stomach, and his body shot forth like a cannonball for over 10 kilometers before crashing into the blue enchantment barrier. Many of the spectating cultivators let loose cries of surprise upon seeing this. Some of the female cultivators were so tense that they were tearing apart the handkerchiefs grasped within their hands without them even noticing. White-robed, exalted Immortal, the second most powerful being of the divine source continent. Feng Wuya made his way toward Enlin with a disdainful sneer on his face. Ignorant, cocky bastard. You already know you're number 2, so how dare you challenge number 1? Do you think that you're only a close second? What a huge joke. You and I are on completely different levels. It doesn't matter if you're number 2, number 3, or number 100. You're trash to me. Feng Wuya stepped forward, and a divine light erupted forth for hundreds of thousands of feet. Even though his power had been sealed off by the barrier of the Immortal slaying platform, the sky above still turned dark from it. On the Immortal slaying platform, tens of thousands of black lotus flowers blossomed, and each and every one of the petals began to detach themselves and transform into extremely sharp blades. All of them danced in the air while exuding an aura of destruction, and each and every one of them was capable of slicing an exalted immortal to ribbons. Before Enlin knew it, countless lethal flower petals were fluttering through the air. Welcome to my battlefield, the Black Lotus Realm. Feng Wuya splayed open his hands, and a black lotus flower appeared in each of his eyes as a suffocating aura erupted from his body. Feng Wuya flicked a finger, and a black lotus petal flashed through the air, slicing a wound into Enlin's face. A smile appeared on his face. Do you see now? I am invincible here. All of these flower petals are capable of slaying a return to void stage exalted immortal. No matter how many exalted immortals there are here, I can kill all of them with a flick of my finger. Are you prepared to be tortured by me? Enlin's expression remained unchanged, but his skin gradually turned crimson golden in color as boundless divine flames enshrouded his body as he activated his fire god mode. His aura began to elevate explosively, and it became more vast and oppressive at an alarming rate. Hee, are you finally using your mystical technique? I'm going to snuff out your final hope. Feng Wuya was completely unfazed by Enlin's soaring aura. He knew that this was Enlin's trump card, and he was determined to crush that trump card in order to make this victory one to savor. Enlin activated his fire god mode and did some light stretches. This was the first time he had unleashed this mystic technique after progressing to the return to void stage. He could feel that even the most simple attacks he could unleash would be imbued with extremely explosive power. At this moment, countless black lotus flower petals were hurtling through the air. Enlin took a glance at those flower petals, and he felt as if his soul were about to be sucked in. All of them were imbued with devastating powers of engulfment, annihilation, and sharpness. It was no exaggeration at all to say that each and every one of them could kill a return to void stage exalted immortal. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent booms erupted. Feng Wuya's brows furrowed. He discovered that all of the black lotus flower petals were unable to inflict damage upon Enlin's body, as the power of the divine Tao imbued within were scorched away by the terrifying temperatures around him. Bam! In the next instant, Enlin crashed through countless black lotus flower petals and appeared right before Feng Wuya. The muscles in his arms bulged as boundless flame power converged in his arm. 8 times, Fire God Fist. An incandescent light exploded from Enlin's arm as his fist crashed toward Feng Wuya like a miniature sun. Not only did the light from his arm illuminate the Black Lotus realm, but even the entire sky outside of the enchantment barrier was also lit up along with it. All of the spectating cultivators felt as if they were witnessing something even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Feng Wuya's hand was enshrouded by his power of the divine Tao as he too launched a fist to meet Enlin's. However, he soon discovered that Enlin's fire god fist was not fearsome due to its flame power, but instead, it was fearsome because of the vast brute force behind it. Boom! Light and dark came together in a violent clash. It was Feng Wuya's turn to experience a burst of overwhelming force sweeping toward him. The power imbued within Enlin's fist was far beyond what he had imagined. Even though his body could materialize lotus flowers to defend against oncoming attacks, they were unable to keep all of the power at bay this time, and the faint sound of bones cracking erupted. Boom! After the blinding power dissipated, all of the spectating cultivators were dumbstruck by the sight of Feng Wuya's disheveled body pressed against the enchantment barrier of the Immortal slaying platform. Cough! Feng Wuya coughed up a mouthful of blood as he stared blankly at Enlin. Waves of shock surged through the spectators' hearts. My God! The white-robed, exalted Immortal managed to injure Feng Wuya. I've lived for several thousand years, and this is the first time I've ever seen the Immortal King get injured. How terrifyingly powerful. Perhaps the white-robed exalted Immortal really can. Some of the cultivators were already getting excited, and some of the female cultivators were even whooping for joy. Only when the tall building was about to fall did the tall building know just how much people were looking forward to its fall. Is this what being injured feels like? Feng Wuya flexed his fractured right hand, and a smile appeared on his face as he wiped the blood from the corners of his lips. Ha ha ha! How long has it been since I felt this? If it weren't for you, I would have forgotten what pain feels like. His expression became even crueler and more bloodthirsty. Feng Wuya stepped forward at a terrifying speed and threw himself at Enlin. At the same time, his arms became extremely inky black as the true intent of the Tao of Lotus erupted forth. Bam! Feng Wuya and Enlin's fists collided again. Enlin could clearly sense that Feng Wuya's power had increased significantly from before. And then, Feng Wuya was blasted flying by Enlin again. His body crashed into the enchantment barrier, triggering another violent tremor. Feng Wuya laughed heartily and stepped forward again to clash fists with Enlin over and over again. Enlin in his fire god mode certainly wasn't going to back down from a melee brawl like this. Violent collisions erupted over and over again as terrifying shockwaves crashed relentlessly into the enchantment barrier around them. Immortal King Feng Wuya was blasted flying again and crashed into the enchantment barrier. Immortal King, is that all you've got? Enlin made his way over toward Feng Wuya with divine flames surrounding his body, as if he were a fire god incinerating heaven and earth. If things continue like this, you're going to be pummeled to death. Feng Wuya suddenly seemed to have heard the most humiliating insult, and he abruptly roared, "You're the impotent one. I'm going to fucking kill you." Enlin? Did he say anything about impotence? Feng Wuya made a peculiar hand seal, and a white lotus appeared before slowly revolving around his body. Enlin could sense an extremely holy aura from that white lotus. Feng Wuya threw up a mouthful of blood essence at the white lotus. Lotus of life and death. First level. Life in an instant. The white lotus flower quickly became dark and depraved after being stained with blood, and it soon transformed into a black and red lotus flower. Powerful and deathly energy proliferated forth, as if it were going to deprive all living beings of their vitality. Die! Feng Wuya roared with a twisted expression. The red and black lotus flower suddenly disappeared somehow. A strange sensation welled up in Lin's heart, as if the lotus flower hadn't actually disappeared. It seemed to exist elsewhere now, in his heart to be exact. An unparalleled sense of danger suddenly gripped his entire body. He slowly lowered his head to discover that his chest was bulging slightly over where his heart was. His indestructible divine body began to crack open. His heart suddenly felt extremely comfortable. He suddenly really wanted to just die like this, like a flower blossoming before wilting away. It was all part of a natural cycle of life, and Lin's eyes became slightly glazed over. A sinister smile appeared on Feng Wuya's face. Die. Just let go. Bam! Blood exploded like a crimson mist. The place where Lin's heart was now replaced by a massive hole. A bloodthirsty black lotus had taken the place of his heart and was glowing with an extremely sinister light. All of the spectators were given a massive fright upon seeing this. Ah! How could this be? White-robed, exalted immortal. One cultivator after another yelled his name. A woman in a red dress flew toward the immortal slaying platform with no regard for her life. Tears were rolling down her face as she screamed Lin's name. Ah! That hurts! Only now did Lin experience a sense of excruciating pain shooting through his entire body. He clasped a hand over his chest, yet the boundless pain was still assaulting his senses, pulling him toward unconsciousness. Ha ha ha! White-robed, exalted immortal. This is the lotus of life and death that I have unleashed at the expense of 100 years of my cultivation base, and it can decide life and death at my behest. As long as you are within my black lotus realm, I can make the lotus of life and death blossom anywhere, including where your heart is. Feng Wuya finally began to chortle gleefully at the sight of Lin's sorry state. In a situation like this, not even a god is going to be able to save you, and Lin knew that Feng Wuya was not lying. The black lotus had replaced his heart, and not only was it absorbing his life force energy at an alarming rate, but it also had an extremely powerful sealing effect, which prevented him from using any power. He could only await his death in his current condition. He was too careless. As expected, there was no such thing as a weak Dao integration stage super mighty figure. All of them possessed unimaginable powers. Even someone like Feng Wuya could suddenly pull out a mystic technique and place him in a life-threatening danger. And Lin didn't want to use his trump card so early. He wanted to test our Feng Wuya's strength first. But he didn't think that Feng Wuya would act first and use one of his trump cards to detonate his heart. What can I do? And Lin extended a trembling hand as he tried to pull out the black lotus. However, the black lotus was lodged firmly in his heart, and in his current debilitated state, he didn't even have the strength to pull out the black lotus. Was he really going to die here like this? And Lin's expression was filled with indignation, but he couldn't reverse the inevitable flow of his life force energy, and his face was wrinkling and wilting away at a rate discernible to the naked eye. Death had never extended sympathy toward any living being. Only when it descended did one realize just how powerless and insignificant they were. Right at this moment, a black light suddenly leaped up before piercing through the hole in Lin's chest in the blink of an eye. Rip! An extremely sharp blade punctured the black lotus before pulverizing it. What? Feng Wuya's expression shifted drastically, and Lin was also looking down in disbelief to discover an inky black longsword protruding from his chest. Little Xia. A smile appeared on his face, and he slowly heaved a sigh of relief before sitting onto the ground. A chubby little girl suddenly appeared before pulling out the evil-slaying sword. She then turned to look at Feng Wuya with a cold expression. You almost died fighting a rookie Dao integration stage cultivator. You are a disgrace. And Lin could only give a resigned smile upon hearing little Xia's disdainful words, and he pulled out 3 immortal pills from his storage ring before swallowing all of them at the same time. His heart had been detonated, but thankfully, his evergreen technique had advanced to the 3rd stage, which allowed him to stay alive for a short time. Otherwise, that attack just then really would have killed him. And Lin sat off to the side to meditate, and he activated his evergreen technique to its very maximum capacity, using its power to facilitate recovery alongside the effects of the 3 immortal pills. Who are you? Feng Wuya's expression shifted drastically as he stared at little Xie. You haven't seen a sword spirit before? What a filthy hillbilly. Little Xie scoffed with a disdainful expression. Sword spirit? What's that? Swords have spirits that can manifest themselves. Feng Wuya was astonished. He had weapons that could speak, but he had never seen a life form jump out of a weapon before. That's right. In order to explain my existence, we'll have to trace all the way back to when heaven and earth were first created. Little Xie decided to give Feng Wuya a crash course out of the kindness of her own heart. And Lin immediately figured out what she was up to. She was trying to buy him time in order to facilitate recovery. He immediately took advantage of this opportunity to recover as quickly as he could. And soon, a heart had begun to reappear. Immortal King Feng Wuya was no idiot. He immediately flared up with rage at the sight of Enlin's recovery, and he ignored little Xie as he pounced toward Enlin. You want to fight him? You'll have to get past me first. Little Xie positioned herself before Enlin as she slashed her evil-slaying sword toward Feng Wuya. Little Xie initially possessed the power of a mighty figure at the Return to Void Pinnacle stage. After becoming a divine tool and being enhanced by Enlin's breakthrough to the Return to Void stage, her power had further increased, and she was now demonstrating power beyond the Return to Void Pinnacle stage. Piss off! Feng Wuya tried to sweep aside little Xie's sword projection with his bare hands, only to be knocked back several hundred meters by her sword strike. Outside the Immortal slaying platform, all of the spectating cultivators were shocked beyond belief by what they were seeing. They had thought that the white-robed exalted Immortal was going to fall, and all of them were shaking their heads with disappointment and pity when this indescribably powerful little girl sprang out of his sword and turned the tables in an instant. What the hell was that little girl? The Immortal slaying platform would only allow 2 people access at once, right? So why is that female Immortal also able to gain access? I heard the little girl say that she was a sword spirit. Sword spirit? Sword spirits can manifest themselves as life forms? How is that even possible? The white-robed exalted Immortal is far more powerful than us, so how could his sword be something that we can fathom? Just as all of the cultivators outside were discussing spiritedly among themselves, Immortal King Feng Wuya materialized another holy white lotus in the air again. Little Xie's expression sharpened. She knew that Feng Wuya was going to use that lotus of life and death, which had almost slain Enlin, and she immediately unleashed her divine tool domain, which instantly enshrouded the Immortal slaying platform with absolute darkness, thus overriding Feng Wuya's Black Lotus realm in the process. At that moment, Feng Wuya suddenly lost his sense of heaven and earth as well as his sense of space. Even the Immortal slaying platform beneath his feet had been transformed into a vast expanse of inky darkness. His expression shifted upon seeing this. Is this an illusion or vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, annihilation? The blade of little Xie's evil-slaying sword suddenly disappeared into her divine tool domain, but she still slashed the hilt of her sword through the air to mimic a sword strike. A sense of foreboding welled up in Feng Wuya's heart. He was just about to evade when the white lotus before him started to crumble while a black lotus instantly blossomed in front of his chest. Heaven and earth had determined that this technique was powerful enough to threaten his life. And then, something even more astonishing happened. The black lotus before him suddenly began to crack open, as if it had been struck by some sort of lethal blow. Crack, bam! The black lotus shattered, and blood splattered through the air from Feng Wuya's chest. He stared down with incredulity at the blood gushing from his chest, and he felt as if he were in a nightmare. He simply couldn't believe the reality laid out before him, which was that he had been injured by that sword strike. Little Xie's features paled slightly. Even though she had injured Feng Wuya with that strike, she had clearly overexerted herself slightly, but she still fought to maintain her domain. Feng Wuya was a Dao integration stage super mighty figure after all, so it wasn't going to be that easy to kill him. The Black Lotus divine Dao light erupted all over his body, and the ghastly wound on his chest was healing at a rate discernible to the naked eye. He possessed the extremely insane recovery ability present in all Dao integration stage super mighty figures, so even having his heart detonated wouldn't hamper him too much. Lotus of life and death, Second level, lotus body. A black lotus suddenly appeared over Feng Wuya's head, which began to revolve and pour down some black liquid, which made his entire body inky black and extremely resolute. Are you trying to camouflage yourself by turning yourself black? Little Xie chuckled coldly. From a visual perspective, the inky black Feng Wuya really did seem to have disappeared into the domain around him. However, this was Little Xie's domain. She could sense every single particle within it, so how could she lose sight of Feng Wuya? It was not an exaggeration to say that she was an omniscient god within her domain. However, she knew that Feng Wuya's spell technique would not be as simple as this, so she immediately unleashed another annihilation sword strike. However, right at this moment, Feng Wuya sprang into action. He was like a bolt of inky black lightning hurtling before Little Xie in an instant before gripping the air to create a spatial seal. A malicious smile appeared on his face, revealing rows of white teeth amid the darkness. I am now the lotus of heaven and earth and can borrow on the power of heaven and earth. I can finally detect your sword. Feng Wuya launched an almighty fist toward Little Xie as he spoke. Bam! A terrifying power exploded forth in a radius of 5 kilometers, tearing at the inky black domain around them in a frenzy. Little Xie's petite body folded into the shape of a horseshoe before crashing toward the enchantment barrier. Feng Wuya chortled gleefully. A ferocious expression reappeared on his face as he gave chase. Little Xie had overexerted her power and also been wounded by that punch, so she was unable to use any of her vanquish the heavens and slay all evil sword techniques. As such, she could only unleash one of her evil sword techniques in response. However, to her surprise, her divine tool struck Feng Wuya's chest, but it was as if it had struck another divine tool. Sparks flew as an extremely sharp screeching erupted, but she was unable to slice a single inch into his body. My entire body has transformed into the absolute defense of the heaven and earth Black Lotus. So how are you going to be able to cut me? Feng Wuya chuckled mercilessly before unleashing another terrifying fist. A resounding boom erupted. Little Xie was blasted into the enchantment barrier. This time, she was no longer able to maintain her divine tool domain, and the darkness slowly receded. There were now tens of thousands of black lotus flowers left on the ground, each of which was exuding a sinister light. Hee, no matter how much trash there is, it's only a matter of time before I eliminate them all. In any case, I'm going to be the only one to exit this immortal slaying platform. Feng Wuya twisted his neck from side to side. He no longer had any weaknesses now that his body was completely reinforced by the black lotus of heaven and earth. He made his way toward Little Xie while thinking about how he was going to torture her in the process. Right at this moment, his new voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. Feng Wuya's brows furrowed slightly. In a battle like this, he shouldn't be wasting time with voice transmissions, but this was a voice transmission from the leader of the Immortal King Ambassadors, Luo Yan. He would only be contacting Feng Wuya at a time like this if there was something extremely urgent and important that needed to be brought to his attention. Hence, Feng Wuya connected the voice transmission. What is it? Bad news, Immortal King. Luo Yan's panicked voice sounded amid a backdrop of resounding booms. What happened? Feng Wuya's expression shifted as a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. An extremely powerful being has just invaded the meteorite mystic area, and we are unable to stop him, Luo Yang yelled. He possesses a power that's beyond that of Grand Elder Fu Haozong, and his target is most likely that meteorite. Feng Wuya felt as if his head had exploded. At the same time, he experienced a dizzying rush of déjà vu. Last time he had come to battle with the white-robed exalted immortal, he had gone and taken over 2,000 of his concubines. This time, he decided to play it safe and only arrived at the immortal slaying platform after witnessing the white-robed exalted immortal's arrival. Only one of them would be allowed to exit the immortal slaying platform, and that would only happen following their opponent's death. He thought he had all of his bases covered, but he didn't think that this bastard had an accomplice, and he was targeting his prized meteorite. Boom! A destructive divine light erupted from his body. Feng Wuya was unable to control himself, and it seemed as if his wrath were threatening to crush the entire heavens. Ah! White-robed exalted immortal, "You piece of shit. I'm here to battle you, but you're sending an accomplice to steal from me." Within the Immortal King Palace, a series of terrifying explosions erupted between heaven and earth. "Ha ha ha! Get out of my way!" An unstoppable fat ball of a man charged ahead, blasting all Immortal King Palace powerful beings in his path into dust. He was like a bulldozer heading all the way for the meteorite mystic area. Luo Yen was already riddled with wounds, but he charged toward the fatso again as he let loose a ferocious roar. Sky incinerating bone claw. His hands transformed into claws. These claws were imbued with crimson flames that contained the power of his divine Tao, which he then slashed violently toward the fatso. "Fluffy and soft alchemy." The fatso yelled with no hint of fear on his face as he used his massive, bulging stomach to meet Luo Yan's claw. Bam! The sky incinerating bone claw slammed into the fatso's stomach, causing it to cave in. Before Luo Yan even had a chance to celebrate, an extremely powerful rebounding force suddenly swept through his body from that indentation in his opponent's stomach. Part of the sky incinerating bone claw's power had been reversed. "Ah!" Luo Yan wailed as his entire body was blasted flying by the rebounding force. He threw up a mouthful of blood before crashing into the meteorite mystic area. The fatso harumphed coldly. "You think you can stop your daddy Ishi?" That's right. The man who had invaded the Immortal King Palace was none other than the disciple of the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, Ishi the Enlightened. He had worked out a course of action with Enlin in advance. Enlin would be responsible for stalling Feng Wuya, and Ishi would be responsible for infiltration and stealing the fragment of the Heavenly Tao. To their surprise, not only had Immortal King Feng Wuya attended the battle with Enlin, even the 6 Kuan Luan divine generals had gone with him. This was the perfect opportunity for Ishi. That black building up ahead should be where the fragment of the Heavenly Tao is stored. Oh, it has a Tao integration stage formation around it. Ishi harumphed lightly before pulling out a strange wooden plaque from his storage ring, upon which a divine symbol had been carved. "Good thing Master prepared this for me." He was just about to toss the wooden plaque. "Stop right there!" Third Elder Sun Bu yelled as she flew toward him with her sword beside her. A boundless frost power descended, freezing the space within a radius of several dozen kilometers. She could sense the restrictive frost power weighing down upon him. At this moment, a massive mountain appeared behind Grand Elder Fu Haotsong, which crashed down toward Ishi with a power that could instantly crush a return to Void Stage Exalted Immortal to a pulp. Second Elder Wang Chen's body transformed into a black shadow, and he quickly approached Ishi with a lethal dagger in his hand. He was going to deliver the killing blow on Ishi while he was being distracted by the other 2 elders. There was perfect teamwork and synergy between the 3 elders. Normal top-rate Exalted Immortals would probably shit themselves upon seeing this. However, Ishi remained completely unfazed. He slapped his belly with both hands before yelling in a loud voice, "Pill of happiness, blast this entire sky on its head." A dazzling light suddenly erupted from his stomach as he spoke. From a distance, it looked as if his stomach had transformed into a massive, glowing pill. An extremely potent pill energy exploded forth in substantial waves, knocking back both Fu Haotsong and Sun Bu. Wang Chen's assassination attempt was also foiled as his quickly approaching figure came to an abrupt halt from the force of the pill energy. She opened his mouth and abruptly blasted 7 shiny, golden energy pills, all of which were imbued with pill energy that he had been refining and condensing for a very long time. Ishi's Tao was pill refinement and pill consumption. Not only could he become stronger from eating pills, but he could also condense them and nurture their energy before blasting them out from his mouth. This was his divine Tao. The golden pills pierced through everything en route to the 3 elders. "Pills of happiness. Explode!" Ishi roared, and it was as if 7 suns had suddenly risen within the Immortal King Palace. Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions took place. The entire heaven and earth had changed colors as boundless golden energy wreaked havoc across the Immortal King Palace. This was the power of pills exploding. The spectacle it created was visible from hundreds of kilometers away, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers with a power that appeared as if it were literally going to flip the sky on its head. After the explosion of energy dissipated, Fu Haotsong and Sun Biu were revealed to both be kneeling on the ground with burnt blood cakes all over their bodies, large sections of which had been charred black. They had clearly both been severely wounded. Second Elder Wang Chun was in the most miserable state among them. He had taken 3 of those exploding energy pills in quick succession and was now lying half dead on the ground, having completely lost the power to battle. TSK, TSK, TSK. I told you not to stand in my way, but you refused to listen. I am the mighty Yi Shi who defeated 9 of Nuwa's mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage one after the other. Yi Shi shook his head with a disdainful expression before making his way toward the meteorite mystic area like a proud king. What do we do? He's too powerful. We can't stop him. Sun Biu wiped away the blood from the corners of her lips as she spoke with an urgent expression. It's all right. Grand Elder Fu Haotsong was extremely calm in contrast. The formation around the meteorite mystic area was set up by our immortal king himself. It is the most powerful formation on the entire continent, and even if the 6 Kuan Luan divine generals were to bombard it with attacks for an entire day and night, they would still be unable to break through it. There's no way that Fatso can break the formation in a short time. We just have to wait for the immortal king to slay the white-robed exalted immortal, then come back to take care of this Fatso. Yi Shi ignored the Grand Elder and made his way directly over to the formation. Formation shattering plaque, go. He tossed the wooden plaque toward the Dao integration stage formation. The moment the wooden plaque made contact with the defensive formation, an extremely terrifying power erupted forth, attempting to destroy the wooden plaque. However, the divine symbol on the wooden plaque suddenly lit up with a divine light as a vast, ethereal power erupted at the same time. It was a power born from chaos and could reduce all things in the world to ashes and dust. Bam! A huge explosion erupted. The formation around the meteorite mystic area had a massive hole blasted into it. Yi Shi swaggered in through the hole. The Grand Elder's mouth gaped open. The Second Elder was already on the brink of death, and he almost actually died upon seeing this. The Third Elder's eyes widened. This is the most powerful formation in the entire continent? Fu Haotsong. Yi Shi made his way over to the black building before pushing the door open. He was greeted by the sight of a massive lotus flower. The lotus flower was constructed from a white spirit jade and was extremely beautiful to behold, but there was nothing on it. Huh? Where's the fragment of the heavenly Tao? Yi Shi unleashed his divine sense and carefully surveyed his surroundings, but he was unable to find any leads. Meanwhile, atop the heavenly mountain, over 1 million spectating cultivators were once again flabbergasted by the white-robed exalted immortal scheme. They had thought that this would just be a battle, only to find that it was just another sinister ruse. From the looks of it, it appeared that the white-robed exalted immortal's accomplice was quite powerful too. Everyone was getting quite curious about who this accomplice could be. Atop the immortal slaying platform, Feng Wuya had flown into a blind rage again, and he charged toward little Xie, looking as if he was going to tear her to shreds with his bare hands. Die! Feng Wuya's indestructible, inky black hands quickly grasped toward little Xie's soft little arms. Right at this moment, a figure appeared before little Xie at a blinding speed before catching Feng Wuya's wrists in a vice-like grip. White-robed, exalted immortal? Feng Wuya spat through gritted teeth, and Lin stood in his flowing white robe, and the hole on his chest had already healed over. Divine flames burned around his entire body, clearly indicating that he had activated his fire god mode again. However, aside from that, he was clearly different from before. He now had a network of dazzling, starry veined patterns all over his body, as well as a black mist that was revolving around his body. His aura was several times more terrifying than it had been. Countless stars flashed through in Lin's eyes as he spoke in an indifferent voice. It's over. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Feng Wuya seemed to have heard something extremely hilarious, and he almost burst into laughter. Little Xie immediately took this opportunity to return back into the evil-slaying sword before sheathing herself. Feng Wuya didn't really care. He was glaring intently at Enlin with a vicious, dangerous light in his eyes. "I don't mind having to kill you again, white-robed exalted immortal." He abruptly aimed a vicious kick toward Enlin's waist as he spoke. In his current lotus body state, Feng Wuya's defenses, power, and speed had all been elevated to an insane level, making him close to invincible. His kick flashed through the air so quickly that none of the spectating cultivators were even able to see it, and Lin took the hit without even attempting to dodge. Boom! Energy exploded outward and the entire Immortal slaying platform tremored violently. Feng Wuya could hear his shin bone shattering. The purple starry veined patterns had automatically converged to the point where Feng Wuya's leg had struck Enlin on the waist. The destructive power of stars then erupted forth before crashing toward Feng Wuya's shin. Feng Wuya howled in agony and tried to hurtle back in retreat, only to find that his wrists had been locked firmly in Enlin's hands, and he was unable to struggle free. "Let me return the favor," Enlin spoke in a cold voice. Turbulent flame power and vast star power gathered in his leg at the same time, making it glow with a scintillating light. Feng Wuya's heart jolted as an extremely potent sense of impending death swept toward him. And Lin had already sprung into action. He was as fast as a shooting star, yet as insubstantial as wispy smoke. Feng Wuya was completely unable to follow where Enlin was, and when he finally determined Enlin's location, his lower abdomen had already been struck by Enlin's leg. His inky black skin, which was imbued with the power of the heaven and earth black lotus, caved in from the insane power behind that kick, and his organs began to shatter. Pop, crack, the sound of ribs being crushed erupted at the same time. PFFF. Feng Wuya threw up a mouthful of blood as his body flew back for over 10 kilometers. And Lin activated his Kuan Peng travel technique, and his body instantly closed the distance of over 10 kilometers as he unleashed a fist toward Feng Wuya's back. Feng Wuya wanted to twist his body in midair in order to evade Enlin's punch. At this moment, Enlin activated his divine inspection technique, and his fist followed Feng Wuya's body before crashing into his back. Feng Wuya's body was already doubled over into the shape of a horseshoe from his last strike, and now it arched back to form a horseshoe shape in the opposite direction amid the sound of his spinal cord being shattered. PFFF. Feng Wuya's blood churned, and he threw up another mouthful of blood. His body hurtled forward from the force of the terrifying punch, and Lin had appeared before him and kicked him into the sky in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, Lin appeared above him and struck a palm into his heart, causing him to plummet toward the ground. And then, Lin appeared below him. Immortal King Feng Wuya experienced true despair for the first time. He had thought that his lotus body had imbued him with the power of heaven and earth, making him invincible. However, he was being bashed around like a volleyball, throwing up one mouthful of blood after another without even being able to offer any resistance. After using his fire god mode, Lin was roughly at the same power level as Feng Wuya. However, after throwing Emperor Ziwei's star vein divine technique and his origin energy of the netherworld into the equation, his power level had well and truly transcended beyond Feng Wuya's. He was using 3 buff techniques at the same time. Not only was this extremely taxing to his energy reserves, but it would also inflict severe damage upon his body if he was to maintain this state for a long time. However, he had gained unimaginable power as a result. Power that allowed him to use Feng Wuya as a defenseless punching bag. And Lin didn't want history to repeat again, so he unleashed his full power from the get-go this time. On the Immortal slaying platform, Lin's body tore through space relentlessly, leaving countless afterimages in his wake. Violent thumps erupted throughout heaven and earth, and the formation around the Immortal slaying platform tremored over 100 times per second from the terrifying ensuing shockwaves. In other words, Feng Wuya was being struck at a rate in excess of 100 blows per second. All of the spectating cultivators outside the Immortal slaying platform were completely dumbstruck. They felt as if they were in a dream, looking at something that was absurdly surreal. The most powerful being on the divine source continent was being pummeled relentlessly. No one could see exactly what was happening as the two of them were too fast for their eyes to follow, but they could hear Feng Wuya's blood-curdling cries. I thought the Immortal King's victory had been sealed, but I didn't expect the white-robed exalted Immortal to have this up his sleeve. Is this still the same man? Could it be that the white-robed exalted Immortal had also taken that step and reached the same cultivation base as the Immortal King? There's no other plausible explanation. You're right. I refuse to believe that this is the power of a return to void stage exalted Immortal. Outside of the Immortal slaying platform, the 6 Kuan-Luan divine generals were initially brimming with confidence, but all of that had been completely wiped away. They looked on with stupefied expressions as the white-robed exalted Immortal bashed the Immortal King, unable to utter even a single word. Yang Lingqian was also staring at the figure flashing through the Immortal slaying platform with excitement and entrancement glowing in her eyes. Even though she couldn't see anything, her attention was still completely absorbed in the battle. The entire Immortal slaying platform had been splattered with blood. That was blood from Immortal King Feng Wuya's body. Bam! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Immortal King Feng Wuya's head received a vicious blow from Enlin, and it almost exploded like a watermelon. Boom! The Immortal slaying platform swayed violently. Feng Wuya's body crashed heavily into the Immortal slaying platform. The Immortal slaying platform, which had remained completely unscathed throughout the course of its untraceable long history, began to crack open, thereby indicating just how terrifying Enlin's last attack was. I've hit you over 10,000 times, but you're still alive. Not taking into account other matters, your life force is pretty impressive. And Lin stood in midair before drawing his evil-slaying sword. Seeing as he couldn't pummel him to death, he would just have to use his sword. Wind sword. And Lin flashed toward Feng Wuya at an extremely fast speed, aiming directly for Feng Wuya's neck with the blade of his sword. Feng Wuya had been pummeled into a mass of gruesome flesh and blood, and there was no way for him to evade Enlin's sword strike in his current state. Enlin's sword strike was being unleashed with the enhancement of all 3 of his enhancement techniques, and it was crashing down with an unstoppable force. A black lotus appeared on Feng Wuya's neck. Heaven and earth had determined that this sword strike was a lethal one. The sword blade made contact with the black lotus, and a sharp screeching sound erupted. The might of the divine tool had been completely unleashed, and the boundless power behind the sword strike was already tearing a series of deep trenches into the ground below Feng Wuya. Crack! The black lotus shattered. Feng Wuya's eyes widened with incredulity. The evil-slaying sword shattered the black lotus and struck down at his neck. However, it was suddenly unable to progress any further when the blade was just 0.0001 millimeters away from his neck. It was as if an impossibly thin barrier had kept the attack at bay. And Lin's pupils contracted as a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. He knew that Feng Wuya's defensive power was not responsible for this. Instead, it was an extremely unique power. This was a type of power that was familiar to him. Just as these thoughts were running through Lin's mind, Feng Wuya took this opportunity to strike back, and his hand flashed toward Lin's body like a vicious saber. Lin was able to easily keep up with Feng Wuya's speed in his current triple-enhanced state, and he maintained a grip on his evil-slaying sword. He forced it against Feng Wuya's neck as he used his other arm to shield himself from Feng Wuya's attack. Tear! Sharp pain instantly tore through his entire body. And Lin discovered that his divine body had been easily torn apart by Feng Wuya's hand, leaving a ghastly wound on his arm. This power... And Lin's expression shifted again. Ha ha ha! Die! At this moment, Feng Wuya's attack was flashing toward him again, and Lin immediately used his sword as a shield as his body was blasted back for several kilometers by the terrifying power behind Feng Wuya's terrifying strike. However, some of the power was still able to bypass his evil-slaying sword and tear a massive gash into his body, spreading all the way from his shoulder to his waist as blood splattered onto the ground. Feng Wuya stood up slowly with a hint of a smile on his face. You don't know what's going on, do you? And Lin's brows furrowed slightly. He actually did have a rough idea of what was going on as he had encountered this power before. However, that didn't make it any easier to deal with. I didn't want to use this power here as it would affect me even with my current cultivation base. Feng Wuya spoke in a cold voice as he looked at Lin. So what if your accomplice has invaded the meteorite mystic area? Do you not see that the 6 Kuan Luan divine generals are still here and still haven't left? And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this before his expression darkened. You have the meteorite? Ha ha ha. That's right. A victorious smile appeared on Feng Wuya's face. I do have the meteorite, but it should not be referred to as a meteorite. It is a blessing from the heavens. Feng Wuya spread open his hand. A white, crystalline object appeared over his palm. The entire world fell silent at its emergence, as if it were the only thing existing in this world. It had no set form and was constantly transitioning from one shape to another. It didn't even seem to have any substance, transitioning between its crystalline state and an ethereal, wispy state. This was also the first time all of the spectating cultivators outside of the Immortal slaying platform had seen this object, and expressions of yearning and entrancement appeared on their faces. What a beautiful crystal! Is that the meteorite core from 10,000 years ago? I've finally witnessed the mysterious meteorite. I really want it. All of the cultivators were discussing spiritedly among themselves. The heavenly Tao fragment seemed to possess some sort of absolute attraction, completely absorbing and entrancing all of its onlookers. Isn't it beautiful? Not only did it allow me to elevate to a new cultivation base rank, but it also bestowed upon me power that is unimaginable to you. I call it the heart of the heavens. Feng Wuya stared at the crystal with an intoxicating smile on his face as he said, As long as I have this, I am the very heavens. I am invincible. And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Heart of the heavens? You sure are good at naming things. However, I've killed countless arrogant scum like you who think they're invincible. Impudence! Feng Wuya roared with rage, and the heavenly Tao fragment merged into his body again as he unleashed an almighty punch toward Lin. The power of his fist fused together with heaven and earth swept forth with boundless divine might. And Lin slashed his sword toward it, only for his sword projection to be instantly shattered by the power behind the fist. Ha ha ha! As long as I will my attacks to be unstoppable, the heart of the heavens would make my will reality, so you won't be able to block any of my attacks. Feng Wuya chortled with glee as he looked at Lin with a vicious expression. Lin raised his sword to defend himself, but the power behind the fist passed through the evil-slaying sword, crashing straight into his chest and causing it to cave in as a result. PFFF? Lin threw up a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed slightly, but he still managed to right himself. Your body didn't explode. Feng Wuya was a little surprised. He had thought that his fist was unstoppable and would completely detonate his opponent's body. Lin suddenly began to laugh as he looked at Feng Wuya. What are you laughing at? Feng Wuya's expression darkened. A barrier that can keep all attacks at bay. An absolute unstoppable attack. That is the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao fragment has bestowed upon you the power of the laws of the heavenly Tao. Lin nodded and said, No wonder you think you're invincible. In the face of the vast majority of mighty figures, you are indeed invincible. But did you know that yours is a borrowed power? Lin splayed open his hands and rainbow lightning began to crackle joyfully between his palms. Your power is borrowed, but my power belongs to me. What the hell are you rambling on about? Feng Wuya's expression darkened even further. He felt like he couldn't understand what Lin was saying. Lin didn't say anything. All he did was extend a palm toward Feng Wuya. The rainbow lightning flashed through the air toward Feng Wuya's chest with boundless divine might. Feng Wuya appraised the golden lightning with a disdainful expression. Foolish ant, do you still not understand? After activating the power of the heart of the heavens, no one can hurt me. Boom! Divine lightning roared. The rainbow lighting instantly punctured Feng Wuya's chest, piercing through his heart. A huge, charred black hole appeared in his chest, from which white smoke rose into the air. Eh? Feng Wuya's mouth gaped open as he stared down at his chest with astonishment and confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be invincible? How had this happened? Why? Feng Wuya's body swayed as he stared up at Lin. Lin spoke in a cold voice. You're only using the residual power of laws within the heavenly Tao fragment. It's just a borrowed power. However, I possess the true power of the heavenly Tao. Zap! Boom! Countless bolts of golden void lightning exploded from Enlin's body, materializing a golden void lightning cloak around him. Electricity flashed through Enlin's eyes as paramount lightning might descended from the sky, striking all of the spectators with a crushing sense of asphyxiation. A bolt of golden void lightning fell from the sky, piercing through the Immortal slaying platform's natural formation before transforming into a golden lightning sword that was as dazzling as the sun. Boundless golden light became the only color in this world. All of the cultivators present, including Feng Wuya, were struck by a unanimous thought. This man who was draped in his lightning cloak, as he manipulated the golden void lightning sword, this was no human. This was a god. Feng Wuya was completely awestruck, and Lin's godlike figure had been engraved deeply into his mind. Even the natural enchantment barrier around the Immortal slaying platform, which was imbued with the power of laws, had been punctured by the golden lightning. How could he not be scared? You? Who the hell are you? Feng Wuya's body trembled uncontrollably, but he still tried to put up a brave facade. Who am I? And Lin blinked, and he held onto his golden void lightning sword before pointing it at Feng Wuya. So be it. I'll at least let you know who killed you before you die. Listen up. I am the man who controls all lightning between heaven and earth. I am the super heavenly lightning god. And Lin, super heavenly wind god? Feng Wuya murmured to himself. Crackle. Lightning erupted forth, and Lin disappeared on the spot, only to reappear before Feng Wuya a split second later as his sword fell. Heavenly Heart Fist. Feng Wuya roared as he unleashed both of his fists, which were imbued with the power of the heavenly Tao fragment and his will to break through everything. And Lin's sword fell, and his golden void lightning sword was like the sharpest weapon in this world, crashing down with enough power to slice through anything in this world. The golden void lightning sword suddenly faltered upon clashing with the power of Feng Wuya's fists. It seemed to be struggling and was beginning to show signs of crumbling. A flash of ecstasy appeared on Feng Wuya's face upon seeing this. However, his joy was instantly dashed by the sight of the lightning pulverizing the power of his fists. No! He roared as his body was inundated by the boundless golden void lightning might. The indestructible barrier materialized by the fragment of the heavenly Tao was split open, and a massive gash was sliced into his lotus body before destructive lightning wreaked havoc throughout his entire body. Golden void lightning exploded, creating a series of fissures in the Immortal slaying platform. Feng Wuya's entire body was charred black, and plumes of white smoke escaped from his gaping mouth. His expression was completely blank and stupefied, as if he had already lost his consciousness. His body swayed before he thumped to the ground, and Lin's golden void lightning cloak disappeared, and he also deactivated his 3 enhancement techniques, upon which he was instantly struck by a crushing sense of debilitation, and he too almost fell to the ground. However, he held on through sheer force of will and planted his feet firmly into the ground. And Lin stood proudly at the center of the Immortal slaying platform in his flowing white robe, like an invincible war god. On the ground before him was Immortal King Feng Wuya, who was on the brink of death. The figure of the white-robed exalted immortal was practically glowing in everyone's eyes. Everyone knew that among the countless living beings of the divine source continent, Immortal King Feng Wuya stood at the very pinnacle. However, he had now been dethroned by the graceful and compassionate yet insanely powerful white-robed exalted immortal. Yang Lingqian stared at the white-robed figure, seemingly in a daze. He really had done it. He had delivered on his promise and defeated the seemingly invincible Immortal King. And Lin made his way over to Feng Wuya. Feng Wuya's life force was extremely powerful. Perhaps this was due to his heaven and earth Black Lotus divine Tao, but in any case he was still hanging on to life by a thread. You can't kill me. Feng Wuya spoke with great difficulty. And why is that? And Lin chuckled. I am the most powerful being in this world, and I know many things you do not know. You have no idea how much I had sacrificed for this world. Feng Wuya launched into an epic story, and Lin had no patience for this. You better keep this short. Explain to me in 10 seconds why I can't kill you. My sword will fall in 10 seconds if you can't convince me. Feng Wuya faltered upon hearing this. 10 seconds is nowhere near enough to... Lin. 10, 9. Feng Wuya immediately spoke like a Gatling gun. When the meteorite crashed down upon the divine source continent, it cracked the sky of this continent. I have to use the power of this heart of the heavens to repair this world. If I lost the heart of the heavens, no one will be able to repair the sky, and this entire continent will be destroyed along with all of its living beings. Huff, huff, huff. The immortal king panted heavily. Speaking so many words in such a short time almost killed him in his grievously wounded state. And Lin stopped his countdown and began to contemplate the immortal king's words. The meteorite was actually a fragment of the heavenly Tao. It was not entirely impossible that the fragment would shatter the sky of this world. After all, that meteorite was a fragment of the heavenly Tao of the most fundamental world, the Taichu continent. You say you're the only one who can repair this world? Is there no one else capable of doing so? And Lin was still perplexed. Of course. My divine Tao has the power to communicate with heaven and earth. The heart of the heavens will only accept me and allow me to use it. None of the 6 Kunlun divine generals or the elders have the power to control the heart of the heavens. As such, only I have the ability to repair this world. A smile appeared on Feng Wuya's face. The place where the sky was shattered is located where the meteorite mystic area is. If I die, you can only be destroyed along with this world. This world cannot live on without me. I will be able to repair this world in 10,000 years. Live or die, it's your choice. Even though Feng Wuya was lying on the ground, he wore an arrogant expression. He knew that no one was unafraid of death. This was his final trump card. And Lin could let him live, or let everyone die with him. To his surprise, an expression of horror appeared on Lin's face. 10,000 years. 10,000 years? How could it take so long? And Lin murmured before a bizarre smile appeared on his face. Are the heavens playing a prank on me? Feng Wuya. Why was he so scared? It wasn't as if he had to repair the sky. Feng Wuya could see horror, conflict, and a sense of confusion on Lin's face. Were they talking about the same thing here? Why did he feel like Lin was on a completely different wavelength here? What Feng Wuya didn't know was that Lin had been faced with a choice. This was not just a simple choice between killing Feng Wuya or allowing him to live on in order to repair the sky. Instead, this was a choice of whether he should leave the fragment of the heavenly Tao here and let the Taichu continent continue to progress toward destruction, or whether he should take the fragment of the heavenly Tao for the sake of the Taichu continent's future, but at the expense of the divine source continent. This was an easy choice, was it not? There were countless living beings on the Taichu continent, among which were all of his friends, family, and lover. The divine source continent was just a fleeting landmark in his life. He should just take the fragment of the heavenly Tao and save more living beings at the expense of the minority here. And Lin suddenly turned to the distance, where he saw a woman in a red dress standing at the summit of a mountain. A faint blush appeared on Xianxia's face upon meeting eyes with Lin, but she still waved at him with a smile. She seemed to be very happy for him. A heartbroken smile appeared on Lin's face. Even though he was only passing through this place, were the living beings on the divine source continent not living beings themselves? Did they deserve to be destroyed? And Lin was suddenly struck by crushing despair. Why? Why did he have to make a choice like this? Was this not the very same choice the heavenly lightning god had forced him to make? In order to save as many people as possible, and Lin ended up killing everyone, and was forced to endure the unspeakable pain of being ravaged by countless vengeful spirits as a result. The heavenly lightning god had told him that it was best to just go with the flow and save neither side. No matter which side he chose to save, he would be blamed by the other side for choosing to abandon them. Even though these were very harsh words, they did hold a grain of truth and wisdom. No matter what Lin chose, it was going to be wrong. No matter what he did, he would be responsible for the deaths of countless living beings. Why? Why do I have to endure all this? And Lin looked up at the sky with rage and frustration. Tears of despair and indignation began to flow down his face. Feng Wuya stared up at Enlin with a blank expression. Do you want to kill me that badly? He thought that Enlin had been forced to the point of tears as he wanted to kill him, but simply couldn't for the sake of this world. Enlin was caught in the biggest dilemma he had ever experienced. He didn't want to witness the destruction of the Taichu continent, nor did he want the divine source continent to be destroyed. He had to think of a way to save them both. Just as he was on the brink of mental breakdown, the evil-slaying sword on his back suddenly lit up. A cold and tender voice sounded, "Oi, idiot, it's just the mending of the sky. Have you forgotten how I mended the sky in the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm?" And Lin shuddered upon hearing this before ecstasy appeared on his face. "Little Xie, you're saying you can mend the sky here?" The sky of the divine source continent only had a hole crashed into it through brute force. It's not like the heavenly Tao has crumbled here, so why wouldn't I be able to mend it? Little Xie spoke with a voice that was brimming with confidence. "What are you guys talking about?" Feng Wuya's eyes widened. "I'm going to save both the divine source continent and the Tai Chu continent." And Lin laughed like a madman. "Feng Wuya, what?" Splat. A sword was stabbed into Feng Wuya's chest. "Feng Wuya." His eyes widened as he stared down at the sword protruding from his chest with incredulity etched on his face. Don't you want to live?" Feng Wuya roared at Enlin with all his might. It had never even occurred to him that Enlin would choose to kill him in the end. If he died, who was going to save the divine source continent? "I forgot to tell you that my sword spirit can mend the sky too, so I don't need you anymore. Furthermore," Enlin pointed at the blue barrier around the Immortal slaying platform and said, "I've used up all my power and can't break through the Immortal slaying platform's formation. As such, I won't be able to get out of here unless I kill you." Feng Wuya. That made a lot of sense. "Any last words?" And Lin asked. As the first Dao integration stage super mighty figure to have fallen by his hands, and Lin decided to give him some special privileges. Feng Wuya could feel the evil-slaying sword sucking away his life essence, and he knew that this really was the end. A wry smile appeared on his face. "People only know about how bloodthirsty and cruel I am, but they don't know how much I've sacrificed for this world. Are you trying to fulfill your dream of becoming a stand-up comedian before you die?" And Lin's lips twitched. Feng Wuya sighed. "Did you know that even the heart of the heavens has a type? It is imbued with the power of Yin and represents the darkness of the world. It's also because of this that it can resonate with my heaven and earth black lotus, thereby allowing me to borrow its power. However, even though I was able to use its power, it was not without its side effects. My power of Yang has been restricted and engulfed by the heart of the heavens, cough cough." Feng Wuya coughed up another few mouthfuls of blood as he spoke, and his aura became extremely feeble. "So?" And Lin asked. He simply couldn't understand what Feng Wuya was trying to say. Why was he spouting all of this nonsense as his last words? "Don't you know where a human, especially a man's power of Yang converges? It's my dick." An expression of grief and indignation appeared on Feng Wuya's face. "I'm not actually impotent. It's just because my dick was restricted by the heart of the heavens." And Lin was astonished. Feng Wuya was now waving his hands and arms in an animated fashion as he spoke, as if he was so worked up that he had returned from the brink of death. "In order to prevent the continent from being destroyed, I lost my dignity as a man. If it weren't for me sacrificing everything I had, you wouldn't even have this chance to battle me, as you would have been destroyed along with this continent long ago." "All right, I understand." And Lin massaged his brows and said, "I'll make it clear to everyone that you became impotent for the sake of this continent." "I'm not impotent. I was just restricted." Cough cough. Feng Wuya coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood in his urgency. "I'm actually still curious about one thing. You can't even get it up anyway. So why do you still insist on owning such a massive harem of beauties?" And Lin was perplexed. He. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Why should other people be able to mount those beauties when I can't?" I refuse to give them the chance to do something that I can't. And Lin's mouth gaped open in shock again. At this moment, a dazzling divine light imbued with the power of great destruction erupted from the evil-slaying sword, instantly annihilating Feng Wuya's body into non-existence. How disgusting! Little Xie spat in a cold voice. Before Lin could do anything, little Xie had landed the killing blow, clearly unable to bear listening to any more of this. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh upon seeing this. These last words were the weirdest ones he had ever heard. However, seeing as Feng Wuya insisted on clearing up the rumor about his impotence, and Lin would try and spread the truth in order to fulfill his dying wish, an invisible power seemed to have floated into the sky. The blue barrier around the Immortal slaying platform disappeared. Black lotus flower petals suddenly began to flutter down from the sky in a radius of over 1,000 kilometers, creating a beautiful yet saddening sight to behold. At the same time, extremely rich vital energy surged through the air, giving all of the spectating cultivators a boost in their cultivation bases. Some of them had even attained enlightenment from observing the intent realm. The fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. Immortal King Feng Wuya really was dead this time. Even though the vast majority of the cultivators here were looking forward to his death, they were still struck by a sense of sorrow at the sight of the spectacle taking place around them. Perhaps these countless flower petals and residual Tao intent was the final present he was leaving for everyone in this world, in the place where Feng Wuya's body had disappeared. A crystal appeared in the air, relentlessly transitioning between different forms and states. And Lin was a little curious and reached toward the crystal, only for his hand to pass through it as if there were nothing there. What's going on? He was a little perplexed and tried again a few times, all to no avail. So it refused to accept me? And Lin harumphed coldly. It had even accepted that impotent Feng Wuya, but it refused to accept him? Wait, Feng Wuya only became impotent after the heavenly Tao fragment had accepted him, right? And Lin was struck by a sense of horror and retreated back a couple of steps before heaving a sigh of relief with fear lingering in his heart. Thank God the heavenly Tao fragment didn't accept me. What if it did and I became impotent as a result? And Lin shuddered at this very thought. So be it, he could just let Brother Ishi retrieve the heavenly Tao fragment. He was the master anyway, so his disciple should be taking on tasks like this in his stead. And Lin was still hesitating about what to do with this heavenly Tao fragment. Over 1 million cultivators had just witnessed the fall of the Immortal King, and all of them had countless emotions running through their hearts. All of them had also seen the heavenly Tao fragment, but no one dared to yearn for it. After all, it now belonged to the new most powerful being on the divine source continent, white-robed, exalted Immortal and Lin. Expressions of grief and incredulity appeared on the faces of the 6 Kuan-Luan divine generals. They looked up at the black lotus flower petals falling from the sky, and it was as if they were seeing the Immortal King waving farewell to them. Yanji opened a hand to try and catch one of the falling petals, only for it to pass right through her hand like an illusion. Her flawless features were tinged with a hint of sorrow. The era of Immortal King Feng Wuya is over. Shun was wiping tears away from his face. Wah! The Immortal King gave me everything I have, and he has always been invincible in my heart. How could he lose? Xinglong gripped onto his spear as he spoke in a firm voice. The white-robed exalted Immortal has just endured a grueling battle and is at his weakest now. We can take advantage of this opportunity to kill him together. All of the other 5 divine generals' expressions shifted upon hearing this. However, all of them hesitated at the sight of the proud figure standing atop the Immortal slaying platform. And Lin's invincible figure had struck them with profound awe and even fear to a certain extent. He's at his weakest, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. A purple violet blossomed on Du Hua's fingertip before quickly wilting away. I've done some divination. Even if we attack him all at once, our chances of victory are less than 5%. So what? I'd be glad to lay down my life to seek vengeance for the Immortal King. Lang Ye bared his fangs and glared at the white-robed figure with a ferocious expression on his face. Gui tongue rustled its branches and leaves before speaking in a husky voice. Both the Immortal King and the white-robed exalted Immortal have displayed unimaginable power during this immortal-slaying platform battle. In the past, I would have had the confidence to join you, but now, even if he has been weakened. Its voice trailed off, but all of the other divine generals were already aware of the choice it had made. Yanji couldn't help but burst into laughter. The white-robed exalted Immortal is currently situated within the immortal slaying platform, so we can only attack him one at a time. Attack him all at once? Are you guys dreaming? Xianxia. Awkward expressions appeared on the faces of all of the other divine generals. They had been caught up in the heat of the moment and failed to consider this vital factor. If you ask me, Yanji spoke in a faint voice, we should all hurry up and hide away. If we continue to stick around, do you think the white-robed exalted Immortal is going to spare us? Her harsh reminder of their situation finally made all of the divine generals see the reality laid out before them. In any case, I'm getting out of here. I can't let my 1,000 concubines become widows at such a young age. Yanji chuckled before tearing open a spatial gate and stepping into it. Yanji had left, and the remaining 5 divine generals knew that she was right. The Immortal King's era, their era, all of it had drawn to a conclusion. Let's go. Our survival should be our top priority now. Sigh. To think things would end like this. Look after yourselves, everyone. One divine general after another bade farewell to their companions. Meanwhile, within the Spring Light Palace, Immortal Queen Yan Shuqin was playing a fervent battle song on her guzheng. Her skilled, nimble fingers flew over the strings, and her music was like the turbulent ocean, or a clash between stars, imbued with explosive and impassioned battle intent. Bam! A string snapped, and the music came to an abrupt halt. Blood began to stain the guzheng. A series of wounds appeared on Yan Shuqin's fingers while blood stained both of her hands. A light breeze blew past, and the leaves outside her window rustled. Her white dress billowed out around her, and a faint hint of sorrow appeared on her beautiful features. She stood up before extending a final curtsy to the sky. Farewell, my husband. Within the meteorite mystic area, She was still unable to find where the heavenly Tao fragment was. He was just starting to get a little frustrated when he suddenly detected a hint of energy fluctuations from the Black Lotus, as if it had lost its power source and its energy was quickly flowing away. What is this thing? He circulated his pill energy through his body before slamming a palm into the Black Lotus. The Black Lotus was immediately shattered. Without its power source to maintain its structural integrity, it was extremely brittle and fragile. Before she even had a chance to process it, a red pillar of light exploded into the sky, destroying the building around it and soaring straight into the heavens. Ishi's mouth gaped open with astonishment. Did I do something wrong here? He was shocked to find that a ghastly gash had appeared in the sky. The destructive power of chaos descended upon the world, seemingly as if it was threatening to destroy everything. The earth tremored and space crumbled. A cataclysmic disaster had befallen the Immortal King Palace, and countless living beings began to flee in all directions. The elders and the Kunlun divine generals who had just returned to the Immortal King Palace were all dumbstruck by the sight of the rift in the sky. This doomsday-like scene had all of them rooted to the spot. Ishi's knees were feeling a little weak. It's over. I screwed up. Did I just stab a hole in the sky? Atop the immortal slaying platform, and Lin had also detected what was going on in the distance. The sky is splitting open following the Immortal King's death. I don't have any time left. But what if the heavenly Tao fragment gets taken by someone else after I leave? And Lin was a little frustrated. The heavenly Tao fragment refused to acknowledge him, and no matter how much he grabbed at it, it was as if he was latching onto thin air. Divine inspection technique. Heavenly Tao fragment. A materialistic manifestation of the flaw in the Tai Chu continent's heavenly Tao. This was a very simple explanation. This wasn't really telling Lin anything that he didn't know. The heavenly Tao fragment suddenly began to flash quickly, as if it had detected the crumbling of the sky. A substantial white bead appeared at the center of the heavenly Tao fragment. What's this? and Lin reached for the bead with a curious expression to find that it was cool to the touch and was very comfortable to hold. At the same time, a peculiar sensation spread through his entire body. He felt like he was holding the entire world when he was holding this bead. After taking the bead away, the white crystal was still transitioning between forms and stages in midair. What was this little bead? Divine inspection technique. Seed of the fragment of the realm core. A seed born from the heavenly Tao and is imbued with the vitality of an entire world. It has a myriad of uses, of which only one is known, which is that it can repair a fragment of the realm core. And Lin was astonished. He felt like he had just received something extremely badass. The Taichu continent's realm core was complete, but didn't Tina's divine mirror world have a fragment of the realm core? Could she use this seed to make the fragment of the realm core in the divine mirror world a complete realm core? And Lin was suddenly filled with anticipation as he put the seed into his storage ring. The heavenly Tao fragment suddenly pounced toward Lin as if it had been provoked. The heavenly Tao fragment crashed into Lin's chest. Thankfully, it was not very powerful. The heavenly Tao fragment appeared to be a little feeble. If it summoned the power of the heavens of the divine source continent, and Lin might have been dashed into oblivion. Oof! You sure are a heavy little bugger. And Lin chuckled with a disdainful expression. He was not fearful in the slightest if this was the extent of the power that the heavenly Tao fragment could muster up. The white crystal seemed to be a little angry, as if it were a little child who had its toy snatched away. Thus, it retreated a little bit and prepared itself to attack Lin again. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin. Wait a minute. You can crash into me. So doesn't that mean you now have substance? His eyes lit up, and he immediately unleashed his wings of wind along with his Kuan Peng travel to instantly appear before the heavenly Tao fragment. The heavenly Tao fragment was caught off guard, and was caught firmly in Lin's hands. Immediately afterward, an extremely powerful spatial force swept toward it. The heavenly Tao fragment was finally tucked away into his storage ring. Phew! Done? And Lin heaved a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been taken off his shoulders. He then grabbed his junk and administered a self-examination, upon which he was elated to find that everything was still in working order. Perhaps impotence would only result after fusing the heavenly Tao fragment into one's body like what Feng Wuya did. Rumble, the sound of the sky being torn apart erupted in the distance again. The sky was beginning to crack open even more quickly now. Chaotic energy destroyed everything around it, making the sky a lethal realm devoid of any living beings. Most of the Immortal King Palace had already been reduced to rubble. Several dozen volcanoes around the heavenly mountains suddenly erupted at once as scorching hot lava and toxic gases flew through the air, as if the earth itself was bleeding, creating an extremely fearsome sight to behold. All of the spectating cultivators began to run for their lives. This doomsday-like scenario and the potent aura of annihilation hanging in the air told them that this was no longer something they could do anything about. Even Return to Void stage exalted immortals were in complete despair. My God! Is this the end of the world? It's over. There's nowhere to run. Of course, some of the powerful beings present turned to look up at the white-robed exalted immortal on the immortal slaying platform. They knew that if anything could do anything about this, it would be the white-robed exalted immortal. And Lin paused momentarily before flying into the sky en route to the Immortal King Palace. The white-robed exalted immortal is on the move. The place he's heading to, it's the rift in the sky. Is he going to save all of us? When all of the cultivators were running away, one eye-catching white-robed figure bucked the trend and flew in the opposite direction, straight toward the scenes of turmoil and annihilation in the distance. Yang Lingqian gritted her teeth and immediately followed Lin toward the Immortal King Palace. Even though she knew that she wouldn't be able to do anything, she still wanted to watch Lin fight. She wanted to see the moment Lin secured his victory. She flew as quickly as she could after the white-robed figure. However, her cultivation base was far too low, and the gap between the two of them continued to widen until she completely lost sight of him. A crushing sense of loss and disappointment welled up in her heart. However, she refused to give up, and she still flew on ahead with a stubborn expression. at the meteorite mystic area. She was evading all types of chaotic energy through the use of agile movement techniques, which were quite comical and disconcerting when the subject was a fat ball of a man like him. Crap, what should I do? If things continue like this, everyone on this continent is going to die. He bounced from side to side like a ping-pong ball, evading all hazards as he muttered to himself in a panicked voice. Right at this moment, a white-robed figure flashed through the air. Yanji was just about to depart on an aircraft loaded with all of her beloved concubines when she saw that white figure flying through the air. Yan Shuqin was just evacuating all of the concubines within the Spring Light Palace, and she too caught sight of a determined figure charging toward the rift in the sky. A dark vortex had appeared as space crumbled and crimson lightning wreaked havoc amid winds of annihilation. The white figure looked as if he were flying to his death, but he was the only glimmer of hope in this doomsday-like scenario. He was like the epitome of hope, and he presented a dazzling, entrancing sense of beauty. Countless living beings paused to stare up at that figure. An intoxicated expression appeared in Yang Lingqian's eyes as she stared at the man flying toward the shattered sky. She wrung her hands nervously, praying for him as well as for this entire world. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless chaotic winds of devastation blew toward Enlin. Bolts of crimson lightning also crashed toward Enlin like sinister demons. All of these terrifying hazards could easily annihilate a return to void stage mighty figure into nothingness. Enlin made hand seals with both hands before drawing his evil-slaying sword and slashing downward in a powerful motion. Inky black sword intent tore through the sky, forcing back the wind and lightning. Go! Enlin held his evil-slaying sword to the sky, and a divine light erupted forth for over 1,000 kilometers, enshrouding the entire heaven and earth. Whoosh! An invisible ripple pulsed through the entire world. Everything stopped. The tumbling winds and clouds, the devastating crimson lightning. Everything looked as if it had been frozen like a snapshot in time. Only the evil-slaying sword was still exuding the purest black light, mending the crumbling sky. Immediately afterward, time seemed to flow in reverse as the rift in the sky began to recede and destructive power swept back into the heavens, creating a miraculous spectacle to behold. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, and the sun began to shine down upon the earth. Peace and serenity resumed. One man remained standing in the sky, with his white robe fluttering around him. This was destined to be an unforgettable scene for countless people. My God! Did I just witness a divine miracle? I was already astounded when the white-robed exalted Immortal slew the Immortal King on the Immortal slaying platform. But he's now mending the sky as well? Is there anything he can't do? He is the Savior. He has saved all of us. The white-robed exalted Immortal will be forever remembered in history as a legend of this world, the epitome of invincibility. Countless cultivators were discussing among themselves with brimming excitement and reverence in their hearts. Yan Shuqin looked up into the sky with an enticing smile on her face. This world has been reborn from destruction and will start anew. It looks like the new master of this world isn't too bad. Not only was little Xia not tired after mending the sky, but she was also extremely excited. It was as if she really enjoyed doing things like this, like a person who loved their job and would die if they were prohibited from working. And Lin silently sheathed his sword with a resigned expression. Even if she was keen to continue, where the hell was he going to find another crumbling world for her to mend? Come to think of it, both of the worlds he had been to recently fit that bill. It was the ancient Taichu dragon realm first, and now the divine source continent. Was this a sign? And Lin. A gentle, pleasant voice sounded from behind him, and Lin turned around to discover a gorgeous woman with skin as fair as snow in a vibrant red dress looking at him with a radiant and enchanting smile. Hey there, Yang Lingqian. Was I cool just then? And Lin spoke with a teasing smile. Yang Lingqian was a little shy, and a faint blush appeared on her face, but she still nodded. You were very cool from start to finish. This time, it was no longer a lie or an answer to placate him. This was a reply from the bottom of her heart. She raised her head to look directly into Enlin's eyes with firm eyes of her own, as if she had mustered up her courage. You were so cool that I couldn't even look away. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. He was getting a little embarrassed now. From Yang Lingxian's scorching eyes, he could also see a certain type of emotion that seemed to have gone beyond reverence. Ha! And Lin chuckled as he patted her on the head. Let's go get our spoils of war. Spoils of war. Yang Lingxian came to her senses and inquired with a blush on her face. And Lin showed her the Immortal King's storage ring in his hand. There aren't really any treasures here, so there must be a treasure vault in his Immortal King palace. Let's go tally up our rewards. What are you going to do with the spoils of war? Yang Lingxian asked. I'm going to take it for myself, of course. And Lin chuckled. Yang Lingxian couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're an honest savior at least. The two of them descended from the sky. None of the cultivators who had yet to escape from the Immortal King Palace dared to stop them. The white-robed exalted immortal is here. Run! Who is that woman? They seem quite close. Could she be the white-robed exalted immortal's Tao partner? Some of the concubines' hearts throbbed with pain upon seeing this. Never would Yang Lingqian guess just how much that pat on the head from Enlin would change her life and her position on this divine source continent. And Lin had just descended onto the ground when he was welcomed by a fat, round hug. Alchemy Patriarch, your performance just then was simply stunning. You were so reliable and dazzling. Words cannot even describe my reverence and admiration. She was extremely excited, and Lin's expression darkened. So you choose to express your emotions through hugging me? Ishi's stomach was far too big for his hands to be able to reach around and hug Lin, so he could only lengthen his arms using a spell technique to facilitate the hug. Meanwhile, Lin felt like he was hugging a massive ball, and it was also quite a strange feeling. Yang Lingqian couldn't help but burst into laughter again at this comical sight. Even though these two exalted immortals were both acting a little weird, both of them were also powerful beyond belief. Outside the meteorite mystic area, the three elders and the leader of the Immortal King ambassadors were still lying on the ground. They hadn't recovered from the wounds that had been inflicted upon them by Shi, and Lin made his way over to Grand Elder Fu Haotsong. Where does the Immortal King keep all of his treasures? Give me an honest reply, and I'll spare your life. I won't betray the Immortal King, even if you threaten me with death. Fu Haotsong roared. Bam! And Lin slapped Fu Haotsong into oblivion. The other three top-rate exalted immortals were scared shitless. Grand Elder Fu Haotsong was the most powerful one among them, but he had perished just like that, and Lin was not going to extend any sympathy toward people like him. Fu Haotsong was the most loyal subordinate of Feng Wuya, so he must have killed countless people and committed countless heinous crimes. Even if he led Lin to the Immortal King's treasures, and Lin would have gone back on his word and slain him anyway. And Lin then turned to Second Elder Wang Qin. Do you know where the Immortal King keeps his treasures? The more details you can reveal, the lighter your punishment will be. On the contrary. He then turned to Sun Biu and Luo Yen. Those who remain silent now can remain silent forever. All three of them shuddered upon hearing this. They knew that Lin was not joking. I know where the Immortal King's treasure vault is. Wang Chun offered with a panicked expression. I know where Feng Wuya's personal treasure vault is. Sun Biu offered with a blush on her face. Wang Chun and Luo Yen both turned to the female elder beside them with peculiar expressions on their faces. White-robed exalted immortal. I know where all of the obscure items collected by the Immortal King ambassadors are gathered. Yen Luo also caved in, and Lin was a little surprised. He didn't think that all three of them would concede so easily. In reality, his invincible might and the death of the Grand Elder had already wiped away any thoughts of resistance they had in their hearts. They only had two paths open to them, one of which was to surrender, while the other was to go to where Feng Wuya had gone. The vast majority of people would choose the former. After all, Feng Wuya was not a master who was worthy of loyalty. He had managed to subdue everyone purely because of his combat prowess. Now that Lin had proven himself to be superior to Feng Wuya in even that aspect, why wouldn't they concede to this new master? In just a single day, All of the cultivators within the Immortal King Palace either fled or surrendered. And Lin stood in front of the Immortal King Palace treasure vault and opened the enchantment barrier before pushing the gate open. A dazzling light instantly erupted forth, almost blinding Lin in the process. Countless spirit stones, vital stones, spirit pills, powerful weapons, and all types of priceless and exotic treasures had been piled into mountains here. However, they had not been strewn here carelessly. All of them were organized into piles with a mountain of spirit stones here, a mountain of spirit pills there, a mountain of spirit tools here, a mountain of magic tools there. All of it had been stored in an extremely orderly fashion. Wang Chun. This is the Immortal King Palace treasure vault. And Lin's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This stuff is all mine? Wang Chun spoke in a respectful tone. You are now the master of the Immortal King Palace, so you have the right to do as you see fit with all of the resources here. No shit. You're the most powerful being on the entire continent. Who am I to tell you what to do with everything here? Yang Lingqian was also dumbstruck. She had never seen so many treasures in her entire life. And Lin spoke with a smile. Shi, let's talk about how to distribute these treasures. Shi splayed his hands open with a nonchalant expression. My mission is to deliver the heavenly Tao fragment to my master. Everything else does not matter to me. Besides, I didn't really do anything anyway. You killed Immortal King Feng Wuya, you mended the sky, and you recovered the heavenly Tao fragment. Hence, all of these treasures should belong to you. And Lin turned to Shi with a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't think that Shi would be willing to hand everything over to him. Even though Shi said he didn't want anything. And Lin still persisted and forced some things upon him. Shi had risked his life to come here as well, and even though he didn't contribute much, it was the thought that mattered. In the end, Shi was finally worn down by Lin. He took all of the spirit pills here. Since he was cultivating in alchemy, these spirit pills would come in useful. Thus, Shi pocketed 3,600 spirit pills from the Immortal King Palace treasure vault. That's right. There were as many as 3,600 spirit pills in this treasure vault. The rest of this stuff belonged to Lin, and Lin cleared out the entire treasure vault. Immediately afterward, he looked into his storage ring, and his cheeks became flushed with excitement as his breathing accelerated. He had always thought that he was a cultivating tycoon, but only now was he truly worthy of the title of filthy rich, and he had obtained a total of 850,000 spirit stones. Just this alone was almost enough to make Lin pass out from excitement. 650 spirit tools, 1,600 spirit rank treasures, over 10,000 magic tools and priceless treasures, and Lin had been well and truly knocked speechless. However, thinking about it now, it made sense. Immortal King Feng Wuya was an absolute dictatorial force here, so his treasure vault was basically the treasure vault of this entire continent. The wealth of an entire continent, even though this was one that was far inferior to the Taichu continent, was still extremely astonishing when gathered in one place. There are a lot of treasures here, but why aren't there any immortal rank treasures? And Lin was still a little perplexed. Even though the Divine Source continent wasn't comparable to the Taichu continent, there should still be many immortal rank treasures. White-robed exalted immortal. All of the good stuff is in Feng Wuya's personal treasure vault. I can take you there. Sun Biu stepped forward and bowed with a shy expression, and Lin shuddered upon hearing this. So all of the immortal rank treasures were in his personal treasure vault? And Lin was very excited, but he maintained a tranquil and calm facade. All right then, lead the way. Let me see just how many filthy treasures this evil immortal king has stored away. Sun Biu's lips twitched minutely as she nodded with an obedient expression. Please come with me, white-robed exalted immortal. After cleaning out the Immortal King Palace treasure vault, they were now moving on to the Immortal King's personal treasure vault. Feng Wuya was a man with powerful possessive urges, as evidenced by his massive harem. So there must have been some very valuable treasures in his personal treasure vault. Everyone arrived at the Immortal King's imperial suite in the Spring Light Palace. Sun Biu pressed a hidden switch, and the ground split open to reveal a secret passageway leading all the way downward. Everyone made their way down the passageway to discover a circular, black enchantment barrier before them. Crap! Immortal King Feng Wuya left a defensive enchantment barrier here. This could be a little troublesome. An awkward expression appeared on Sun Biyu's face. When she had last come here with Feng Wuya, this enchantment barrier did not exist. Feng Wuya must have presumably deactivated it before her arrival. All enchantment barriers set up by Dao integration stage super mighty figures, even just simple ones, were extremely formidable, just as everyone was standing around it with heavy expressions. Boom! A white light flashed through Enlin's eyes, and he flicked a finger, upon which the black enchantment barrier shattered like glass before crashing to the ground. Humph! What a useless enchantment barrier! Enlin harumphed coldly before leading the way forward. Each of the exalted immortals with him drew a sharp intake of breath. An enchantment barrier set up by Immortal King Feng Wuya himself couldn't even stand up to such a nonchalant strike from the white-robed exalted immortal, as expected of the most powerful being on the divine source continent. Wang Chan, Luo Yan, and Sun Biyu were filled with even more awe and veneration as they followed obediently behind Enlin. She didn't really think much of this. This was the mighty alchemy patriarch. How could he be stumped by something as simple as this? Enlin made his way forward without any impediment before arriving at a black gate with a lotus flower design carved onto it, which he slapped into non-existence. All of a sudden, the piercing, scintillating light and the powerful energy of immortal treasures erupting from within almost knocked him flying. This is immortal treasure energy formed by the presence of many immortal tools being in the same place at once. Enlin drew a sharp intake of breath as he spoke with an expression of astonishment. Even she was completely flabbergasted by what he saw. Yang Lingqian almost passed out from excitement. Even though these treasures had nothing to do with her, she was still very excited. She was like a peasant who had suddenly seen a mountain of gold. Even if the mountain of gold didn't belong to her, she still felt as if her heart was about to give out on her. Before Enlin's eyes were immortal tools, immortal pills, and all types of other immortal rank treasures. He immediately began using his divine inspection technique. Giant spirit heart engulfing brush, winged dragon gauntlet, divine essence heart talisman, purple god heavenly poison saber, crimson heart bracelet, golden sun immortal pill, ancient autumn divine pill, infernal winged dragon pill, jade immortal soul immortal pill, 9-turn spirit condensing pill, dark ice demonic herb, ghost lotus vine, heavenly demon bone, pristine ice copper, desolate ancient coconut tree. Too many. There were simply too many. Enlin had never seen so many immortal rank treasures in his entire life. 23 immortal tools, 38 immortal pills, and 106 immortal rank materials. There were even 3 divine rank materials, which were the lightning essence star crystal, desolate monster bone, and the exalted heavenly book. Enlin speculated that there were most likely no tool refinement masters capable of refining divine tools, which would explain why there were no divine tools here. Shi reluctantly accepted 8 immortal pills upon Enlin's insistence. Thus, Enlin pocketed 23 immortal tools, 30 immortal pills, 160 immortal rank materials, and 3 divine rank materials. Sun Biyu, Wang Chan, and Luo Yan swallowed involuntarily upon seeing this. As expected of a cruel, despotic ruler, to think that he has taken so many treasures for himself. What an outrage! Enlin spoke the words of a justice warrior. All of the elders' lips twitched upon hearing this. Could you wipe that overjoyed smile off your face before saying something like this? Enlin then turned to Luo Yan. Your turn now. Where are the obscure items procured by the Immortal King ambassadors? Luo Yan bowed respectfully. Please come with me. White-robed exalted immortal. Everyone moved on to the next location. This time, they arrived at a black lake deep within the Immortal King Palace. After that doomsday-like disasters, most of the buildings within the Immortal King Palace had already been reduced to rubble. However, the Black Lake remained completely unscathed and was still just as flawless as a black jewel. Crimson divine Tao flames appeared on Luo Yan's hands, and he drew a circle on the lake. Black water cave open. The lake water began to tumble and splash as a circular black hole appeared. "It's here, white-robed exalted immortal," Luo Yan said with a respectful expression. And Lin nodded before following Luo Yan into the circular black hole. Upon entering the black hole, he was greeted by the sight of a vast expanse of peculiar crystal ores. These crystal ores were completely pitch black, and they seemed to possess the power to draw onlookers into an abyss of depravity. "These are..." And Lin was quite amazed by the sight of the crystal ores. He could tell that these were definitely all extraordinary objects. Luo Yan extended another respectful bow. "These crystal ores have been procured by the Immortal King ambassadors after thousands of years. They are called dark crystals and are imbued with extremely rich power of darkness. They can help one observe the Tao and intent realm of Yin, or be used to unleash Yin-type energy as a disposable weapon. Immortal King Feng Wuya deployed his ambassadors to search for thousands of years just for something like this?" And Lin was a little incredulous as he looked around at the black crystal ores around him. "Don't underestimate these crystal ores, white-robed exalted immortal. Setting aside the fact that they are extremely useful for the cultivation of Yin-type cultivators, they are extremely useful just as an explosive alone. Just one dark crystal could severely wound or even kill a top-rate exalted immortal upon detonation." Luo Yan spoke with a serious expression. And Lin was shocked. "Really? Then why didn't the Immortal King use these against me?" Luo Yan's eyes contained a mixture of awkwardness, fear, and reverence as he looked at Lin and offered an explanation. "Perhaps the Immortal King didn't want to waste these dark crystals? Perhaps he felt like killing you would be a simple task." Luo Yan's speculation was quite reasonable, and these were most likely the true thoughts of Immortal King Feng Wuya. He had paid the ultimate price for his arrogance. Furthermore, these dark crystals also have a very special effect, Luo Yan added. "Oh? And what's that?" And Lin asked. "Once a target has been struck by a dark crystal explosion, the dark crystal will emit a special spiritual power that will engulf one's intelligence. In other words, it can give enemies dementia. If the target possesses an advanced cultivation base, these effects may only be temporary. But for targets with low cultivation bases, the effects may even be permanent." Luo Yan spoke with a solemn expression, and Lin's eyes began to light up upon hearing this. What a unique effect. He really wanted to try it. Thus, he turned his eyes toward Luo Yan and the others. Luo Yan and the others turned pale from fright upon seeing Lin's sinister expression. "White-robed exalted immortal, we've told you everything we know. You promised that you would only give us light punishments." Wang Chun spoke in a trembling voice, and Lin wasn't really thinking about using the dark crystals on them. He simply wanted to try, and they just so happened to be nearby. Thinking about it now, there were many other experimental subjects he could try these on, so there was no point in using Wang Chun and the others as lab rats. They still had other uses. "All right, I will spare your lives." And Lin nodded. Aside from the deceased Grand Elder Fu Haozong and the escaped 6 Kunlun divine generals, these other elders were quite tame and could be useful to him. "I can spare your lives, but you must swear Dao heart vows to never oppress the weak again. Furthermore, you must dedicate your lives to the 4-9 Immortal sect and live according to the rules of the 4-9 Immortal Palace." And Lin spoke with a solemn expression. Wang Chun, Luo Yan, and Sun Biu immediately nodded in agreement to save their own lives. However, they quickly came to their senses. "Wait, what is this 4-9 Immortal Palace and 4-9 Immortal sect?" Luo Yan faltered slightly before posing a question, and Lin clasped his hands behind his back. "From this day forth, the Immortal King Palace will cease to exist. There is only the 4-9 Immortal Palace now." All three of them stirred upon hearing this. The Immortal King was dead, and the white-robed exalted immortal was the ruler of this entire divine source continent. Right now, his word was like a god's decree, so they had to agree with everything he proposed. With this in mind, all three of them bowed in unison. "We are happy to serve you, Immortal King." "Ha? Don't give me such a crappy title. And Lin was quite displeased. Awkward expressions appeared on their faces. The Immortal King was the king of all immortals. What was wrong with that? Please call me Immortal Emperor. And Lin corrected. Luo Yen, Wang Chun, Sun Biyu. Haha, just kidding. You can keep calling me White-Robed Exalted Immortal. I'm pretty fond of that name. Don't try to give me any official titles. And Lin waved his hands with a nonchalant expression. After that, all three of them swore Dao heart vows as instructed by Lin, and if they were to renounce or violate these vows, their Dao hearts would crumble, and their cultivation bases would disappear. This was a result better than any they could imagine. However, they found it strange that Lin prohibited them from oppressing or harming people weaker than them. Weren't powerful exalted immortals the most valuable people in this world? Were they not well within their rights to push around weaker living beings from time to time? This was the culture of the divine source continent. If you were more powerful, then all weaker living beings would concede to you. Living beings of lower cultivation bases even had to kneel whenever they encountered living beings of higher cultivation bases than them. The Immortal King envoys were part of the Immortal King's core forces, so they were exempt from this hierarchy. Of course, Lin was going to flip all of these concepts on their heads. He was establishing the 4-9 Immortal Palace with the sole purpose of making this world a better place. Ishi was actually also a bit perplexed about what Lin was doing. In his opinion, they should just go back after obtaining the heavenly Dao fragment. Why did it matter to them what happened to this world? Besides, the main antagonist, the Immortal King, had already perished, so this world would eventually reach a new power balance and equilibrium by itself over time. However, this was not what Lin wanted. With the Immortal King now dead, widespread unrest and revolution would inevitably ensue, and that new equilibrium she referred to would indeed be reached given time, but countless people could die in that process. He really couldn't bear to just leave this world in such a state of turmoil. He had taken so much of Feng Wuya's treasures, so it was time to give back to this world. And Lin made his way out of the Immortal King's imperial suite to discover an extremely beautiful woman waiting for him outside. She was standing in a respectful manner. She immediately knelt down at the sight of Lin. Yen Shuqin pays her respects to the white-robed exalted immortal. You're the immortal queen, Yen Shuqin? And Lin was a little surprised. Yen Shuqin was a return to void intermediate stage exalted immortal, so she had more than ample opportunity to run away when the sky was crumbling. The Immortal King is now dead, so I am no longer the Immortal Queen. You can just refer to me by my name. Yen Shuqin's voice was soft and sweet like candy floss, completely devoid of the ferocity Lin would expect from the queen of a harem. And Lin nodded. All right then, please stand up, and tell me why you have come to find me. Yen Shuqin stood up, and a faint smile appeared on her exquisitely beautiful features. There are still 623 concubines left in the Spring Light Palace who would be more than happy to serve you. Would you like to visit them now? And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. They want to serve me? But they're all concubines of the Immortal King. Yen Shuqin continued in her gentle voice. White-robed exalted immortal. You're aware of Immortal King Feng Wuya's condition. Those concubines are all virgins, and they chose to stay behind and serve you of their own volition. You will only need to give me a nod, and they're all yours. Gasp. He only had to nod, and he would have a harem of over 600 beauties? And Lin's heart rate accelerated drastically. How stimulating. To think that over half of the remaining 1,000 concubines wished to stay by his side. It looked like his plan of conquest worked quite well. A bit too well, in fact. As for the question of whether he was going to accept all of these concubines, was he that type of person? I said that I would give them freedom, and I would deliver on my promises. They want to stay and serve me? Sorry, I'm not into harems. And Lin said in an indifferent voice. Yen Shuqin was a little stunned by Lin. In this world, all powerful men were revered by countless people and had hordes of concubines. However, the white-robed exalted immortal was going to refuse all of these beauties? But why? Yen Shuqin couldn't help but ask. And Lin looked at Yen Shuqin with a serious expression. My heart is very small, and it can only hold one person. Yan Shuqin was dumbstruck. This was the first time she had heard something like this, and these words were being spoken by the most powerful being on the entire divine source continent. Yan Shuqin's well-rehearsed facade was beginning to crumble as her heart rate accelerated for some reason. Yang Lingqian was also staring blankly at the man beside her. If that one person he was referring to was her, then she would definitely be the happiest woman in the world. However, she knew that that was impossible. Please send all of the Spring Light Palace concubines away and give them some spirit stones before they leave. Also, may I ask why you haven't left yet? And Lin asked with a genuinely curious expression. Why hadn't she left? Even Yan Shuqin herself did not know the answer to this question. Perhaps she was afraid that the white-robed exalted immortal would hunt down her family in rage if she left? Perhaps she yearned for this legendary man and wanted an opportunity to interact with him in close quarters just to see what kind of man he was. Thankfully, her choice paid off. She could now determine that the white-robed exalted immortal was even more perfect than she had imagined. The only thing that struck her with a hint of disappointment was that he did not seem to be moved by her exquisite beauty. His heart was too small and could only hold one person. But that person could be her. Many thoughts flashed through Yan Shuqin's mind in that instant, but a vibrant smile soon appeared on her face as she spoke in her gentle voice. Then, would you be willing to let me go? Her aptitude, looks, and talents were all peerless. She was a woman with very high standards and would not fall for any ordinary man. However, the white-robed exalted immortal fulfilled all of the qualities of the man of her dreams. Yan Shuqin was confident that there was no woman on this entire continent who could surpass her. She was making her intentions quite clear, so no matter how high the white-robed exalted immortal standards were, his heart would surely waver. She stood with her elegant white dress billowing out like a refreshing snow lotus around her, as she stared at Lin with just the right mix of seduction and anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Lin was momentarily stunned, and he nodded with a smile. Of course, I don't want you to leave. As expected, no man could resist her charms. Yan Shuqin raised her head slightly as a hint of confidence welled up in her heart. A faint smile that contained a hint of shyness and reluctance appeared on her face. She paused momentarily before speaking in her gentle voice again. If you don't want me to leave, then I wouldn't dare to. Oh, I hope you're not misconstruing my words. What I'm saying is, you're the queen of the Spring Light Palace, so you must have received a lot of precious treasures from Feng Wuya. I don't want you to go because I was hoping you would hand over some of those treasures before leaving. Lin looked at Yan Shuqin with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Yan Shuqin's mouth gaped open slightly, and she was completely flabbergasted for several seconds. Puffed! Yang Lingqian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yan Shuqin's cheeks were a bit flushed from rage and humiliation. I'm trying so hard to offer myself to you, but you only want my money. She felt very indignant and aggrieved, but she didn't dare to flare up with rage, so she could only purse her lips and stare silently at Lin. All right, don't put on such a sad face. It looks like talking about money really is bad for relationships. You can go now. I won't trouble you any further. Lin waved a hand and said, You're free now. Free? Yan Shuqin's heart shuddered slightly upon hearing this. Yan Shuqin stared at the man standing before her with a warm smile on his face. This was a pure, genuine smile with no hint of impurity. After a long time, she finally came to her senses, and a genuine smile from the bottom of her heart appeared on her face. She had never felt so elated and carefree before. Freedom, this was something she didn't even dare to dream about in the past. Everything was over. Just when she was trying to lock herself back into a cage due to her concerns and anxiety, the man standing before her had shattered the cage, leaving her no reason to confine herself within it anymore. This was such a simple yet glorious ending. Thank you, white-robed exalted immortal. Yan Shuqin extended an elegant curtsy. A radiant and enchanting smile appeared on her face, making her appear as if she were a goddess who had descended upon this world. All right, farewell then. Lin still had many things that he needed to do, Yen Shuqin made her way out of the palace before turning at the gate with a vibrant smile on her face. White-robed exalted immortal, if you wish to continue to fight for oppressed women all over this continent, I can help you. Ha! And Lin faltered slightly, unsure of why she would suddenly bring up a topic like this, but he still made an inquiry. For free. Yen Shuqin. Yes, for free. She thought to herself for a moment before adding, on the divine source continent, women are still traditionally viewed as inferior to men. Hence, I also want to strive for a better future for women like me. I'd be happy to help. And Lin smiled. We'll keep in touch. Yen Shuqin nodded before flying into the air and disappearing from view. Yen Shuqin really is a beauty to whom no man is immune. Yang Lingqian crossed her arms and harumphed coldly with displeasure. Even before Yen Shuqin left, she still didn't forget to seduce Lin one last time. What a cunning bitch. She's actually not as beautiful as you. And Lin suddenly turned with a smile. Ha! Yang Lingqian was caught off guard by his words, and a deep blush appeared on her face. What are you saying? My God. And Lin just said that I'm more beautiful than Yen Shuqin. Is this what they mean when they say beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Yang Lingqian was also screaming internally. At the same time, her heart rate began to elevate. What should she say now? What should she do now? Before she had a chance to make up her mind, Lin continued, you're more straightforward and honest than she is, and you have a better personality. Thus, you get extra marks for that and are more beautiful than Yen Shuqin as a result. Yang Lingqian. Here, this pair of bracelets suit you quite well. I'll give them to you as a thank you gift for cooperating with me over this period of time. And Lin passed a pair of bracelets to Yang Lingqian. These are the Crimson Heart bracelets. Yang Lingqian stared at the bracelets before her with incredulity in her eyes. These are immortal tools. She was a little hesitant and reluctant to take such a valuable present. On the divine source continent, some of the return to void stage exalted immortals did not even have one immortal tool. She was only a cultivator at the spirit nurturing pinnacle stage. Just do as I say and keep them. Don't you think I have enough immortal tools already? And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of Yang Lingqian's awestruck expression, and he gently grabbed her soft hands before putting the bracelets on for her. Not bad. You're a fire cultivator, and your red dress matches the Crimson Heart bracelets well. And Lin nodded with satisfaction at the sight of the crimson bracelets on Yang Lingqian's slender, fair wrists. Yang Lingqian stared blankly at the bracelets, seemingly in a daze. She did a light, elegant twirl before raising her hands into the air, and a vibrant smile appeared on her face at the sight of the crimson bracelets glinting under the sunlight. Yang Lingqian turned to Lin with a smile. Thank you. Immortal King Feng Wuya had been slain on the Immortal slaying platform. The white-robed, exalted immortal mended the sky with a single sword strike. The Immortal King Palace had officially become the 4-9 Immortal Palace. The Immortal King Palace forces were being cleansed and filtered, and all of the Spring Light Palace concubines were given freedom. One piece of news after another spread through the entire continent like wildfire. All of the living beings on the entire continent realized one thing. There was a new master of this world, and his name was Lin, the white-robed exalted immortal. And Lin ended Immortal King Feng Wuya's despotic rule of close to 10,000 years, and many living beings felt as if they had finally awoken from an inescapable nightmare. All of them knew that Lin had obtained victory in a direct battle, and there was no luck involved in his victory whatsoever. This white-robed exalted immortal did not keep a harem, and he fought for female rights and saved the world by mending the sky with a single sword strike. This new master of the continent was surely better than the Immortal King, right? Within an obscure paradise, the 20,000 women who had been rescued from the Leaping Wolf Mansion and the 2,000 concubines who had been rescued from the Spring Light Palace were visited by the white-robed exalted immortal again. He looked at all of them with a smile on his face. Immortal King Feng Wuya is dead. I call the shots on this continent, and you're all free from this day forth. They would never forget the warm yet firm expression on the white-robed, exalted immortal's face as he uttered those words. He was so dazzling and glorious at that moment. All of the women were free, but that was not the end of the story. White-robed exalted immortal and Lin and the happy-pilled demon king Shi began to track down all of the immortal king's residual forces, the most prominent of which were the 6 Kuan Luan divine generals. Among the 6 divine generals, Xinglong and Du Hua refused to yield and were slain in battle. Guitung was yet to be found. He Shen and Yan Ji both surrendered and swore Dao heart vows to give their all to the 4-9 Immortal Palace for as long as they lived. Not only that, but they also willingly offered most of their riches as a contribution to restoring order to the Divine Source continent. Aside from that, all of the remaining residual forces of the Immortal King Palace had either fled or surrendered. Some of the ones who had committed particularly heinous crimes were violently executed, no matter what positions they held in the past. In just a short 1 month, the total forces of the Immortal King Palace had almost been halved. However, all of the living beings on this continent knew that as long as the white-robed exalted immortal lived, the 4-9 Immortal Palace was invincible and would continue to govern this entire world. Just when all of the living beings thought that everything would come to a conclusion there, a new policy was announced which shocked the entire world. Depending on the circumstances, all of the districts and regions governed by the Divine Source continent would only have to contribute a mere 10 to 20% of what they originally had to as tax to the 4-9 Immortal Palace. What effect did this have? Put it this way, even the most poverty-stricken areas now had more than enough to sustain themselves. No one could believe that the 4-9 Immortal Palace would willingly decrease its income by 80 to 90%. All living beings were greedy by nature. Cultivating living beings were not exempt from this trait either, and all of them wanted more cultivating resources for themselves. However, the 4-9 Immortal Palace, or rather, the white-robed exalted immortal, was willing to sacrifice all that for the greater good. How much will and resolution did that require? The resources they were receiving now from taxation were probably only just enough to maintain the 4-9 Immortal Palace. Even if the white-robed exalted immortal wanted to curry the public's favor, he could just decrease taxation by 30%, and all of the living beings across the entire continent would still weep tears of elation and gratitude. No one believed that the white-robed exalted immortal would actually enact a policy like this until the day it was actually enacted. This was something that had gone beyond their wildest imaginations. In a very short span of time, all living beings on the Divine Source continent were revering the white-robed exalted immortal as their god. Immediately afterward, he announced another series of earth-shattering new policies. For example, over 1,000 districts that were once countries before being conquered by the Immortal King were now autonomous regions. To put it in simpler terms, the 4-9 Immortal Palace was handing over part of the reins to them and not governing everything as a dictatorship. All of the Immortal King ambassadors had been transformed into white-robed ambassadors. Not only were they not high and mighty representatives of the white-robed exalted immortal, but they were also public servants who worked only for the people. They were strictly prohibited from forcing any of the citizens of the Divine Source continent into doing anything against their will. There were regular posts set up across the entire continent where normal citizens could file reports. If the white-robed ambassadors did anything wrong, the citizens could file reports against them, upon which the people from the 4-9 Immortal Palace would carry out an investigation before making their decision on this matter. This time, all of the living beings were truly overwhelmed and overawed. The white-robed ambassadors were now white-robed angels. If any of the governments in the autonomous regions extorted the public in any way, citizens could also file reports to the white-robed ambassadors, and their reports would also go straight to the 4-9 Immortal Palace where an investigation would be carried out. All of the living beings on the continent, regardless of whether they held lofty positions or were just ordinary citizens, had realized that the white-robed exalted immortal really was doing everything he could to try and make their lives better. Was the white-robed exalted immortal a god sent down by the heavens to save them? The white-robed exalted immortal had truly been immortalized as a god. Not only was he a god to the masses, but even returned to void stage exalted immortals were also extremely reverent toward him. Even though the 4-9 Immortal Palace was handing over control to over 1,000 autonomous regions, They were still the premier power in this world, kind of like the equivalent of the United Nations in the mortal world. The only difference was, this United Nations was like a dormant lion. It wouldn't do anything under normal circumstances, but if something arose that required it to act, it held crushing military power and could remedy the issue with absolute force. This was a force with absolute power, but it also abided firmly by the ideals of justice and fairness. There really was no reason for anyone to oppose a force like this. After that, all of their subsequent policies were passed extremely smoothly. For example, kneeling was abolished, all sorts of new laws were introduced, a female rights union was established with Yan Shuqin as the president, and Lin could see a new world slowly taking shape, and he was elated to see that it was progressing toward a much better place. Within the 4-9 Immortal Palace. I've done everything I need to do. I have no regrets about my trip to the Divine Source continent, but it's time for me to go back. And Lin sipped on some tea as he spoke with a content smile. Yang Lingxian's hands faltered slightly during the process of brewing tea, and she looked up at Lin. So soon? Shouldn't you stay for a while longer? What is the 4-9 Immortal Palace going to do without you? She was the only one on this continent who knew who the white-robed exalted immortal was. She knew that both the white-robed exalted immortal and the happy pill demon king were powerful beings from another world, and Lin could see that Yang Lingxian was extremely reluctant to part with him. He flicked her on the forehead with a teasing smile. Stop being such a little coward. This world will be fine without me. Furthermore, the 4-9 Immortal Palace has over 100 Return to Void stage Exalted Immortals and 7 Exalted Immortals at the Return to Void Pinnacle stage among their ranks. So what are you afraid of? Yang Lingxian pouted as she looked at Lin with her shimmering eyes. But you're our spiritual leader. Oi, you're one of the 8 cabinet ministers now, you need to grow up. And Lin spoke with a serious expression. All right. Yang Lingxian nodded lightly. She didn't want to let Lin go, but she knew she couldn't make him stay. The 8 cabinet ministers were the most powerful people in the 4-9 Immortal Palace below Lin himself, and they consisted of Hixin, Yanji, Wang Chan, Sun Biu, Luo Yan, Yan Shuqin, Yang Lingxian, and Peng Yuan. They were responsible for discussing and making decisions on significant events and were mostly comprised of top-grade exalted immortals at the Return to Void Pinnacle stage. Yang Lingxian was like an adorable little husky dog who just so managed to become one of them, and she was completely out of place there, but everyone respected her opinions. This little husky dog had the support of the white-robed exalted immortal, so they had no choice but to listen to her. When Yang Lingxian's father, Yang Zhang, discovered that his daughter had become one of the 8 cabinet ministers of the 4-9 Immortal Palace, he almost fell off his chair with fright before immediately bowing to a portrait of the white-robed exalted immortal a few times and thanking his ancestors for the luck they had bestowed upon his daughter. Never would he have thought that the exalted immortal he had had a coincidental encounter with a few months ago would rise to such dizzying heights. He even took his daughter along with him during his rise. Yang Zhang told his daughter repeatedly over voice transmission talisman to repay the white-robed exalted immortal for what he had done for her. Yang Lingxian would love to do that, but she had no opportunity. The white-robed exalted immortal's cultivation base was unfathomably powerful. He was filthy, stinking rich, and he could pretty much have any women he wanted all over the continent. How was she supposed to repay a man who had everything? She almost burst into tears with this in mind. And Lin probably wouldn't accept her if she threw herself at him. After all, he had sent away over 600 beauties who were willing to stay by his side, including the exquisitely beautiful Yan Shuqin. Yang Zhang was quite resigned upon hearing this. He told his daughter that perhaps the best way to repay the white-robed exalted immortal would be to do her job diligently as a cabinet minister and create a better world. Ever since a new master had ascended to the top of the Divine Source continent, all mortals were much happier and cultivating living beings were flourishing. Countless sects came out of forced hibernation. All types of prodigiously talented female cultivators began to pop up all over the continent now that they were in a world where they were free to express themselves and show off their aptitudes. Within a short 3 months, the title of the white-robed exalted immortal was renowned all over the world. However, just when his name and status had reached a peak, The white-robed exalted immortal suddenly announced that he was going into seclusion in order to make a breakthrough. The extremely renowned Happy Pill Demon King Yi, she was also going into seclusion with him. This announcement shook the entire continent. No one knew just how long Lin was going into seclusion for, but by now the 4-9 Immortal Palace had well and truly established itself, so it would continue to enforce all of the good work he had done, even in his absence. On the Immortal King Palace's heaven and earth altar, a woman stood in a gorgeous red dress. The two men standing before her were the legendary white-robed exalted immortal and the Happy Pill Demon King. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin sighed with emotion. You make it sound like 3 months is a very long time. I was afraid at that time that even a year would not be enough. Ishi rolled his eyes, and Lin shook his head. I initially planned to take care of business in 3 days at most. If it weren't for the system's stupid mission, he would have been done here a long time ago. Even though it took a long time after that to establish the 4-9 Immortal Palace and restore a new and better order to the entire continent, the result was a good one, so it was well worth the effort. Ishi, we can activate the teleportation energy within our bodies now to travel between the two worlds. This energy had a use-by period of 1 year. However, they could choose to activate it before that time limit was up and go back in advance. When Lin and Ishi both activated the energy within their bodies, a summoning power fell from the sky. Boom boom. A scintillating golden light enshrouded both of them. Exalted Immortal and Lin, you have to make sure to come back often. I'll be waiting for you at the 4-9 Immortal Palace. Xianxia yelled in a loud voice in fear that Lin would not be able to hear her. Do your best and become a strong, independent woman. And Lin offered an encouraging smile. Xianxia nodded, and she was struggling to repress her tears as she looked at the white-robed exalted immortal. She took a deep breath before walking toward him. Exalted immortal and Lin, can I hug you? She had almost used up all of her courage to utter those words. She looked up with teary eyes at the man enshrouded within the golden light. And Lin faltered slightly before opening his arms with a smile. Xianxia immediately dove into Lin's arms, but she only managed to feel his warmth for a split second before he dissipated into specks of golden light. She stood rooted to the spot, looking at the empty space before her, at a loss for what to do. She suddenly felt a sense of warmth coming from her wrists. Xianxia looked down at her beautiful crimson immortal rank bracelets, and a faint smile appeared on her face. I'm going to work hard and cultivate. If my cultivation base is too low, I probably wouldn't even be able to live until your next visit, right? Within the white nectar sea, a massive vortex suddenly appeared. The formation tremored violently. There was an old man lying on a little sea turtle, taking a nap, and he suddenly opened his eyes as his expression was lit up with excitement. They're back after just 3 months? I wonder if they have completed their mission. He took a step forward, and his body instantly moved over 100 kilometers into the air above the massive jellyfish deep within the white nectar sea, where he looked down with a tense yet exciting expression at the spatial gate between the two worlds. This was the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue, an extraordinarily powerful being who transcended beyond the entire Taichu continent. Yet he was rubbing his hands together like an eager child. The success or failure of this mission could very well determine the fate of an entire continent, so his reaction was not unwarranted. Soon, 2 familiar figures emerged from the gate. Mr. and Lin, Ishi, I'm so glad you're both okay. An elated smile appeared on the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue's face, and he stroked his snowy white beard with his eyes narrowed into a wrinkled slit from the wide smile on his face. The two of them looked to be in a good mental and physical state, so there was a very good chance that they had completed their mission. Master, we did it! Ishi laughed heartily. Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, we were able to complete our mission. And Lin extended a respectful salute. It was all thanks to Brother and Lin that we were able to get there in the end. He slew a Tao integration stage super mighty figure by himself. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. She spoke with excitement and reverence shimmering in his eyes as he looked at Lin. Ha ha ha, that's fantastic. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue chuckled elatedly. At this moment, a rainbow divine light suddenly shone from the bottom of the ocean. An extremely enticing voice sounded from the sky above. "Why don't you come up to my room, so that we can all talk in a more comfortable setting?" And Lin was struck by a sense of comfort and bliss upon hearing this voice, as if he were listening to the voice of the mother of all humans. "All right, let's head up to Nuwa's boudoir." The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue was in a very good mood, and he turned to Enlin and Yi with a sly smile on his face. Nuwa's boudoir? And Lin was in a state of panic upon hearing this. However, his fear and nerves soon gave way to excitement. He had never had a chance to meet such a legendary figure, and he was very excited to be presented with the opportunity to do so now. There were many legends about Nuwa, the most popular of which told of how Nuwa had mended the heavens and how she had created the humans. The latter was referring to how Nuwa had created the humans on Earth. She had used the human race on the Taichu continent as a reference and made clay dolls, which she then gave life to. Thus, the human race on Earth was born. Nuwa's mending of the heavens was referring to how she had to clean up the purple star civilization's mess and patch up the hole they had made in the sky. However, her mending of the heavens only delayed the backlash from the heavenly Tao and gave all of the mighty figures time to devise a course of action. In other words, her mending of the heavens was incomplete. The effect of this was slowly beginning to rear its ugly head, and there was now a crisis on everyone's hands. Nuwa was said to be the leader of the heaven-mending sect, and the Celestial the Arch was her deputy. She had been trying to find a way to permanently mend the heavens for a long time. She really had been running herself ragged for the sake of the human race. It was also rumored that Nuwa was heavily involved with the establishment of the heavenly court, thereby tying her even more closely to the human race. This god of creation had been doing good things for the human race for a long time. He really didn't understand why she was so good to the humans. The rainbow divine light pierced through tens of thousands of meters of seawater before landing on Enlin and the others. Enlin looked up to discover an indistinct, elegant figure atop the white nectar sea. Even just looking at her from afar struck him with a sense of calmness and serenity. Before he had a chance to catch a clear glimpse of the figure, his entire body was enshrouded by a burst of spatial power. This was an extremely high-level spatial power, and he did not experience the usual disconcerting nausea before he was teleported elsewhere. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in a cozy wooden cabin, and Lin inhaled to find that the air here was indescribably pure and fresh. It traveled through his entire body and seemed to be cleansing all of the impurities within, making him feel extremely carefree and relaxed. Not only that, but all of the cells within his body seemed to have become more active. And Lin had a feeling that even if he were to do nothing else aside from breathing for 10,000 years here, it would still be an extremely blissful experience. The wooden cabin was very sparsely furnished, but nothing in here was simple by any means. There were simple artworks hanging on the walls, but they appeared to be more like portals to other worlds. There were a few simple cups of tea sitting before them, but Enlin could tell just from the aroma of the tea that the tea leaves used were at least divine rank materials. The simple, ornate windows were exuding divine energy. There was an intricate, antiquated mirror, within which hundreds of flowers blossomed under a full moon. A set of wind chimes tinkled in the light breeze, but its sound was extremely pleasant to the ears, giving listeners a sense of entrancement. That's right, everything in this room looked quite simple at first glance. However, none of them were truly as simple as they seemed. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue sat across from Enlin and spoke with an elated smile as he poured himself a cup of tea. Who would have thought that Nuwa would actually let us into her boudoir? It looked like this was not the first time he had been here. She sat beside him, looking around with curiosity. This was clearly his first time here as well. And Lin couldn't help but turn toward the set of thin curtains draped before the bed in the room. He then turned blind. "Mr. And Lin, some things are things you should not look at." A teasing yet extremely gentle voice traveled into his ears. And Lin turned his head, and only then did he recover his eyesight. He then apologized with an apologetic expression. "Apologies for my rudeness, senior. That's all right. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nuwa. A woman made her way out slowly from behind the draped curtains. And Lin looked up to discover a woman in a rainbow dress making her way toward them. Below her gorgeous, swan-like neck was a pair of voluptuous jade mounds. There was a sash around her slender waist, below which a pair of snowy white, well-proportioned legs could be seen. And Lin couldn't help but swallow. Wasn't Nuwa supposed to have the lower body of a snake? Why was she in her human form right now? Nuwa wasn't the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. In fact, she could rank as number 3 with Su Xiaolan as number 1 for obvious reasons and Chang'e at number 2. Her features were absolutely flawless, but they appeared to be extremely natural. She didn't strike one with soul-sucking beauty, but she was a woman you could look at for 10,000 years and still be entranced. Her skin was as fair as white jade, and even when she stood still, she was like the most beautiful scenery in this entire world, like a child blessed by heaven and earth. This was a true goddess, the type that one could admire, but not even dare to think about soiling. Many thoughts flashed through in Lin's mind at that moment. Nuwa took a seat and sized up in Lin with a curious smile. Have you seen enough yet? Where do I rank among all the beauties you've seen? Nuwa asked with a dainty smile. And Lin came to his senses, and his expression became even more awkward. It was as if she had read his mind, and he immediately gave an honest reply. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, so you naturally rank as number 1. Tsh, shameless bastard. A cold voice filled with animosity sounded from behind him. And Lin turned around, and his expression shifted again upon seeing who it was. This was an exquisitely beautiful woman in her own right, and she was wearing an elegant black dress with flowing black hair falling all the way to her waist. However, her beauty was slightly marred by the disdainful expression she had on her face as she looked at Lin. Black Spirit Snake, you're here too? And Lin was shocked. Holy crap. He was not ready for this right now. Before Lin had a chance to fear for his safety, another voice sounded. Who are you calling shameless? Is Mr. Lin not speaking the truth? Hurry up and pour tea for our guests. Nuwa scolded with a stern expression. Black Spirit Snake. And Lin was ecstatic. He had Her Majesty Nuwa on his side. With Her Majesty Nuwa taking his side, what could the stinky snake do to him? Black Spirit Snake made her way over to them with an aggrieved expression and reluctantly poured tea for Nuwa. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, Yi, and Lin, who was wearing a wide, smug smirk. Black Spirit Snake was almost unable to control herself at the sight of that gloating smirk. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue wore a buoyant smile on his face, as if he was witnessing something quite amusing. Nuwa spoke with a smile. All right, show us the Heavenly Tao fragment. Black Spirit Snake was just brewing some more tea when she turned to look at Lin. She knew that Lin had gone to the Divine Source Continent to complete a mission, and she was also quite curious about what this supposed Heavenly Tao fragment looked like. Lin placed a supreme-grade storage ring onto the table. The Heavenly Tao fragment within has a substantial and insubstantial state, which it transitions between in an extremely unpredictable manner. Your Majesty Nuwa, please take care not to let it run away. Nuwa responded with a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I call the shots here in this cabin of life, and that's also the reason why I invited you here to release the Heavenly Tao fragment. She spoke with firm conviction and confidence on her face. It was quite clear that this cabin of life was no ordinary wooden cabin either. And Lin nodded upon hearing this, and he surveyed the interior of his storage ring to discover that the Heavenly Tao fragment was currently in its white crystalline form, and it was releasing what appeared to be clouds and mist around its body. He extracted the Heavenly Tao fragment. Everything fell silent the moment the fragment emerged. The flowers within the mirror disappeared, and the wind chimes ceased their tinkling. It was as if this fragment were the only thing remaining between heaven and earth. Both the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue and Nuwa were momentarily stunned. Both of them had fallen to the unique aura emanating from the Heavenly Tao fragment. It was also at this moment that the Heavenly Tao fragment transitioned into its insubstantial state and tried to flee into the distance. You're not getting away. Nuwa came to her senses then and let loose a clear cry. When she made an ancient seal with her hand, a vast, ancient power erupted from the wooden cabin, isolating it from the outside world. The heavenly Tao fragment crashed into the wall of the wooden cabin, and its body tremored violently as it was forced back into its substantial form again. Nuwa extended a hand. Even though the heavenly Tao fragment was struggling violently, it was still unable to resist a certain type of power and slowly flew toward Nuwa's hand. Finally, she grabbed the heavenly Tao fragment. Her eyes reflected the heavenly Tao fragment within. However, her eyes then returned to normal in a short instant. This is indeed a missing piece of the heavenly Tao. I can feel it, Nuwa murmured as she stroked the heavenly Tao fragment in an extremely gentle manner, as if she were caressing her own child. Black Spirit Snake had her chin in her hands with an entranced expression on her face. It's so beautiful. I just want to stay like this and look at it forever. You'll be able to see it every day when it fuses back together with the heavenly Tao, Nuwa said with a smile. Black Spirit Snake pouted. That's not the same. And Lin was a little surprised as he turned toward Black Spirit Snake. This was the first time he saw Black Spirit Snake acting like a pouty little girl, and it created a massive contrast with what he was used to. The heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue stroked his beard. With this heavenly Tao fragment, we have collected about 90% of the materials required for mending the heavens. We're just missing the most vital cog now, which is the power of Tao from the flaws of the heavenly Tao. Nuwa nodded before turning to Enlin and Ishi with a warm smile. This was all thanks to Enlin and Ishi's efforts. Tell me what happened during your trip to the Divine Source Continent. The two of them recounted their experiences within the Divine Source Continent for Nuwa to hear. Nuwa's expression shifted slightly upon hearing about how Feng Wuya had already progressed to the Tao integration stage. No wonder all of the powerful beings we had deployed in the past had perished. So there really is a living being who has reached Tao integration stage there. Black Spirit Snake was also a little astonished as she looked at Enlin. You've only just progressed to the return to void stage, yet you can already beat Tao integration stage super mighty figures? A smug smile appeared on Enlin's face. What's so strange about that? I'm always slaying giants. You want to spar? Black Spirit Snake's eyes lit up. Nope. Enlin immediately turned her down. Black Spirit Snake. Enlin was not stupid. Feng Wuya was extremely weak compared to the other Tao integration stage super mighty figures, whereas Black Spirit Snake was someone on par with the legendary battling Buddha, as well as one of the most powerful cultivators Nuwa had at her disposal. How could Feng Wuya even compare to her? Black Spirit Snake was clearly just looking for a chance to bash him. Alright, that's enough. Please continue, Mr. Enlin. Nuwa was quite interested in the rest of his story. Enlin was a little embarrassed by her keen gaze, and he continued to recount his experiences within the Divine Source Continent. He didn't understand why Her Majesty Nuwa would be so curious about the rest of his story now that she already had the heavenly Tao fragment. Enlin went on to recount how he had established the 4-9 Immortal Palace, fought for oppressed female cultivators, restored order to the continent, and passed many new policies. Nuwa listened with relish. Ishi also talked about how Enlin had mended the sky with a single sword strike. Nuwa was a little surprised and curious as she looked at the evil-slaying sword on Enlin's back. Your sword seems very special. May I have a closer look? Enlin shuddered upon hearing this, and he quickly grabbed his sword before injecting a burst of divine weapon origin energy within. Oh! Little Xie moaned with bliss. Enlin heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just dodged a lethal bullet. Nuwa and the others were all quite perplexed. My apologies, Senior Nuwa. My sword spirit is very shy, so I won't be able to show you my sword, Enlin said with an apologetic expression. Nuwa responded with a warm smile. That's all right. Enlin finished his story thereafter before he turned to Nuwa with a curious expression. Your Majesty Nuwa, what do I need to do if I want to return to the Divine Source Continent? Nuwa extended a single finger, and a golden light flashed from her fingertip, upon which a golden crystal appeared. Enlin looked at the golden crystal, and his expression immediately shifted upon sensing its familiar energy fluctuations. That's a Golden Realm Essence crystal. Is that all? I'll need to visit the divine source continent again. 3 golden realm essence crystals make up the foundation. You'll need to have a dual realm stone as well. Dual realm stones are quite rare, and even the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue and I have only found about a dozen or so over the years, Nuwa explained. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. Just 1 golden realm essence crystal was worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. It looked like the price for revisiting that continent was a little high. However, Nuwa looked at the heavenly Tao fragment as she said, "That won't be necessary now." And Lin's interest was immediately piqued. His 4-9 Immortal Palace was still situated over there, after all. Nuwa explained. Now that the heavenly Tao fragment has been recovered, the rift in the sky has been repaired, and a Tao integration stage supermighty figure has been born on that continent, that world would have leveled up and become more stable. Thanks to this, the passageway between the 2 worlds will also become more stable. Perhaps, in the not-too-distant future, the passageway will become a normal, easily accessible spatial passageway. And Lin heaved an internal sigh of relief upon hearing this. Nuwa put the heavenly Tao fragment away into a bracelet on her wrist. And Lin Shi, I should give you something for recovering the heavenly Tao fragment. I'll give you 2 each a divine rank material. And Lin was ecstatic. A present from Nuwa must be extremely valuable. You have my utmost gratitude, Your Majesty Nuwa. And Lin immediately saluted. Thank you, Your Majesty Nuwa. Ishi was also quite elated. Here, this myriad soul holy herb is yours. You can use it to refine pills. Nuwa passed a divine rank herb to Ishi. Ishi's smile was so wide when he accepted the herb that his eyes were almost completely hidden by his rolls of fat. And Lin, this heavenly stone is imbued with my power of chaos and can be used to defend against a Tao integration stage super mighty figure's attacks, or be tossed like a stone to inflict lethal damage upon an opponent. It can be used a total of 10 times, so it's quite a good life-saving treasure. Nuwa tossed an extremely mundane-looking, irregular, gray stone to Enlin. If this weren't a present from Nuwa, Enlin would most likely think this was just a random stone picked up from the streets. However, Enlin could sense that there were extremely fearsome energy fluctuations imbued within the stone. Thank you, Your Majesty Nuwa. Enlin accepted the heavenly stone excitedly. This was the first time he had received a present from a god of creation, and he didn't know how powerful it was. He would just have to find some unlucky fool to test out its power in the future. Little Black, pour another cup of tea for Enlin. Nuwa instructed with a warm smile. Black Spirit Snake continued to pour tea for Enlin with a thunderous expression. Never in Enlin's wildest dreams did he think that Black Spirit Snake would be obediently pouring tea for him like what she was doing now. What a satisfying feeling. After that, they discussed some other topics. Nuwa extended another invitation for Enlin to join the heaven-mending sect, which Enlin turned down euphemistically. It was quite funny when he thought about it. The 2 most important figures from the heaven-crushing sect had invited him, and the 2 most important figures within the heaven-mending sect had also invited him. It looked like he was quite a prized commodity. After about half a day, Nuwa escorted Enlin out of her cabin of life. Enlin walked through a spatial gate to discover that he had arrived at a picturesque floating continent. This was a very familiar place. It was the very same schoolyard where he had spent the best part of 5 years. Mr. Enlin, enjoy your graduation ceremony. Nuwa waved from the other side of the spatial gate with her ever-present warm smile. Whoosh! The spatial gate disappeared. The goddess of creation vanished along with it. Graduation ceremony? Enlin faltered upon hearing this. At this moment, the sound of fireworks and students cheering erupted in the distance. Holy fuck! I'm graduating! Enlin was given a huge fright. Only then did he realize that he had been in the Divine Source continent for over 3 months. The time had absolutely flown by, and Lin was a little disconsolate. He hadn't even prepared himself yet, but he was graduating just like that. He always thought graduation was something far away, but now it suddenly struck him out of nowhere, on the white stone plaza of the United University of Cultivation. Close to 10,000 fifth-year graduates were gathered here. All of them were wearing white Taoist robes with red edges. These were their graduation robes. All of the men looked handsome and dashing in those robes, while the women looked energetic and adorable, creating a marvelous spectacle to behold. Principal Wang Xianyu was blowing bubbles on stage to deliver his speech. All of the students looked on with rapt attention. This was their final day at the university. From tomorrow onward, they would be the alumni of the United University of Cultivation. However, none of the students were particularly excited as they felt like something was missing. Sigh, I just wanted to see War God and Lin one last time before I graduate. Why can't a wish even as simple as this come true? A female student said with disappointment on her face. Student Lin is a man destined for great things, so it's understandable that he's currently away from school. A male student also said with a hint of disappointment on his face. That's right. All of them couldn't help but feel a little disappointed as the legendary figure of the school did not appear at the graduation ceremony to spend his last day in the school together with everyone else. That's all right. If we miss him, we can just go to the Heavenly Court or the 4-9 Immortal sect to see him. Some of the students were more optimistic. At this moment, all of the students in the first class were gathered together. Don't worry, classmate Xiaolin. Maybe Lin will be back soon. Su Qinyun wasn't very good at consoling others, but she still tried her best and patted the shoulder of the woman beside her. Humph. Worry? I'm not worried. I'm just angry. I'm furious. He didn't even tell me what he was doing before he ran off. I'm so going to make him kneel on the lava jackfruit. Su Xiaolin wore an angry expression on her face, but she did look up at the sky as she spoke, as if she really was hoping that Lin would suddenly appear. That's right, our classmate Xiaolan certainly isn't worried about Lin. Shenyuan Cheng wore a teasing smile on his handsome face as he said, it's not like she went around and asked all of the 5 emperors and almost the entire heavenly court about where Lin was after he disappeared. And even if she had done that, it was all because she wanted to find Lin and bash him to blow off some steam. Su Xiaolin. Next, we'll be inviting our exceptional student representative of the United University of Cultivation to deliver her address, Vice Principal Yu Hua announced. All of the students burst into thunderous applause. Even some of the slightly dejected students had their moods lifted. Su Xiaolan made her way up the stage. She wore the same Taoist robe as everyone else without any embellishments nor adjustments, but she somehow still pulled it off slightly better than everyone else. Su Xiaolan's entrance was not grand by any means, but it still stunned countless students and teachers into silence. After fusing together her true dragon and vermilion bird bloodlines to perfection, her disposition and looks had become even more holy and regal, making her appear as if she were a high and mighty holy maiden. Only those closest to her knew that Su Xiaolan actually hadn't changed at all. She was still gentle when she needed to be, but also explosively violent when the situation demanded it. She was still the adorable celestial maiden she once was. Su Xiaolin looked up at the sky again before grumbling in a low voice, "Geez, I have to do something like this because of your absence. All I wanted was to become an ordinary chef. And Lin was not here, so she was the most exceptional student, and thus, she naturally took Lin's place to deliver an address as the student representative. Greetings, esteemed teachers and fellow students. I am Su Xiaolan from the first class. The path to cultivation has always been said to be a long and arduous one, and that the period of 5 years is but a drop of water in the ocean. However, these 5 years are filled with memories that I will treasure for the rest of my life. There were peaceful yet glorious days where I cultivated and learned, but also many unforgettable battles." Su Xiaolan was just delivering her address when she suddenly looked up into the sky, and an extremely vibrant smile appeared on her face, as if all of her worries had just been wiped away in an instant, leaving only unadulterated joy in its place. Her eyes had narrowed into crescent shapes as she exclaimed joyfully, "You're back! Who's back now?" All of the students and teachers could already guess who it was from the gleeful smile on Su Xiaolan's face. "It's War God and Lin. It must be Student and Lin. Ah, my God, and where? All of the students and teachers were in an uproar as they looked up into the sky. A white figure slowly drew closer to them. That handsome face and that massive, black brick. It was him all right. Raucous cheers and whistles immediately erupted. This was a much more fervent and impassioned spectacle than when the principal had delivered his address. And Lin was also given a fright by these enthusiastic students, and he waved at everyone with a joyful smile. "Hi, everyone, long time no see." Right at this moment, his heart jolted as a sense of danger welled up in his heart. He looked up to discover a black dot hurtling toward him through the air, and Lin caught it reflexively to discover that it was a white Taoist robe with red edges. "Get your ass down here. Change into those clothes immediately, and listen to my speech." An enraged, domineering voice suddenly sounded from below, and Lin shuddered and immediately nodded. "I'm sorry, classmate Xiaolan. I'll get changed right away." Thus, he changed into the white and red Taoist robe in the blink of an eye. After that, he stood among the students of the first class, listening to her speech with an obedient expression. All of the students and teachers burst into raucous laughter upon seeing this. The woman on stage was probably the only one in the entire university who could tame Lin. Su Xiaolan repressed the urge to laugh at the sight of Lin's obedient expression before continuing her speech. She was not going to give this opportunity to Lin. That's what he gets for coming late. Su Xiaolan's mannerisms had clearly become a lot more carefree and elated as she spoke. A massive weight had been lifted from her shoulders, and she had reverted back to the radiant and enchanting celestial maiden she normally was. And Lin looked up at the exquisitely beautiful woman standing on stage, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. He felt like he finally had no regrets about his 5 years at the United University of Cultivation now. Not only did he no longer have any regrets, but the same could also be said for all of his fellow students. The person they revered the most was standing on the Whitestone Plaza with them, and they were going to graduate together. What more could they ask for? Su Xiaolan's speech concluded, and the graduation ceremony moved on to the next segment. She made her way back through the crowd and glowered at Lin with a displeased expression. "Xiaolan, let me explain." And Lin spoke in a panicked voice. "All right, I'll let you explain tonight. Give me the vermilion bird mirror, and if you dare to lie, you can go kneel on the lava jackfruit." Su Xiaolan harumphed coldly. And Lin. Xiaolan was getting more and more difficult to deal with. She had even learned to use the polygraph ability of the vermilion bird mirror. Perhaps he should accidentally smash the vermilion bird mirror, then tell Xiaolan that it was broken during a battle? After the student representative's speech was an address delivered by a heavenly court immortal. In the past, it was usually a celestial immortal at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. However, the celestial the Arch himself delivered the address today, making him the highest caliber guest any graduation had ever seen. His speech was not long, and it was very easy to understand, but each of his words seemed to be imbued with the intent of the Great Tao, making all students attain enlightenment to a certain extent regardless of their cultivation bases. Even Lin and Su Xiaolan felt as if they had been greatly benefited. In the end, one golden graduation certificate after another fell from the sky and into the students' hands, each of which contained information about its respective student. This was a representation of their experiences as well as a symbol of honor. On the covers of the graduation certificates were written the words, "The United University of Cultivation Graduation Certificate," in graceful and flowing yet strong and flourishing text. On the backs of the graduation certificates were written the words, "Protect the 9 states and revitalize the human race." The United University of Cultivation was a university where prodigies from all over the kingdom of the 9 states and even the entire continent gathered. Thus, they could not be limited by a single sect or power and should instead be bringing it upon themselves to take the entire human race to greater heights. And Lin opened his graduation certificate to find a photo of himself in his youth. He wore a shy expression intermingled with a hint of uneasiness but also a sense of yearning. Wasn't this the photo he had taken when he was first accepted into the university? Why was it on his graduation certificate? Su Xiaolan turned to Lin with a gloating smile at the sight of his dumbstruck expression. "We didn't know where you were when we took the graduation photos, so we could only use this photo." A resigned smile appeared on Lin's face. "That's not bad either. I look at myself from back then and compare it to the current me, and only then do I realize just how much I've grown in the past 5 years. Su Xiaolan pinched Lin's cheeks with her hands. That's right, your skin is getting thicker and thicker. It has only been a short 5 years, and you're already much more shameless than you once were. And Lin returned the favor and also pinched Su Xiaolan's cheek. And you're getting more and more impudent. You dare to tease me in public like this? Do you really think the mighty sword Immortal and Lin is that easy to push around? Let go of me. Su Xiaolan struggled. I'm not letting go. Hee. And Lin tried to contort Su Xiaolan's face into all types of shapes like what he always did with little Xie. And then, the dragon sparrow sword flew out of its scabbard. And Lin was forced into delivering a humiliating public apology. Big brother and, let's take a photo together. A voice suddenly sounded behind him, and Lin turned to discover a graceful man holding a fan in his hand. Beside him stood a sprightly young woman, a cold and aloof woman with a pair of huge knockers, as well as a well-built, brawny man. Sure, and Lin smiled. These four made up the group he had once explored the myriad mountain realm with, and they were comprised of Zhong Yongyan, Miao Tian, Sun Shenglian, and Luo Zipping. The 5 of them took photos together with photographic crystals, and each of them kept a copy. They were graduating, so graduation photos were naturally mandatory. Immediately afterward, and Lin took a photo with Lu Debao, who was entirely pitch black from cultivating in his Divine Sun technique. Back when Lu Debao first came to the university, he was one of the stragglers in his year. Since then, he had made amazing progress to become one of the most outstanding students within his cohort, and he was now at the 10th stage Dao body. Thinking back, Lu Debao was the first rival and Lin had on his path of cultivation. Lu Debao was probably going to boast about their fleeting rivalry for countless years to come. Zhao Huayin also wanted a photo with Lin and insisted on De Bai being in the photo as well. And Lin felt like he had an ulterior motive here. However, and Lin was not afraid of De Bai being taken away from him. After all, De Bai was extremely loyal to him and was not going anywhere. Hence, he awoke De Bai from his slumber at his dorm room, and they took a photo together. Kacha. Thus, Zhao Huayin managed to keep a photographic crystal of the adorable De Bai as a memento. After that, Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, and Su Qianyun also dragged Lin over for a photo. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were like the legendary dog-riding couple, taking a photo atop De Bai's back. Su Qianyun stood off to the side, stroking De Bai's head with a gorgeous smile on her face. Shen Yuancheng stood on the other side of De Bai with his back against De Bai's waist, turning to face the camera on the side with a warm and gentle expression on his face. Crack. This moment was captured forever in a photographic crystal. And Lin had graduated. After an extensive photo spree, everyone carefully put away their photographic crystals. These were all going to be cherished memories for them in the years to come. Many students also managed to get photos with Lin and were whooping for joy. There were simply too many students who wanted to take photos with Lin, and in the end, they had to make a compromise by taking whole class photos with Lin in it. Thus, Lin left his mark on every one of the 5th-year class photos. And Lin returned to his familiar dorm room just as the sun was beginning to set. Giant and Lin, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Tina flew toward Lin excitedly before giving his Adam's apple a massive hug. Ow! Easy there, little Na. And Lin plucked little Na from his neck and placed her on the palm of his hand as he massaged his Adam's apple with his other hand. Tina sat on Lin's palm as she wrapped her tiny little arms around Lin's thumb. Giant and Lin, where did you go these past few months? Why didn't you take me with you? What did you do? She was very curious about all things that were new and unknown to her, which was why she was always keen to travel to different places with Lin. It was also because of this that she was dying to know where Lin had been in the past few months. Slow down with the questions. I'll tell you all about it later. And Lin poked Tina's cheek with a doting smile. He turned to the flower and butterfly that were sunbathing on the windowsill. I've been away for 3 months, and you're not even going to say anything? Welcome back, master. Xiao Hong and Little Gu said in flat voices. And Lin, why so unenthusiastic? Xiao Hong, hee. and Lin's lips twitched. Did I do something wrong? Xiao Hong ignored him and continued to photosynthesize. Master, have you forgotten about how you tricked us into dancing 3 months ago? Little Gu asked in a slow voice. And Lin suddenly recalled this event, and an expression of astonishment appeared on his face. Holy fuck! 3 months have passed, and you still remember something like this. You sure are a forgetful man, Xiao Hong said in her sweet voice. All women like to hold grudges. Little Gu was not impressed. Especially when someone does something wrong, but doesn't do anything to rectify the situation. And Lin was dumbstruck. What was he supposed to do? Oh, right. And Lin's eyes lit up. I've got some treasures to show you. His storage ring flashed as he produced 2 items. Xiao Hong, this is a golden divine sun immortal pill for you. It is imbued with an extremely potent power of yang. Little Gu, this is an ancient myriad poison spike, an intermediate rank immortal tool that will go along really nicely with your poison powder. Ah, thank you, Master. Master is not so bad after all. Xiao Hong exclaimed in her sweet voice before gently kissing Lin on the back of the hand with her red, flowery head. Long live, Master. Little Gu was elated. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. This was the secret to pleasing women. Just dump precious gifts on them. By the way, where's little Tian? And Lin felt like something was missing without Shui Zhantian flapping around him and praising him with his inexhaustible bank of idioms. He went to the holy glacial lands with little Lang to look for treasures, woof. Dabai replied. The holy glacial lands? And Lin was a little perplexed. Why there of all places? Not even the snow maidens can bear to stay there. Well, a month ago the great Tao of heaven and earth suddenly resonated there, and it looked like someone successfully reached the Tao integration stage within the depths of the holy glacial land. Furthermore, this was no ordinary Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Their aura seemed to be imbued with the terrifying Tao realm of someone looking to defy the natural order and break the very heavens. Because of this, the environment there underwent a strange transformation. Not only has it gotten even colder there, but a bunch of strange living beings was also born there, all of which are even more resistant to the extreme cold. Think about it, Big Brother, and wouldn't there be a great chance of rare and exotic treasures appearing there as a result? Woof, Dabai continued, and Lin nodded slightly before his brows furrowed. I get that there could be some special treasures appearing there, but why do I feel like little Tian is going there with the intention of meeting that mighty figure looking to defy the natural order and break the heavens? A pained expression appeared on Dabai's face. I think so too, Big Brother, and you have to be strong and look at things from an optimistic standpoint. Little Tian actually still loves you. And Lin was perplexed. Why was Dabai making it sound like he had been cucked? He tried to contact little Tian via voice transmission talisman, but he was unable to do so. There is still a mysterious power within the holy glacial lands that prohibits voice transmission signals. Woof, Dabai explained. All right, I'll look for them at a later date then. And Lin heaved a faint sigh. He then turned to the little fairy on his shoulder with a smile. Little Na, I also have a present for you. Huh? Me? What is it? Little Na's emerald eyes instantly lit up with irrepressible excitement. A seed. And Lin's storage ring flashed, and a translucent little ball appeared in midair. All of a sudden, heaven and earth fell silent, as if this little ball were the only thing left in this world. Tina's eyes widened as she stared blankly at the seed before her. Xiao Hong, Little Gu, and Dabai also turned toward the seed with astonishment on their faces. Even though they didn't know what this seed was, they could tell that this seed was an extremely extraordinary object that was much more valuable than even a divine tool. What is this thing, Giant and Lin? It's too valuable. Tina was completely overawed and didn't really dare to accept the seed. This thing is called the Seed of the Realm Core, which is something born from the heavenly Tao and is imbued with the vitality of an entire world. It has a myriad of uses of which only one is known, which is that it can repair a fragment of the realm core. As such, you're the only one who can use this seed, so just take it. And Lin passed the seed to Tina. Tina carefully accepted the seed and cupped it in her hands before raising her head with a gorgeous smile. Thank you, Jian and Lin, for giving me this most precious gift. I'm your master, so of course I'm going to look out for you. And Lin rubbed her tiny little head with a warm smile. Debai's mouth gaped open. And Lin was also his master, so why wasn't he getting anything? Come to think of it, many of the other beast pets also hadn't received any presents. And Lin said with a smile, "Go plant that seed in your divine mirror world. You come as well, Giant and Lin." Tina grabbed and Lin's earlobe. "All right?" And Lin nodded with a smile. "I want to go too. I've never been to Little Na's world, woof." Debai raised a paw. "Sure. I have the ability to transfer other living beings into my world aside from Master." Tina added with a pleased smile. "Xiaohong, little Gu, you two should come along as well." Xiaohong looked up at the final ray of sun that was disappearing under the horizon and said in her sweet voice, "All right, I'll come along as well. I'm getting a little excited." Little Gu also spread her wings and flew over to Little Na. And Lin, Tina, Debai, Xiaohong, and Little Gu decided to go to the divine mirror world together. Tina unleashed a divine light that encompassed all of them. In the next instant, powerful spatial energy swept forth, and the world around them transformed. When Enlin reopened his eyes, he had already arrived in the air above an extremely lively and bustling city. "Wow! There are so many large houses," Xiaohong exclaimed in her sweet voice as she peeked out from Enlin's pocket. Countless skyscrapers hundreds of meters tall had appeared before them. There were vibrant and colorful projections of S everywhere. There were also all manners of transportation devices traveling on the ground below as well as through the air. The human race has always been the race with the most potential for creation. They're starting to look a little like the purple star civilization of countless years ago. Little Goose spoke in a slow voice. Tina pursed her lips and put her hands on her hips. "They better not do what the purple star civilization did. I am the heavens here. If they poke a hole in the heavens, what would become of me?" And Lin chuckled. "You're the god of creation, so what do you have to be scared of?" Tina said in a foreboding voice. Those were probably the exact same thoughts of the Tai Chu continent's heavenly Tao 10,000 years ago. And Lin, thinking about it now, it was pretty reasonable that the heavenly Tao would inflict backlash upon the humans of the Purple Star civilization. After all, who wouldn't be enraged after being stabbed by the living beings they had created? "Let's go plant this seed first." Tina waved an arm, upon which light flashed past, and they instantly arrived at a farming paradise where vital energy was extremely rich and abundant. "Is this the holy land that we created?" And Lin looked around at his surroundings. "That's right." Tina walked barefoot over the soft grass and arrived at a garden where countless beautiful flowers were in full bloom. "Is it beautiful here or what?" The Holy Land had undergone a drastic transformation since he had last been here. There were all types of vibrant flowers, streams and lakes that were so clear one could easily see the bottom, as well as lush mountains that were full of vitality. There was a vast abundance of spirit-rank treasures here, as well all manners of adorable little animals bounding through the forests, appraising the Enlin's group with a hint of fear in their eyes. Everything here gave off extremely rich energy fluctuations. "It certainly is very beautiful here," and Lin nodded with a genuine expression. This was a perfect paradise for cultivation or as a holiday destination. "Woof, woof, woof." Debai chased after a purple flame cat before abruptly pinning it to the ground with a sly smile. "Hey there, beautiful. You sure sexy?" "Debai, stop. Those cats are all pets of mine," Tina said. Debai reluctantly let the cat go upon seeing this, and Lin was a little perplexed. "Don't you like beautiful women with fair skin, slender waists, and long legs?" "I'm trying my best to change." "Woof." Debai spoke with a painful expression. "That's not an excuse to act like a pervert." Tina bent over and tapped Debai's head like a stern older sister. Debai apologized with an earnest expression before asking Goddess Tina if he could eat the fruits around here. After being told that he could eat as many spirit fruits as he wanted here, Debai barked joyfully before extending extensive words of praise toward Goddess Tina and running off into the distance to begin his feasting spree. It's like he has never seen a spirit fruit before. And Lin shook his head with a resigned expression. Little Na sure has a lot of treasures in her world, Xiao Hong said in her sweet voice. This place is a very good environment. It would be ideal for photosynthesis. Little Gu also chimed in with praise. To think that I have a goddess of creation as my sister. I suddenly feel so overawed. Hee hee. If you like it here, you can come here more often. Tina was a little embarrassed, and a faint blush appeared on her flawless cheeks. Let's plant this seed first. She spread open her semi-transparent golden wings and flew to the side of a clear lake, upon which she dug a hole in the soil through the use of a spell technique. She then placed the seed of the realm core into the hole and buried it before watering it with some of the lake spirit water. And Lin was a little speechless. I know I called it a seed, but you're actually just going to plant it like a normal seed? Why not? All seeds are created to be planted. Little Na said with an innocent expression. And Lin. This was an immeasurably precious treasure. Did it not deserve some special treatment? He couldn't help but feel like throwing it in the dirt was too casual and was not how something as valuable as the seed of the realm core should be treated. Tina offered a smiling explanation as if she had read Lin's mind. The fragment of the realm core has already completely fused together with this entire world, so they are one and the same. That means that no matter where the seed of the realm core is planted, it will be considered to have been planted on the fragment of the realm core, as long as it has been planted somewhere in this divine mirror world. And Lin instantly understood now. Now, I'm going to accelerate the flow of time. Tina spread open her arms, and a divine light enshrouded Lin, Dabai, Xiao Hong, and Little Gu. At the same time, a peculiar ripple proliferated over heaven and earth. The flow of time suddenly accelerated drastically, as if a time-lapse was occurring right before their very eyes. Wow! That's such an awesome ability! Xiao Hong was dumbstruck once again. Gulp! The fruit before me is becoming more and more ripe. Woof! Dabai stared at the ripening spirit fruit before him, and he couldn't help but swallow. As expected of the goddess of creation. To think that she has even mastered the flow of time here. Little Gu felt as if her horizons had been significantly broadened as she looked around at the changes taking place around her with astonishment in her eyes. This was the first time they watched Tina accelerate the flow of time, and all of them were in complete shock and awe. The soil where the seed of the realm core had been planted began to tremor. It's coming! And Lin was extremely excited. Oh, what could it be? Tina was also extremely curious. Could it be a little seedling? Xiao Hong speculated. It could be a little bug too. It doesn't necessarily have to be a plant. Little Gu chimed in, and Lin's expression darkened. This is a seed of the realm core. It's something extremely mystical and precious. How could it give rise to a plant or a bug? Just as his voice trailed off, something broke through the soil. So pretty. Tina's emerald eyes were entranced. A crystalline black and white lotus flower silently blossomed. It was revolving gently and imbued with the true intent of serenity and equilibrium. For some reason, Lin felt like this lotus flower was a little familiar. The lotus flower grew bigger and bigger, from its initial diameter of about a dozen centimeters all the way to 4 or 5 meters. A divine light began to erupt forth. Immediately afterward, a humanoid object began to materialize at the center of the lotus flower. This was a man in a black robe and with pale and gaunt features. And Lin was astonished. Feng Wuya. That's right. The man standing at the center of the lotus flower was none other than Feng Wuya. Their seed had grown a Feng Wuya. And Lin was completely shell-shocked. Never in his wildest dreams could he imagine Feng Wuya sprouting out from the seed of the realm core. Is that a man? Tina was also quite surprised. She had already stopped accelerating the flow of time. To put it more accurately, it was the subconscious will of this world that had taken the initiative to cease the acceleration of the flow of time, and the entire world seemed to have entered a special state. It was as if it had been awaiting this very moment. No, that's not a human. Chaos flashed through Tina's eyes, as if she could see through all things in this world, and a string of information appeared in her mind. This is a guardian of the world born from the seed of the realm core. It is a puppet constructed from the living being it was most familiar with. The only reason why it looks like an actual life form is because it is imbued with the power of the seed of the realm core. And Lin was enlightened upon hearing this. The seed of the realm core was nurtured by the heavenly Tao fragment, and the heavenly Tao fragment had always been with Feng Wuya. Hence, Feng Wuya was the most familiar living being to the seed of the realm core. The lotus flower blossomed, and Feng Wuya's body gradually became more substantial. Finally, he began to open his eyes. Heaven and earth lotus flowers began to blossom all around him as the power of the divine Tao proliferated forth. Holy crap! It's already at the Tao integration stage. And its aura is even more terrifying than that Feng Wuya. And Lin's eyes widened with incredulity. The man made his way slowly toward Tina before half kneeling to the ground and lowering his head. Master! Upon hearing this, Tina faltered slightly before sensing a connection between herself and this man. The man before her was actually just a highly intelligent puppet with power and intelligence. He had no thoughts nor sentient will. She nodded slightly before speaking in a gentle voice. You may rise. Feng Wuya stood up and remained as silent and stationary as a statue. Brother Feng, do you remember me? And Lin made his way over to the man with a curious expression on his face. Feng Wuya continued to look straight ahead. And Lin suddenly remembered something at the sight of Feng Wuya. Crap! I promised you that I would reveal the truth about your impotence to the world, but I forgot to do it. Feng Wuya. And Lin was feeling quite guilty now. That was his final wish, and Enlin had promised to fulfill it for him, but he immediately forgot after the event. This was quite disrespectful toward what was once a formidable adversary. This is the enemy giant Enlin had to fight in that world? A mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Tina's face as she looked at the man before her. It's too bad that he only possesses intelligence and power, but no sentient will. Why don't we give him a bit of a makeover? What do you want to do? And Lin suddenly had a bad feeling about this. I don't want a slave that looks like my master's former enemy, even if it's just a puppet with no sentient will, Tina replied. So? And Lin asked. So, I don't want it to look like this Feng Wuya. In other words, I'm going to completely change this puppet's appearance. Tina harumphed lightly, and Lin was astonished and a little confused. This is a guardian of the world born from the seed of the realm core. Are you able to change it? Tina smiled. So what if it's a product of the seed of the realm core? Don't forget that I am the master of this divine mirror world. Paramount Might descended from the sky as she spoke. And Lin and his beast pets were struck by a sense of awe, as if they were standing in the face of some sort of absolute power. Tina's gold hair danced as she rose into the sky to be enshrouded by a boundless divine light. She pointed a finger at Feng Wuya, and heaven and earth soon began to enact an absolute command on Feng Wuya's body. Feng Wuya's body began to transform. His skin became fairer and smoother. His hair became as luscious as silk. His body and features became softer and more beautiful, and his chest began to bulge. And Lin and Dabai drew sharp intakes of breaths upon seeing this. Little Na, this, and Lin's mouth gaped open. The domineering Feng Wuya had been transformed by Tina into a devastatingly gorgeous beauty with fair skin, a slender waist, and long legs. From now on, you are Feng Wuyan. Tina spoke with a dainty smile. The beauty half knelt to the ground in a respectful manner. As you wish, master. And Lin. Dabai. What the fuck? Feng Wuya was probably rolling over in his grave. And Lin looked at the beauty, who had some resemblance to Feng Wuya, and he felt like he was looking at Feng Wuya's sister. However, he knew that this was Feng Wuya. Little Na, that's a strange fetish you have there. And Lin was astonished. What do you mean by that? I'm just changing the gender of the divine mirror world's guardian. I am the goddess of creation of this divine mirror world. Do I not have the right to change the gender of the divine mirror world's guardian? Tina pouted, and Lin's lips twitched, and he had no response to this. He was initially quite touched that Tina refused to allow her slave to look like one of his enemies. But now, she was rectifying this issue by transforming Feng Wuya into a female version of himself and naming it Feng Wuyan. Poor Feng Wuya. He was only impotent during his lifetime, but now he didn't even have a dick. Thank God he didn't have any sentient will nor any memories. Otherwise, he would probably go insane. Right at this moment, the lotus flower behind Feng Wuyan began to glow with a scintillating divine light that blasted straight into the sky, where it formed a yin-yang vortex. Lotus flower petals began to fly into the air, fusing together with heaven and earth. Tina raised her head, and her breathing became slower and more drawn out. She said in a voice without any hint of emotion, "The realm core has been completely repaired, now initiating an upgrade." Her voice was like a divine decree delivered by the heavens. Whoosh! Invisible ripples proliferated through the air, encompassing the entire divine mirror world. The divine mirror world's landmass began to expand drastically, and its vital energy also became richer and more abundant. The total land mass of the continent swelled to in excess of 10 times its original size before finally ceasing to expand any further. Vital energy levels were still quickly elevating, and the structure of the world became more and more stable. Giant and Lin, Dabai, Xiaohong, Little Gu, carefully experience and observe the change taking place in this world. "I will bless all of you in the name of the heavens." Tina's body dissipated into specks of golden light. She was now the heavens of the divine mirror world. The great Tao of heaven and earth resonated as iridescent light spread through the entire sky. All of the living beings of the divine mirror world bore witness to this extremely marvelous spectacle. Some of them were gasping in amazement, some were in deep thought, and some were already on their knees, worshipping the higher powers that were clearly in play here. And Lin and the others waited on the grassland of the Holy Land, when a light suddenly rained down upon them from the sky. The light was a warm golden color, and it imbued in Lin, Dabai, Xiaohong, and Little Gu with a golden sheen. At the same time, an extremely peculiar power began to flow into their bodies. This was the essential power created by the world following its upgrade. Peculiar intent realms and true intent began to flow into their minds, making all of them bear witness to different images. Dabai saw a boundless wind. Xiaohong saw the sunrise and the sunset. Little Gu saw a beautiful field of flowers with no end in sight. Meanwhile, Lin saw the entire world. He saw all of the good things within the divine mirror world and all of the living beings living in harmony and joy. His divine sense had been drastically strengthened during the last upgrade of the divine mirror world. But this time, he felt like there was a missing piece in his heart that seemed to have been filled. What had been filled? Lin murmured with a confused expression. Only now did Lin and the others realize just how extraordinary a backdoor opened by a goddess of creation was. "Howl! I'm about to make a breakthrough, woof!" Dabai's eyes lit up. Crack! A certain shackle seemed to have been broken. Dabai's aura began to transform and vital energy surged for several dozen kilometers. "Now that you mention it, I also feel like making a breakthrough." Xiaohong wriggled her little green stem and jumped out of Lin's pocket before landing on the ground. Boom! Her aura began to elevate explosively from the soul formation intermediate stage to the soul formation final stage. A sun appeared over Xiaohong's head, looking as if it were competing with the sun in the sky as it exuded a warm, holy light that shone down upon the entire heaven and earth. "Oh, all of you are making breakthroughs. You're making me want to do so as well." Little Gu transformed into her jade bone immortal bug form and flew into the sky as a resounding crack erupted. Vital energy surged for several hundred kilometers. Rumble! Dark clouds obscured the entire sky as vital energy surged like an ocean. Countless bolts of golden void lightning tore through the sky, lighting up the entire world. Lin's mouth gaped open upon seeing this. Could these guys just make breakthroughs at will? "Carry me! Hurry up and carry me!" Lin roared with grief and indignation. All of his beast pets were transcending their tribulations, but their noob master was still treading on the spot. However, his anguished cries received no response. All of his beast pets were too busy making breakthroughs and transcending tribulations. No one had time to comfort their master. Dabai and Xiaohong were both making soul formation stage breakthroughs, so they were only absorbing some spiritual energy of heaven and earth and observing intent realms. Little Gu was making a breakthrough to the return to void intermediate stage, but it was only a small golden void lightning tribulation, so it shouldn't pose a threat to her. And Lin could only look on with and swallow his salty tears of envy and grief. At the same time, all of the powerful beings at the soul formation pinnacle stage within the divine mirror world sensed something and looked up into the sky in unison. On the tallest tower in human civilization, a man and a woman held each other's hand and smiled as they looked up at the boundless iridescent light in the sky. Adam, I always thought that we simply lacked the aptitude to make further breakthroughs. But who would have thought that it was simply this world placing a restriction upon us? This world is different now. Eve, let's make a breakthrough together. Just like we did in the past. Our true love can conquer anything. Even the heavenly tribulation will be moved by our love. Adam, Eve, the husband and wife embraced in a passionate kiss atop the tall tower. Dark clouds began to gather for several hundred kilometers in the sky as countless bolts of lightning roared within the outer ocean of the divine mirror world. The sea churned as a series of water tornadoes burst into the sky, stirring up the dark clouds overhead. Ha ha ha! Today is the day when I, the Dragon Emperor, scale to the pinnacle of this world. A golden, six-clawed dragon burst out from the ocean as bolts of golden void lightning struck its resolute scales. On a floating continent, the Dark Wing Emperor's expression shifted drastically. Crap! I can't hold it back any longer. I'm going to transcend a tribulation. All of the Dark Wing tribe elders' expressions shifted even more drastically upon hearing this. Is this going to be a large-scale tribulation transcendence? Will the lightning be powerful? Should we all take cover? Before the Dark Wing Emperor even had a chance to respond, all of the elders instantly dispersed, leaving their emperor sitting alone atop his throne. Ah! You're all cowards. Our Dark Wing tribe cultivators are all ambassadors of the heavens. How could we have such cowardly beings like you guys among our ranks? The Dark Wing Emperor roared with rage. Rumble. The only response he received was the rumbling golden void lightning in the sky. At the same time, on a sea island beside a spirit lake, and on an inky black land over a set of undulating mountain ranges, even the twisted void spirit tribe members bore witness to terrifying lightning tribulations. All of the powerful beings all over the world chose this moment to make their breakthroughs. The world's upgrade translated to ecstasy for all of the cultivators in this world. This was like a pressure cooker that had been relentlessly gathering pressure only to have its lid blown off now, resulting in all of that pressure exploding outward at once. Master, I can't hold it in. I want to keep making breakthroughs. What should I do? Xiao Hong's expression was filled with horror, and Lin felt like he had received another heavy blow upon hearing this. Then make more breakthroughs. I don't care. Sure enough, another shackle soon shattered within Xiao Hong's body amid a delicate moan, and her aura elevated drastically again, attracting lightning clouds over 500 kilometers in radius. And Lin was too numb to even grumble anymore. Not only were they collectively transcending their tribulations, but she was also now making consecutive breakthroughs. Fuck off. Before Lin had a chance to catch his breath, Dabai, who had just progressed to the soul formation intermediate stage, began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth again in a frenzy in preparation for a second breakthrough. And Lin, little Na, have you forgotten about your beloved master? And Lin looked up with tears streaming down his face. All of his beast pets were making breakthroughs while he was standing here like an idiot. Why? This wasn't fair. A voice sounded in the sky above, as if it had heard Lin's anguished cries. I can't do anything for you. I can't glean your cultivation path, so I'm unable to guide you. This was a fairly mechanical yet extremely pleasant voice. It appeared to be Tina's voice after she transformed into the heavens. And Lin was instantly plunged into despair upon hearing this. That's right, he was a fake cultivator. None of this had anything to do with him. and Lin slumped down into the grass with a disconsolate expression. The golden light was still raining down upon him, but he did not feel any warmth from it. That's right. After being struck by that feeling like some void inside him had been filled, he felt nothing else, as if everything taking place now had nothing to do with him. Sigh. And Lin heaved a faint sigh before pulling out some spirit fruits to eat as he encouraged his beast pets. He yelled, "Dabai, Xiaohong little goo, I believe in you. Break through to the Tao integration stage. Or even the God of creation stage for that matter. Dabai, Xiaohong little goo." Could he at least try and inject a bit more sincerity into his words? And Lin continued to cheer them on. Even though he had no opportunity to make breakthroughs himself, he was still quite elated to see all of his beast pets improving so quickly. The world was still changing. Vital energy levels were constantly reaching new highs, and all types of extremely rare treasures, peculiar beasts, and perilous mystic realms began to appear. All of the powerful beings at the soul formation pinnacle stage making breakthroughs at the same time was also quite a grand spectacle to behold. All of the statues of their patriarchs and matriarchs began to crack open. Look, the statue of our patriarch is glowing. My God, it really is. Wow, it's so pretty. Boom! One statue after another began to explode. Divine lights erupted forth as beings with extremely vast auras emerged from the shattered statues. They had been there ever since the creation of this world, but they were too powerful and could affect the stability of this world, so they had remained dormant this entire time. They were the patriarchs of the 10 Realm Guardian tribes. They had been sealed away as rock statues and witnessed the passing of countless years before they were able to re-emerge after taking advantage of the upgrade taking place in this world. The Spirit Fish Clan's Hong Yuji, the Heavenly Turtle Tribe's Priest Gui Wan, the Dragon Tribe's Ao Chan, the Stone Tribe's Monarch Long Yen, the Dark Wing Tribe's Floral Night Monarch, the Holy Martial Clan's Holy Monarch Wuxia, the Snake Spirit Clan's Dream Spirit Snake, the Vermilion Bird Tribe's Sword Sparrow Immortal, and the True Demon Tribe's Poison Demon God. All 9 returned to Void Stage mighty figures emerged at the same time. The golden light also rained down upon them from the sky above. They had witnessed the entire progression of this world for countless years, so as long as they weren't completely talentless idiots, they would have definitely attained enlightenment during this process. Their personal enlightenment coupled with the blessing of the heavens made all these return to Void Stage mighty figures transcend their tribulations as well. Some of them were progressing from the return to Void initial stage to the return to Void intermediate stage. Some had even attained their own divine Tao and were progressing to the return to Void final stage. Rumble, the sky was filled with tribulation clouds. The golden void lightning within this divine mirror world was being run ragged. Within the core region of the divine mirror world, Xiaohong, Little Gu, and Dabai finally stopped making breakthroughs. I feel like my whole body is brimming with energy. Woof! Dabai whizzed through the air like an excited monkey, moving so quickly that he was leaving afterimages in his wake. He had progressed from the pinnacle of the soul formation initial stage all the way to the soul formation final stage. Dabai, settle down and fortify your cultivation base, Little Goose said in a gentle voice. She had transformed into her jade bone immortal bug form and swallowed an immortal pill before sitting down like a coiled snake to meditate in order to fortify her cultivation base. Little Goo had progressed from the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage to the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. Stop running around. We should all praise the sun after making our breakthroughs. Xiao Hong spoke in her sweet voice as she wobbled her red, flowery head. She didn't really seem any different after making her breakthrough, as she was always just sitting around and photosynthesizing anyway. However, and Lin knew that she was the one who had benefited the most from this experience. She had progressed from the soul formation intermediate stage to the soul formation final stage, then all the way to the return to void stage. If anyone else was to hear about this, they would probably be scared shitless. What a fucking hack. In reality, this was a hack. It was a goddess of creation blessing hack. These beast pets had received the blessings of this entire world, which was an extreme fortune. Congratulations, all of you. If you don't have enough immortal pills to fortify your cultivation bases, Come to me. I'll give you everything you need. Filthy Rich N was here to help. As their master, even if he couldn't help them in their cultivation paths, he should at least make sure to satisfy their materialistic needs. Master, give me a Yang-type immortal pill. I just took one, but it felt like it was somewhat lacking, Xiaohong said in her sweet voice. Master, I want an immortal pill imbued with powerful life force energy. Little Gu requested in a gentle voice. Big brother and I want a wind-type immortal pill, woof. Dabai pounced toward Enlin with excitement on his face. A doting smile appeared on Enlin's face. All right, gather around. I've got everything you need. He was never stingy toward his beast pets when it came to cultivation resources. Thus, the iridescent light in the sky gradually began to dissipate. A woman with a godly aura began to slowly descend from the sky. Her features were flawlessly intricate, as if she was the most perfect artistic creation in this world. She wore a smile that could purify all onlookers as a divine light radiated from her body. How was my blessing? The woman raised her chin slightly as she looked at the man before her with a faint smile, as if she was requesting praise. And Lin gave her a firm thumbs up. Dabai, Xiaohong, and Little Gu immediately erupted into raucous cheers. Never had they progressed so quickly in their cultivation bases in the past, and it was simply an awesome feeling. Little Na, I feel like you're a little different from before as well, and Lin said with a smile. Am I more beautiful now? Tina asked with a dainty smile. She was currently in her human size. Her looks had always been exquisitely beautiful, and she really was an extremely gorgeous woman. It's not just that. I feel like your aura has become even more mysterious now, Enlin said. There were very few beings in this world whose auras Enlin couldn't accurately sense, and Tina was now one of them. Hee, I have some good news for all of you. Tina put her hands on her hips as a smug smile appeared on her face. Yours truly is now at the return to void pinnacle stage. Of course, this cultivation base is not referring to my current goddess of creation form in this divine mirror world. I'm talking about my true body in the Tai Chu continent. And Lin's eyes widened as he drew a sharp intake of breath. Dabai, Xiaohong, and Little Gu were also shocked beyond words. Weren't you at the return to void initial stage before this? How did you get to the return to void pinnacle stage? And Lin was well and truly astonished. All of the living beings of this world can already reach the return to void stage. As the goddess of creation, I must be at the return to void pinnacle stage. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be to have my cultivation base outstripped by living beings created by me? Thus, this is the divine mirror world's way of reciprocation, Tina explained, and Lin and the beast pets were even more astonished. What kind of explanation was this? And Lin finally understood now. Tina and the divine mirror world were basically in a symbiotic relationship. Tina could develop the divine mirror world and upgrade it through certain methods. Similarly, the divine mirror world could also reciprocate and make her more powerful. Tina was the weakest god of creation Lin had ever seen, but she was also the one with the most potential. After all, she was the only god of creation Lin knew of who could fuse herself together with her entire world. Regardless of whether it was Nuwa or Nuwa, all of them remained separated from the worlds of their creations. Alright, fine, and Lin only knew one other god of creation, and that was Nuwa, so it wasn't much of a sample size. He hadn't had a chance to get to know any of the other gods of creation. However, he had discussed this topic with the Heavenly Court Emperors. No gods of creation actually fused their bodies together with their worlds. Any portable worlds they created were only placed into a separate space. However, Tina bucked all of those trends. She was able to create a world well before reaching God of Creation stage cultivation base, and on top of that, the fragment of the realm core voluntarily fused together with her and helped her create her world. It was exactly because of this that Tina seemed to have greater jurisdictive power within the divine mirror world than other gods of creation in their respective worlds. Giant and Lin, my Pokeball also upgraded, Tina said with an elated expression. And Lin faltered slightly before recalling that Tina had a Pokeball, which was a world-level treasure that could trap all enemies below her cultivation base within. This power was completely useless to Enlin. He was constantly punching above his weight class, and he could easily eliminate anyone below his cultivation base. As such, there was simply no point in trying to trap them. "How has your ball changed?" Enlin asked. Tina pointed at a black ball in her hand. "The space within my ball can act as a hub for living beings transmigrating between two worlds. I can make living beings stand within it, then instantly transmigrate to another world. In other words, I can toss this ball at you, and a few hundred powerful cultivators could jump out in an instant to fight you." And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Wasn't this ability just like a Mitsubishi van? "Oh, right, didn't you absorb a Black Fox tribe mighty figure into that ball? How's he going now?" And Lin asked. That sword-wielding Black Fox tribe mighty figure had been absorbed into Little Na's ball during the battle against Chan Hao and his forces when they tried to ruin Xiao Chao's wedding. "Oh, that little Black Fox? He's now doing community service within my ball. I've disciplined him to a fault." Tina patted her chest with a smug expression. "That's not called discipline. It's called taming him. Don't use that word in the future." And Lin said with a dark expression. "All right." Tina pouted, but she still nodded obediently. And Lin was quite relieved to see that Tina was still relatively obedient toward him. Thinking back, Tina used to be so kind, adorable, and innocent, like a little sister who was constantly going on about Giant and Lin this, Giant and Lin that. But now, she was thinking about splitting apart couples, playing with people's genders, and talking about disciplining someone as if she were a dominatrix. And Lin felt like she was going down the delinquent path. Everyone wandered around the Holy Land, eating some spirit fruits, then spectating all of the tribulation transcendences all over the world. The time passed by in a flash. Up to this point in time, heaven and earth were finally beginning to settle down in the wake of all of those drastic changes. There were over 100,000 living beings who made breakthroughs in the divine mirror world today. 28 powerful beings tried to progress to the return to void stage, with only 12 of them successfully doing so. Tina rattled off some statistics. "You should have asked the Lord of Transcendence to give them a hand. There would be at least 20 return to void stage mighty figures in this world then." And Lin said with a smile. "That's all right. It's good to go with the flow sometimes. After all, this was a wave of tribulation transcendences brought on by an upgrade in this world. So it wouldn't be good to have too many outside factors influencing it." Tina didn't mind all that much. Fair enough. And Lin approved of Tina's mindset as well. 12 new return to void stage mighty figures is already a very good result. And the divine mirror world is now a lot more powerful than it once was. It's actually 21 return to void stage mighty figures. Don't forget those 9 return to void stage statues. They're actually the most powerful beings on this continent. Tina spoke with a faint smile. And Lin came to a sudden realization upon being reminded of this. That is indeed the case. A massive change had taken place in the divine mirror world. Tina was the vital cog during this change, and she had reaped great rewards from it, but she was also quite exhausted after that ordeal. After a brief discussion, everyone decided to return to the Taichu continent to rest and to allow the divine mirror world to develop at its own pace for a while. And Lin, Tina, Dabai, Xiaohong, and Little Gu all returned to the dorm room. As usual, Xiaohong sat silently on the windowsill, swaying her flowery body from side to side. Little Gu transformed into a butterfly and danced under the moonlight. Dabai was playing around with his silver wind blade domain to get accustomed to his newly obtained power. Tina lay down on Enlin's chest and was out like a light. A peaceful night passed by. The next day, Su Xiaolan knocked on Enlin's door before coming in. She was then immediately stunned by the group of beast pets before her. Did I walk in through the wrong door?" Su Xiaolan murmured to herself with confusion on her face. She discovered that Dabai was now at the soul formation pinnacle stage, Xiaohong was at the return to void stage, the jade bone immortal bug was at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, and she couldn't even tell what cultivation-based Tina was at. "Haha, are you surprised?" And Lin chuckled. Su Xiaolan looked at Enlin. "Thank God you haven't changed." Enlin. Why were those words so scathing? and Lin recounted the events that had transpired within the divine mirror world for Su Xiaolin. Su Xiaolin felt like she was dreaming as she listened to the story, and she turned to Tina with astonishment on her face. "You can do that?" Tina yawned before a faint smile appeared on her face. "It wasn't much. It was just a pity that everything happened far too spontaneously at that time. Otherwise, it would have been great if you could come with us." An expression of disappointment also appeared on Su Xiaolin's face upon hearing this. "So be it. Everything was preordained by fate, and there's no point crying over spilled milk. Let's talk about the 4-9 Immortal sect." And Lin nodded. "I'm now the full-time sect leader of our 4-9 Immortal sect. In the past, he was a student of the United University of Cultivation and the part-time sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect. As such, there were many instances where he had been forced to go to classes instead of taking care of matters within the sect. Now that he had graduated, he could dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his sect." "When are we going?" Sect leader and Lin? Two more people appeared at his door at this moment. One of them was an extremely handsome yet warm and graceful man. The other was an exquisite, mellow beauty in a flowing blue dress. And Lin was elated to see them. "Big brother Chang, Su Qinyun, you're both ready as well? Let's set off for the 4-9 Immortal sect right away then." The 4-9 Immortal sect was situated on a section of the vast grasslands in the Purple Star State. This was the bleak and desolate realm of the fallen phoenix, but Lin found out during his conversation with Nuwa that she had combined the residual power of the phoenix there with her power of creation to transform the place into an immortal paradise. As such, they had Nuwa to thank for the site on which their sect was situated. They had once thought that this was a blessing from the heavens, and they were quite elated about it. Only now did they know that this was an unintentional gift for them from Nuwa. And Lin, Su Xiaolin, Tina, Xiaohong, Dabai, Little Gu, Shenyuan Chang, Su Qinyun, Miao Tian, Luo Ziping, Zhong Yongyan, Sun Shenglian, and many other fellow graduates all set forth for the 4-9 Immortal sect together. Shenyuan Chang had the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect to inherit, and Su Qinyun had the Moon Palace to inherit, but none of that interfered with their duties as the pavilion lords of the 4-9 Immortal sect. The 4-9 Immortal sect was now an extremely prominent sect with countless powerful immortals, so Lin decided that it was time to really focus on its development. Thus, he immediately gathered all of the higher-ups in the 4-9 Immortal sect for a conference. During the conference, Lin contributed all of the treasures he had obtained from the Divine Source Continent to the sect, leaving only the immortal rank treasures for himself. This was a massive amount of treasures, and everyone, including Bai Ling, was completely astonished. This was over 100 small mountains of treasures. In the words of Bai Ling, Lin had basically just pulled out the cultivation resources comparable to one of the 4 great sects from his storage ring. However, this wasn't really all that surprising. After all, this was a collection of treasures from all over the entire Divine Source Continent gathered over close to 10,000 years. No matter how powerful an individual sect was on the Tai Chu continent, their riches couldn't compare to the entire Divine Source Continent. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect elders and disciples could now announce to anyone in the world that their sect was just as wealthy as one of the 4 great sects. And Lin wasn't really reluctant to part with these materialistic things, especially when they were being contributed to the sect. The 4-9 Immortal sect was founded by him, so he had to nurture it like a child. This was selfless love for which he sought no return. Xiao Zhe was busy tallying, sorting, and storing away all of these new treasures, and it looked like he was going to have his hands full until at least the next day. However, he was very happy as he enjoyed nothing more than to count treasures. During the meeting, everyone also decided on a good date to officially recruit core disciples for the Flame Pavilion, Spirit Pavilion, Moon Pavilion, and Beast Pavilion. After the conference, Lin and Xiaolan strolled through the sect together. Master, look at this." Yi Ling ran over to them with a sweet smile and a hint of anticipation on her adorable little face. She held her arms aloft, and there was an extremely lifelike wooden carving of 2 people in her hands. One of them was a handsome and graceful sword immortal, while the other was an adorable little girl. Both of them had been carved from a single piece of wood, and they were connected by where they were holding hands together. This wooden carving is extremely vivid and impressive. Su Xiaolan offered genuine praise. Is this for me, little Ling? This is amazing. And Lin was very touched as he accepted the wooden carving. Master is much happier receiving this wooden carving than any immortal tool or treasure. Hee. This is only something I've been working on during my spare time, so it's nothing much. I'm really glad Master likes it. Even though that was what Yi Ling was saying, the irrepressible elation on her face revealed just how overjoyed she actually was. This was a wooden carving of her master instructing her in the way of the sword. She could never forget the warmth and happiness she experienced from the time spent with Lin practicing her sword techniques under the sunset. And Lin was the only one aside from her grandma who gave her a sense of family. A member of her family was happy because of her. So she was even happier as a result. How is your sword practice going, little Ling? And Lin asked. I've already gotten up to the second stage of the 4-9 sword techniques. Yi Ling replied with an elated smile. Little Ling is so awesome. Would you like me to give you a hand? Su Xiaolin couldn't help but cup Yi Ling's adorable face between her hands with a doting smile on her own face. Yes, please. Yi Ling eagerly dragged Su Xiaolin over to the drill ground. And Lin followed them with a smile. The 4-9 sword techniques were invented by Lin, Su Xiaolin, and Lu Qianhuan, all three of whom were exceptional sword immortals. It contained elements from Lin's Vanquish the Heavens and Slay All Evil sword techniques, as well as 6 strikes of the War God, Lu Qianhuan's Heavenly Sword Sect sword techniques, and Su Xiaolan's Vermilion Bird Sect Holy Flame sword techniques. There were a total of 18 stages which could be learned by anyone, so it was extremely versatile. The 4-9 sword techniques became very popular very quickly after it was invented. Even Xiao Zhe, who rarely ever used swords, decided to dabble in it. There were minimal prerequisites for cultivating in these sword techniques, but all of the later stages contained extremely powerful sword techniques. One could occasionally practice it to strengthen their bodies, and disciples with great aptitudes in the way of the sword could take it a lot more seriously and would undoubtedly reap great rewards from it. Just as the 4-9 Immortal sect was thriving more than ever. Deep within the dark marshlands, there was a gargantuan wheel of blood hanging in the air, which was revolving relentlessly. There were 99 waterfalls of blood falling from the edge of the wheel onto the ground below as blood mist permeated through the air in a radius of over 50 kilometers. This was where a top-rate power of the blood tribe, the Divine Disc League, was located. It was the equivalent to the 9 Imperials of the Kingdom of the 9 States and contained countless blood tribe powerful beings and mighty figures. At this moment, the leader of the Divine Disc League, Reginald, was situated within a secret chamber. Dim candlelight shone upon his beaming and buoyant face, and his head of white hair had been revitalized to a shiny, lustrous black. Even his wrinkled skin had become significantly smoother. Many blood tribe powerful beings were extremely astonished by Reginald's transformation. He had endured an extremely grueling battle about 100 years ago, during which he was severely wounded and unleashed a whole host of mystic techniques. Even though he had survived the battle, his life force had been severely depleted, and he was wasting away more and more quickly. Everyone was expecting him to die in the not-too-distant future. However, he had been revitalized all of a sudden, and this was not just a transformation to his outer appearance. Even his vitality and aura had become full of vigor. This was not something that could be feigned. Countless people were curious about how he had managed to achieve this. Whenever Reginald was asked about this, he would proclaim that he discovered a divine rank herb within a certain mystic realm, which he had consumed to revitalize himself. However, he knew in his heart that this was all thanks to an extraordinary drop of blood. This was a holy drop of blood. It was able to purify all of the filthy blood within his body, which was a result of that life and death battle a century ago. That's right. This was the blood of the holy leader. Reginald carefully dripped a drop of blood onto his finger from a small vial, looking as if he was handling his most precious treasure. This is the last drop. After this, there really is none left. I wonder when the holy leader is going to lead us to the new world. Sigh? Reginald heaved a forlorn sigh. but there was an extremely scorching light shimmering in his eyes as he stared intently at the drop of blood on his finger. He didn't care about the blood patriarch or anything like that anymore, as he was now a devout worshipper of the holy leader. Anything could be counterfeit or spurious, but blood always told the truth. The holy leader's blood could purify his entire existence. It was the greatest blood in this world. So the holy leader must be the greatest man in this world. Reginald's expression was filled with yearning as he murmured to himself, "I wonder what the holy leader is like. I really want to meet him as quickly as possible." Reginald knew that the 3 holy disciples had actually met the holy leader, and the holy disciples had told him that as long as he pledged his wholehearted allegiance to the holy blood cult, he would also get a chance to eventually meet the holy leader. What an exhilarating thought! Reginald was a high-level holy worshipper, and he wanted nothing more than to meet the holy leader. To him, the holy leader was the most brilliant being in this entire world. He was the beacon of eternal life. He looked at the final drop of the holy leader's blood. He stuck out the tip of his tongue with a mixture of excitement and reluctance on his face before swallowing the drop of blood. Reginald's entire body trembled, and his eyes lit up with extreme bliss, as if he was sampling the most delicious cuisine in this world. He continued to savor and enjoy the drop of blood within the dimly lit chamber as it purified and cleansed his body. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted outside of the Divine Disc League, immediately following which the massive blood disc revolving in the sky tremored violently. All of his furniture and utensils also tremored violently, as if a violent earthquake had struck. What's going on? A sense of foreboding welled up in Reginald's heart. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion erupted alongside the anguished wails of the Blood Tribe cultivators from the Divine Disc League. A terrifying pillar of golden light crashed down from outside of the blood disc, puncturing the blood disc formation and pulverizing countless walls and Blood Tribe bodies with its unstoppable force. Bam! Even the wall of the secret chamber was blasted open. A woman with short, golden hair emerged amid the dazzling divine light while holding a silvery white long sword and making her way toward Reginald with a cold, arrogant expression on her face. There were also 2 living beings hovering in the air behind her, but their identities were masked by the heavy black robes draped over their bodies. "Ada, how dare you invade my Divine Disc League?" Reginald roared with rage. The woman before him was one of the seated candidates competing for the position of Holy Disciple. She also held the distinction of being the closest Blood Tribe mighty figure to the Tao integration stage. A golden divine light enshrouded Ada's entire body, and her eyes held no emotion. "Leader of the Divine Disc League, Reginald, my master, Empress Helen, would like to see you." Reginald's eyes widened with incredulity. "Empress Helen wants to see me?" Empress Helen was one of the 4 Blood Tribe Tao integration stage super mighty figures, and her forte lay in soul-searching and creating illusionary realms. She was the most powerful intelligence officer in the entire Blood Tribe. In fact, it was said that nothing that happened within the dark marshlands could escape her notice. Why would Empress Helen want to see me? The sense of foreboding in Reginald's heart intensified. "You do not need to ask any questions. Just heed the call of the Empress," Ada said in a cold voice. Reginald's heart sank even further. If the Empress wanted to deliver some good news to him, she wouldn't be extending such a violent invitation. Ada was clearly here to capture him for interrogation. The Blood Tribe Emperors were all paramount beings, and no one dared to defy their orders. And what if I refuse? Reginald knew that he was most likely going to die either way today, and a resolute expression appeared on his face. It was very likely that word had gotten out. If Empress Helen really was going to interrogate him about the holy leader, there was no way he would be able to withstand the interrogation and soul-searching no matter how determined he was to do so. In that case, it would be better to refuse. He didn't want to reveal any information about the holy leader, and he was absolutely determined not to betray the holy leader. Ada's expression shifted slightly, clearly a little surprised by Reginald's decision. She came to her senses a few seconds later, and her voice cooled even further. "Refusing to heed an emperor's order is a crime comparable to treason. You know what the consequences are. Ha ha ha. I'm only loyal to the blood within my body, and that is something I have never betrayed. As for you guys, seeing as you've come here, you can stay here forever." Reginald laughed heartily as he stamped a foot violently into the ground, upon which a dark red formation replaced the shattered one. Divine Disk Slaughter Formation. Activate. The Divine Disk Slaughter Formation was the Divine Disk League's trump card. It had been nurtured with blood for over 10,000 years and had been created by the essence of countless tons of blood. Upon activation, the formation could unleash a Dao integration stage power. Reginald had already made a final decision to activate this trump card and eliminate the Holy Leader's enemies before escaping the Dark Marshlands if he could survive. Boom! The massive blood disk in the sky suddenly began to revolve more than 100 times faster than it had been, and a vortex of blood began to converge at its center. At the same time, an extremely fearsome power erupted from the formation before crashing directly down upon Ada's body. This was an extremely concentrated power of life and death. The two contrasting powers could combine to create an extremely explosive force, like a grinding disk that could instantly reduce the average return to void stage mighty figure to dust. A golden divine light formed the most resolute barrier around Ada's body, while keeping the power of life and death sweeping toward her at bay. Reginald, you really have betrayed the emperors. Is this also because of the holy blood? Ada's expression had completely darkened as she roared with rage. You know about the holy blood? Reginald's expression shifted, and he immediately crushed a communication jade talisman. I really can't let you live now. He pressed a hand downward, and a dark red power instantly focused on Ada's body like a grinding disk. Boom! Everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers was instantly reduced to dust by the power of the formation. Even the divine disk itself was beginning to crumble from overexertion. However, to Reginald's astonishment, an incandescent golden light erupted from the sea of dark red energy. Not only was this Ada's golden divine Tao light, but the two black-robed powerful beings were also unleashing peerlessly powerful golden divine lights. The three of them stood in a stable triangular formation, creating a triangular defensive barrier that kept the violent sea of dark red power at bay. This divine light, even Empress Helen's three holy golden guardians are here. Reginald's expression shifted once again. The three holy golden guardians had a combination technique that could unleash a power comparable to a Dao integration stage super mighty figure for a short period of time. It looked like Empress Helen had been onto him for a long time. Otherwise, she would not have made such extensive preparations and even deployed two of her mysterious holy golden guardians along with Ada. One blood tribe powerful being after another began to gather on the scene, all of whom wore expressions of uneasiness as they looked at Ada and the two holy golden guardians. What's going on, Alliance Leader? One of the blood tribe cultivators asked. At the same time, one powerful aura after another erupted into the heavens. A series of return to void stage mighty figures emerged from the blood disk before turning to face Ada and the others with animosity on their faces. Run! Reginald roared to all of the Divine Disk League members. He was saying to all of the oblivious blood tribe cultivators, but more so to those fellow devout worshippers of the Holy Leader. Too late, Ada said in a cold voice with a golden light enveloping her body. She looked up into the sky before half-kneeling to the ground with an extremely respectful expression on her face. The Holy Golden Guardians pay our respects to Empress Helen. Rumble. Darkness suddenly descended over the sky above. Strings of inky black silk crisscrossed and interlaced over one another, creating a spatial seal within a radius of 150 kilometers, giving none of the Divine Disk League blood tribe cultivators a chance at running away. Reginald's face turned deathly pale as he looked up into the sky with despair etched on his face. How could this be? Even Empress Helen herself has gotten involved. All of the other blood tribe powerful beings were also struck by shock and horror. Dao integration stage emperors were paramount beings in their eyes who were close to invincible, and no living beings dared to oppose them. Now that an empress had descended upon this place, they had next to no chance of survival. Reginald, you are suspected of treason against the blood tribe and are now opposing my orders. Have you prepared yourself to have your soul searched by me? An apathetic voice filled with might and majesty sounded from the sky. Reginald roared and poured all of his energy into the divine disc slaughter formation. The formation revolved even more quickly, and a blood spear over 10 kilometers in length, which was imbued with the fearsome powers of life and death, was materialized before piercing straight toward Empress Helen. This was the most powerful technique the formation was capable of unleashing, and it was also Reginald's final struggle. The might of the blood spear was comparable to a Tao integration stage super mighty figure's attack, and it was capable of even destroying all space in its wake. The blood spear shot forth for over 100 kilometers before crashing into the vast expanse of darkness in the sky, making the inky black sky surge violently with its devastating power. Your artificial Tao integration stage power is still incomparable to my true Tao integration stage power. A tall and slender woman in a black palatial robe appeared in the sky above. She had a head of curled black hair and a pair of cold, bloodthirsty crimson eyes on her face. The blood spear tremored violently, but it was unable to advance any further. That was because Helen was already holding it tightly in her hand. Bam! A violent explosion erupted. The blood spear was crushed and exploded into boundless blood rain, which fell upon the earth. Reginald, your crimes have been further exacerbated by your attempt to attack a blood tribe emperor. Your fate of death is sealed today. Her palm fell as she spoke. This palm was imbued with the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it encompassed all of the living beings below. All of the Divine Disc League blood tribe cultivators were struck by a sense of crushing despair. Some were screaming and fleeing, while some were kneeling and begging for their lives, yelling about how they had nothing to do with Reginald's treason. After all, only a select few returned to Void Stage mighty figures were aware of the existence of the Holy Leader. However, the black palm still fell mercilessly with an unstoppable force, indiscriminate of friend or foe. She was one of the mighty blood tribe emperors, and she did not care who was guilty or who was innocent. She would rather take 10,000 innocent lives than let even a single guilty traitor walk free. The massive, inky black palm destroyed the divine disc slaughter formation and shattered the blood disc in the sky before engulfing all of the blood tribe powerful beings below. Reginald roared as he unleashed his power of the divine Tao to its greatest extent. But his resistance was completely futile against the overwhelming might of Empress Helen. The blood disc disappeared after an earth-shattering boom. The ancient power, which had stood on the dark marshlands for tens of thousands of years, was destroyed in mere moments. Empress Helen stood proudly in the sky as countless streams of information flashed through her eyes. Those were the memories of all of the blood tribe cultivators she had slain, and all of these memories converged like an ocean to surge into Helen's mind. An expression of astonishment appeared on Helen's face after analyzing all of the information, and she was momentarily stunned into silence. Empress Helen, are you all right? Ada was a little concerned at the sight of the strange expression on her master's face. Helen came to her senses, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she turned a pair of grave eyes upon the most central region of the dark marshlands. That was the holy land of the Blood Patriarch, a place accessible only to the holy disciples chosen by the Blood Patriarch. At this moment, within the Blood Tribe Holy Land, 3 red-robed mighty figures were walking side by side over the ancient, desolate land. There lay before them a vast expanse of yellow sand with no end in sight. There were also many antiquated and dilapidated buildings here, all of which bore astonishing scars of battle. For example, there were sword-inflicted rifts several hundred kilometers in length and massive, bottomless fist indentations. Even to this day, there were still extremely fearsome residual energy fluctuations from spell techniques of the distant past. All sorts of ancient, peculiar skeletons could be seen strewn across the ground. Shattered weapons lay half obscured by the yellow sand. The Blood Tribe Holy Land was not some immortal paradise. Instead, it was an ancient battleground between the Blood Tribe and beings from another world. It was also on this very battleground that the Blood Patriarch perished from grievous wounds. There were ancient weapons here from countless years ago, as well as the residual intent realms of paramount spell techniques and all sorts of treasures waiting to be discovered. The Holy Leader has graduated. It's about time we report to him about how things are going on our end. A gorgeous woman with golden hair and an extremely enticing figure spoke with a scorching light shimmering in her eyes. She could already envision the joy of tasting more of the Holy Leader's blood. This woman was one of the 3 Blood Tribe Holy Disciples, Cassidy. The Holy Blood cult is developing much more quickly than we anticipated. There are now 12 top-rate Blood Tribe powers and a total of 19 return to Void Stage mighty figures who are now sworn members of the Holy Blood cult. Merlin spoke with a smile. The rest of them are all subordinates of the Emperor's, so we have to be very cautious from now on, Tobias cautioned. I really want the Emperors to taste the Holy Leader's holy blood as well. I do too. Even though it's very dangerous, what if it's successful? Cassidy was full of anticipation as well, but she knew that trying to make that happen would be flirting with peril. If they were to fail, not only would they all die, more importantly, the Holy Blood cult would also be exposed. Cassidy and the others chatted with one another as they entered a palace that had been sliced in half. There's a lamp here. Cassidy's eyes lit up as she picked up a bronze lotus flower-shaped lamp and examined it. The lamp seemed to have detected something, and it suddenly lit up. The projection of a small, yellow person emerged from the flames with a profound, benevolent expression on its face. I am the lamp god. You have summoned me, so you need to fulfill 3 of my wishes. Cassidy? The lamp god continued. First, you need to take me away from this accursed place. Secondly, you need to give me blood to drink every day so that I can recover my power. Thirdly, you need to help me find a perfect body. If you cannot do so, you are going to be afflicted by my most terrifying curse. Splat! Cassidy shattered the lamp expressionlessly. Tobias massaged his brows. Another one of those nut job item spirits. Not only were there all types of treasures in this place, but there were also many weird and wacky things as well. All of them had nurtured spirit bodies over countless years. They were only capable of scaring people and were completely useless. The 3 of them searched through the palace. Doesn't look like there's anything here. Let's go somewhere else, Cassidy suggested. They had only just exited the palace when their storage rings lit up at the same time. Immediately afterward, all 3 of their expressions shifted drastically. Crap! Reginald's cover has been blown, and he's trying to run away. Let's contact all of the other Holy Blood cult worshippers and tell them to hide. However, not long after that, all of the life badges of the Divine Disc League Holy worshippers, including Reginald's, shattered into dust. All 3 holy disciples knew what it entailed for all of the Divine Disc League Holy worshippers to die at the same time. Things had developed to the worst possible state. We've most likely had our covers blown as well. Cassidy's brows furrowed as she spoke with a grave expression. The only cause for consolation is that only we know the identities of all of the holy worshippers. The holy worshippers do not know each other's identities. Hence, the damage should only be isolated to the Divine Disc League for now. I've already sent out special signals to all of the holy worshippers asking them to hide. Tobias spoke in a calm voice. But the holy worshippers know who we are. Merlin was getting quite nervous. We've most likely already had our covers blown. Let's escape from the dark marshlands. Cassidy heaved a forlorn sigh. It's too late. How long do you think it will take for the Dao integration stage super mighty figures to get here? The Emperors would probably be waiting for us before we even get out of this Blood Tribe Holy Land. What do we do then? Merlin already had cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Their positions within the Blood Tribe could even rival that of the Emperors. However, if solid evidence labeling them as traitors were to be discovered, the Dao integration stage Emperors would still have the power to deliver judgment upon them. Our first option is to commit suicide right now, the type where we destroy even our souls, so the Emperors wouldn't be able to derive any information from us, Cassidy replied. Tobias and Merlin's lips twitched upon hearing this. They were prepared to give up everything they had for the Holy Leader, but it seemed a little irresponsible to just commit suicide so easily. However, The Holy Blood cult will be without its leaders, which would be quite a heavy blow. Our second option is to hide here in this blood tribe holy land. No one can enter this place unless they are holy disciples chosen by the blood patriarch. So we can just stay here and wait for the holy leader to save us. Cassidy tucked a strand of her luscious, golden hair behind her ear and looked up into the sky as she spoke. But how is the holy leader going to be able to come in and save us? Merlin was still quite concerned. The holy leader's power is immeasurable and unimaginable to us. What makes you think the holy leader can't access this place? Cassidy harumphed coldly. Merlin. The three of them looked at each other and came to a tacit understanding. I still want to taste more of the holy leader's blood. I'm unwilling to just die like this before I witness the glorious rise of the holy blood cult. The holy leader will save us for sure. Thus, all three of them came to a unanimous decision to go with the second course of action. Boom! A peculiar ripple suddenly appeared over heaven and earth. Cassidy's expression shifted drastically. Crap! Another living being has just come in here. It's Emperor and Mang. Merlin drew a sharp intake of breath. Emperor and Mang was the last holy disciple before them, so he naturally had the right to enter the blood tribe holy land as well. Hurry up and run. Right? We have to find a place to hide. In the kingdom of the 9 states, at the 4-9 Immortal sect, within a room with a light, fragrant aroma. Lu Qianhuan's features were extremely flushed, and her bright, purple eyes were burning with concentration as she parted her cherry lips. And Lin, come quickly? All right, I'm coming. And Lin's breathing accelerated, and he swallowed involuntarily, seemingly extremely nervous. Lu Qianhuan's lips parted even further as she panted with a hint of vexation. What are you doing? Go faster and harder. I can't just use up all my energy in one go. And Lin was quickly moving his fingers. I can't hold on any longer. Lu Qianhuan's purple eyes were a little glazed over. I'm already doing my best. Sweat was pouring down and Lin's forehead from exertion. I'm at my limit. Lu Qianhuan's body tensed up as she let loose a tender cry. Bam! An explosion sound effect erupted. A large, red symbol of failure appeared on the screen. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan were dripping with sweat, and both of them fell into an extended period of silence as they looked at the failure symbol on their phone screens. I once stood at the pinnacle of League of Legends, but now, I can't even defeat an AI. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh as he looked at his 0 to 15 record. Wah! I couldn't even beat this AI with my modified young sorceress. This AI is like a hack. Tears were shimmering in Lu Qianhuan's eyes, and she pouted with displeasure as she looked at her own 0 to 20 record. On the contrary, Bai Ling was elated. This is the AI I created with peerless calculation abilities as well as personality and psychological analysis skills. I can identify an opponent's weakness within 10,000th of a second and devise the best course of action in response. How about it? Do you give up now? Lu Qianhuan had been beaten to the brink of tears, but she was still unwilling to yield. Again, I must redeem my young sorceress. Sword Immortal and Lin concedes to no one, regardless of whether it's in real life or in a game, and Lin was also unwilling to yield. However, before they even had a chance to initiate a new battle, the voice transmission talisman in his storage ring suddenly began to glow. That's rare. It's a voice transmission from the department head of the Dark Marshlands Executive Department, Jean Hu. And Lin was a little confused, but he still accepted the voice transmission. Department head Jean Hu would not be contacting him in person unless there was something very important that needed to be brought to his attention. Sect leader and Lin, bad news. Jean Hu's rough, urgent voice immediately sounded from the other side after the voice transmission was connected. What happened? And Lin's brows furrowed. We've received news from our Blood Tribe scouts that the top-rate Blood Tribe power, the Divine Disc League, has suddenly been destroyed not long ago. Jean Hu replied. The Divine Disc League? And Lin's heart jolted. What happened? If he remembered correctly, one of his slaves, Tobias, was the Grand Elder of the Divine Disc League. Jean Hu explained in a grave voice. Apparently, Empress Helen was responsible for this. They are most likely aware of something. We've also received word from spies in the core region of the Dark Marshlands that the 3 holy disciples are currently still situated within the Blood Tribe Holy Land, and that Emperor and Mang was also last seen heading there in person. And Lin abruptly stood up from his chair. Sect leader and Lin, please remain calm. The core region of the Dark Marshlands is an extremely perilous place with a formation left behind by the Blood Patriarch. Even the Celestial the Arch himself doesn't dare to venture into its depths. Jean, who cautioned in an urgent voice, as if he was afraid that Lin would make some sort of impulsive decision. There's no time. They're being placed in more and more danger even as we speak. And Lin made his way out of the room with a resolute expression. You need to calm down. They're only your slaves. Whereas you're the hope of the entire kingdom of the 9 states. Please don't do anything rash. I've already contacted the Celestial the Arch, and he will personally decide on a course of action. Jean, who was struck by a sense of foreboding. Slaves? Even if they're just my slaves, I can't sit around when they're in danger. And Lin cut off the voice transmission before looking back at Bai Ling and Lu Qianhuan. I'll be back soon. Look after yourself. Lu Qianhuan put down her phone. A smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. Take my number 1 purple star rocket. We've already determined the coordinates, so going there in my rocket will be faster than spatial travel. And Lin hesitated momentarily before nodding. All right. At the opening of the Mystic Realm, a huge rocket suddenly appeared. It was pristine white in color with a red, pointy tip and a pair of semi-transparent golden wings. And Lin was strapped tightly to the exterior of the rocket by sections of golden string, and he felt as if he were going to blast off into space where he would meet his doom. He looked down at Bai Ling with a dark expression. This is what you meant when you said I should take your rocket? An eager smile appeared on Bai Ling's beautiful face. This is a prototype that has never taken a passenger before, so you'll have to make do for now. Am I really not going to die? And Lin was feeling quite uneasy. You're already a return to void stage mighty figure, yet you're still scared of something like this? Are you not ashamed? A disdainful expression appeared on Bai Ling's face. Besides, you're doing this for Cassidy and the others, and they need your help as soon as possible. And Lin, that sounded like it made sense. Fuck it. Let's do this. All right? Blast me off. And Lin took a deep breath. Right at this moment, a voice sounded in the distance. Giant and Lin, why aren't you taking me with you if you're going to fight? An extremely beautiful fairy flew over from afar with concern on her face. Don't even think about doing this by yourself. And Lin, I can help. Su Xiaolan also flew over from the distance atop her sword. Look, our sect leader has been strapped to a rocket. What's he doing? Could it be that the Taichu continent is not enough to contain him, and he's going to fly to outer space? I feel like something's wrong here. Is this how a passenger rocket is supposed to work? The rocket was quite big, so it attracted the attention of many of the sect disciples, all of whom were discussing spiritedly among themselves. And Lin immediately instructed Bai Ling at the sight of Tina and Su Xiaolan. Blast me off. His enemies were most likely going to be Dao integration stage super mighty figures this time, so it was far too dangerous to take Su Xiaolan and Tina along with him. After all, Su Xiaolan was only invincible below Dao integration stage, and even that title was a little debatable. Bai Ling immediately began a countdown. 10-9. And Lin's expression darkened. Hurry up. Why was she doing a countdown? Was she worried that Su Xiaolan wouldn't be able to get here quickly enough? Bai Ling accelerated her countdown. 8765. And Lin was fuming. I'm telling you to hurry up and blast me off. Not hurry up in your countdown. Bai Ling ignored him. This was her moment, and she was not going to let anyone ruin it. If there was no countdown before a rocket launch, then that rocket would be a soulless rocket. Tina and Su Xiaolan were extremely fast, and they instantly flashed toward the rocket before attempting to grab onto it. However, right at this moment, a spatial barrier appeared in their way. They felt as if they had crashed into an invisible wall, and they couldn't even get past it by trying to tear open the space before them. 4-3-1, launch. Bai Ling finished her countdown in a single breath with a smile on her face. How could he have not set up barriers in advance before a rocket launch? Her spatial barrier was impregnable to all return to void stage mighty figures. Rumble, an extremely dazzling light erupted from the bottom of the rocket, sending it hurtling into the sky. At the same time, the two semi-transparent golden wings on either side of the rocket extended to over a kilometer in length before flapping like the wings of a bird to accelerate the rocket even further. And Lin was blasted straight into the sky. Oh! And Lin couldn't help but scream as the rocket reached an insane velocity in the blink of an eye. All of the spectating disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect were dumbstruck. Look! Our sect leader is doing a live rendition of Ascension. Pavilion Lords Xiaolan and Tina are giving chase. Will they be able to catch up? Sect leader is such a fortunate man to be chased by two exceptional beauties. Is that a legendary passenger rocket? It looks like it would be really stimulating to ride. And Lin began to gather more and more speed through the air. Su Xiaolan and Tina wanted to come along, but they didn't dare to break through the rocket's defenses by force in fear of accidentally damaging the rocket. Tears of rage and concern welled up in Su Xiaolan's eyes. And Lin, you bastard. I won't weigh you down, so why won't you take me with you? And Lin was feeling quite guilty upon hearing this, and he replied in a loud voice, I'll be back soon. Just wait for me. He couldn't engage all of the Blood Tribe Emperors in battle, and he wouldn't be able to win in any case. Hence, he had his own plan, and that plan was better enacted alone. Having more people with him would actually prove to be detrimental. And Lin had already contacted the Celestial the Arch via voice transmission talisman prior to getting on the rocket. 3 of the Emperors had other important missions and couldn't get back in a short time. However, the Celestial the Arch and Emperor Ziwei were able to help him out. They were going to stir up some trouble in the Dark Marshlands to draw the Blood Tribe Emperors away, so that Enlin could save the 3 holy disciples from the Blood Tribe Holy Land and get out of there as quickly as possible. The Celestial the Arch and Emperor Ziwei had already set off, and as Dao integration stage super mighty figures, they were both extraordinarily fast. They would have probably already attracted Blood Tribe Emperors to them before Enlin's arrival. Dao integration stage super mighty figures could sense one another, so the return to Void stage Enlin was an ideal candidate for infiltration. Coordinates verified, flight path verified, now entering Golden Spear mode. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded before a boundless golden light erupted from the rocket, enveloping Enlin's body in the process. At the same time, spatial ripples proliferated forth from the tip of the rocket. Giant Enlin! A clear, pleasant voice suddenly sounded. Enlin turned to discover a little fairy with divine symbols flashing around her body. In the next instant, even Enlin lost sight of the little fairy despite his powerful divine sense. However, a pair of tiny arms suddenly wrapped themselves around his neck, almost cutting off his air supply. Holy fuck! Are you trying to murder me? Enlin was given a huge fright. You're not getting rid of little Na. The small fairy wore a gorgeous, smug smile on her face as she wound her soft, warm arms tightly around Enlin's neck. Enlin was speechless. Not only had the golden string bound his entire body, but even his neck had been bound by Tina's hug. Before he had a chance to complain, the rocket suddenly accelerated further to reach its peak velocity, and its massive body disappeared into space. Su Xiaolan was on the verge of tears as she looked on from a distance. You're powerful now? So you don't want me anymore? Bai Ling was also on the verge of tears. My rocket's defenses should be impenetrable to all cultivators below the Dao integration stage. How was it bypassed by a return to Void stage fairy? Within the central region of the Dark Marshlands, at the Immortal Spirit Paradise. This was a holy paradise so beautiful that visitors would never want to leave. The sky was a pristine blue with white cranes circling above the clouds while letting loose ethereal cries from time to time. This was the core region of the Dark Marshlands, a place that even the Heavenly Court Emperors did not dare to encroach upon without meticulous preparation. There were currently 3 Dao integration stage super mighty figures gathered here, all of whom wore grave expressions of thunderous rage. Factoring in Emperor and Mang, who had entered the Blood Tribe Holy Land. All of the Blood Tribe Dao integration stage super mighty figures were gathered here. Each of the Blood Tribe Emperors had their own territory, which they governed, so they would not gather in one place unless there was something extremely significant that needed to be attended to. The three emperors stood outside of a crimson palace. "I wonder who this holy leader is," the handsome Emperor Fu Tian said with a faint smile as he gently flapped the crimson feathered fan in his hand. "I really want to know what kind of person could make so many Blood Tribe mighty figures pledge their eternal loyalty to him. Sigh, who would have thought that even the three holy disciples are involved in this? The holy disciples were chosen by the Blood Patriarch to lead the Blood Tribe to greater heights. How could they do something like this? It's inexplicable." Emperor Yi Deng spat through gritted teeth. "There must be other holy worshippers hiding within our dark marshlands. We'll investigate all of our return to Void Stage mighty figures after Mang captures the three holy disciples." Empress Helen spoke. Emperor and Mang had already entered the Holy Land, while the emperors were directly situated outside of the Holy Land in order to prevent this so-called holy leader from providing reinforcements to the three holy disciples. Emperor Yi Deng was a little nervous. Let's not get careless. Even the three holy disciples are loyal to this holy leader, so this must be a very powerful being. They would at least be at the Tao integration stage, or perhaps even God of creation stage. The other two emperors' expressions became even more grave upon hearing this. Right at this moment, all three emperors turned at the same time toward a certain direction. There really are Tao integration stage super mighty figures encroaching upon our territory, Empress Helen spoke. Tao integration stage super mighty figures were all quite sensitive to one another as they could fuse their Tao with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Hence, they would be easily discovered unless they had some sort of special concealment methods. "Is it the holy leader?" Emperor Fu Tian inquired with a smile. "Wait, this aura is very familiar." Emperor Yi Deng's brows furrowed before he came to a sudden realization. It's the Celestial the Arch and Emperor Ziwei. All of the Emperor's expressions shifted again upon hearing this. Are the Heavenly Court Emperors trying to start a full-blown war against our Blood Tribe? A frosty expression appeared on Helen's face. Not long after that, the Emperor's voice transmission talismans began to flash incessantly. They didn't even need to pick up to know that territories were currently being ravaged by the Heavenly Court Emperors. This is no coincidence. Is this a distraction? Emperor Fu Tian analyzed. It looks like this holy leader has ties with the Heavenly Court. Don't fall for this trick. This is not a matter of whether we fall for their trick or not. If we continue to stay here without doing anything, those two Heavenly Court Emperors are going to lay waste to the entire dark marshlands. Helen heaved with a resigned sigh. We have to fight. The Celestial the Arch is a very difficult opponent. Emperor Yi Deng sighed. I'll take care of him. Emperor Fu Tian wore his trademark smile as he said in a warm, composed voice. Empress Helen and Emperor Yi Deng both heaved sighs of relief upon hearing this. Emperor Fu Tian was the most powerful being in the Blood Tribe, and he was the only one capable of opposing the Celestial the Arch. Then I'll go take on Emperor Ziwei. Empress Helen turned to Emperor Yi Deng and said, You stay here at the Immortal Spirit Paradise and contact us if something happens. Yi Deng nodded with a smile. Don't worry. There is a formation left behind by the Blood Patriarch here, which can seal away the divine Tao of all living beings outside of the Blood Tribe. Even if someone like the Celestial the Arch comes here, I would have nothing to fear as they wouldn't be able to use their power of the divine Tao. Emperor Yi Deng was extremely confident. He was afraid of no one in this immortal spirit paradise. These were also Empress Helen and Emperor Fu Tian's thoughts, so they left him behind to engage the two Heavenly Court Emperors in battle. Emperor Fu Tian's body slowly became insubstantial before disappearing between heaven and earth. You guys stay here with Emperor Yi Deng, Helen instructed. A beautiful woman with short, golden hair and the two black-robed mighty figures behind her nodded at the same time. As you wish. The three holy golden guardians were extremely powerful and could be quite useful here. Helen nodded before flashing through the air, covering a distance of several hundred kilometers with each step and quickly disappearing from view. Emperor Yi Deng sat down upon his throne and harumphed coldly. So what if this holy leader has the heavenly court emperors on his side? They have no idea just how terrifying this immortal spirit paradise is. If this holy leader dares to come here, I'll make sure they stay here forever. At this moment, many blood tribe powerful beings and mighty figures were gathering around the opening to the immortal spirit paradise. Some of them were summoned here, while others were just curious spectators. All of them kept a huge distance between themselves and the opening to the blood tribe holy land. Otherwise, if a battle was to erupt here, they could easily perish as collateral damage. The only blood tribe participants in this battle were going to be Emperor Yi Deng and the 3 holy golden guardians. Hey, what's going on here? Not a clue. The Divine Disc League was destroyed, apparently by Empress Helen, and now the emperors are gathering here. Could it be that they're preparing for an enemy invasion? All of the emperors have been deployed at the same time. Something big is going to happen. But who would dare to encroach upon this place, knowing that there is a formation left behind by the Blood Patriarch here? Most of the Blood Tribe powerful beings were just oblivious spectators. However, there were some Blood Tribe mighty figures whose eyes were shimmering with anxiety and also a hint of anticipation. If their speculation proved to be correct, then there was a great chance that they would be able to see the legendary holy leader soon. With this in mind, some of the mighty figures were breathing a bit more heavily. They thought about the holy leader night and day, and they had even dreamed about the holy leader on countless occasions. The holy leader was like a godlike figure to them, and they were extremely excited to be able to witness their god descend upon the dark marshlands today. Just as the blood tribe mighty figures were fantasizing, Yi Deng's expression shifted as he looked up into the sky. Is the holy leader finally here? Why can't I sense his energy fluctuations? Rumble. A thunderous rumbling sound suddenly erupted from the sky. Golden ripples proliferated forth as a pointy, red head appeared. WH. What is that? So long, so thick, and so big. There's a person strapped to it. Ah, it's coming down. A rocket with a pair of golden wings suddenly appeared in the sky before hurtling down toward the immortal spirit paradise at an insane speed before even Emperor Yi Deng had a chance to react. Be careful. Run. The rocket crashed to the ground and violently exploded. Boom. The massive rocket crashed to the ground just like that. The blood tribe mighty figures could even hear the cries for help from the poor man strapped tightly to it. The rocket crashed to the ground and exploded. A wave of golden energy erupted forth, destroying everything in its path. Devastating shockwaves erupted for over 100 kilometers as a majestic mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The defensive formation of the immortal spirit paradise was instantly activated, and it began to absorb this terrifying, destructive power. However, it was too late. Tens of thousands of blood tribe cultivators were killed or injured during the explosion. All of the buildings within a huge area were razed to the ground. Almost all of the blood tribe cultivators gathered here knew that this was most likely the enemy the emperors were waiting for. All of the holy worshippers were trembling with excitement. This new arrival was most likely the holy leader. All of them had envisioned what type of entrance their holy leader would make. It must be an extremely magnificent and thrilling entrance. They looked up at the devastatingly fearsome mushroom cloud. The entrance was magnificent and thrilling, all right. Cough, cough, cough. Oh my God. Did someone throw a bomb at our immortal spirit paradise? A male blood tribe cultivator with a huge alcohol gourd on his back and a set of amicable features dusted himself off as he grumbled. What a terrifying entrance! A blood tribe powerful being sighed with emotion. No, that's not him. He must be an imposter. Some of the mighty figures were unwilling to believe their eyes. The holy leader of their imagination should make a magnificent, graceful entrance. What the hell was this kamikaze self-detonating rocket entrance? Crimson-veined patterns began to emerge on the ground, forming a spell formation that emitted power as vast as the ocean to absorb the shockwaves of the rocket explosion. The dust and debris were also dispersed by the power, revealing a man in a white robe with erratic, curled hair. He was panting heavily as he grumbled to himself. Holy fuck. Bai Ling didn't tell me this rocket was going to self-detonate. What the hell is this? A kamikaze explosion? And Lin complained with an enraged expression as his negative emotions continued to build up. If it weren't for that fact that he had thick skin, it would be GG for him before he even made it the scene. However, what was unknown to him was that his entrance really had achieved its intended effect of inflicting a physical and psychological blow simultaneously upon his enemies. Emperor Yi Deng almost jumped up from his throne with fright. You're Lin. Why are you here? And Lin looked up to discover a man with an extremely terrifying aura in a crimson, imperial robe staring at him with an astonished expression. This was an old friend of his. Last time, this blood tribe emperor had even tried to chase him down and kill him. And Lin smiled. What? I was bored, so I decided to take a trip here. Yi Deng's lips twitched upon hearing this. Who took trips on self-detonating rockets? However, an incredible thought soon occurred to him. Could it be that you're the holy leader they speak of? This speculation was extremely absurd, but this was the only reasonable conclusion Emperor Yi Deng could arrive at. That's right. I'm here to rescue the holy worshippers of my holy blood cult. So piss off. And Lin didn't deny this. The cover on the whole operation had already been blown, so there was no point in hiding anything. And Lin's open admission sent another wave of shock running through all of the blood tribe powerful beings gathered at the Immortal Spirit Paradise. The holy worshippers in hiding were the most astonished among everyone. This was the first time they had seen their holy leader, only to discover that their holy leader was a human. This was like a lightning strike to the head for them. They had always thought that their holy leader was some obscure blood tribe mighty figure. Impossible! Our holy leader is a being with perfect blood. He should be a regal prince with eyes as crimson as blood and flowing golden hair. How could he be a human? A beautiful blood tribe mighty figure had tears flowing down her face. This must be a mistake. It's fake. It's all fake. The sect leader of the Blood Will sect was also unable to accept this reality and broke down into tears. Ada was also astonished to see this. And Lin is the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect. But he's also the holy leader? These two identities don't have anything to do with one another. And Lin ignored all of the emotional fluctuations running through all of the blood tribe powerful beings. His divine sense instantly enshrouded the entire Immortal Spirit Paradise to discover that there was only one Tao integration stage super mighty figure, which meant that the heavenly court had succeeded in their plan. He then turned toward the Crimson Palace behind Emperor Yi Deng with a thoughtful expression. It looked like this was the entrance to the Blood Tribe's holy land. Emperor Yi Deng had already recovered from his astonishment, and a ruthless smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, you're the holy leader? Even though I'm quite surprised, I'm also extremely ecstatic. He abruptly stood up from his throne as his crimson power of the divine Tao soared into the clouds. His power was imbued with an insane and violent intent realm, and it was as if mountains of corpses and oceans of blood had appeared around him. The air was also extremely viscous and pungent with the scent of blood. I swore a vow to leave you alone until you reached the Return to Void stage. Now that you've reached the Return to Void stage, I was thinking about hunting you down, but you spared me the trouble of having to find you. Emperor Yi Deng chortled with glee, and he was already thinking about how he was going to torture Lin. The three holy golden guardians remained standing silently on the spot. They could just leave Emperor Yi Deng to avenge his son for himself. Emperor Yi Deng had already reached the Tao integration stage for many years and was unfathomably powerful. And Lin could sense from his aura alone that he was much more powerful than the likes of Feng Wuya. You call yourself the holy leader? You ignorant, cocky bastard. Let me teach you a lesson in humility. Emperor Yi Deng gripped the air toward Lin. Over 10,000 ferocious beasts clad in crimson armor roared as they pounced toward Lin. All of them possessed extremely powerful auras and were also imbued with the Tao integration stage power of the divine Tao. Even as they were running through the air, their claws made the space around them tremor and quake. What a pitifully weak attack! And Lin unleashed his origin energy of the netherworld, upon which his aura soared explosively, and he slashed his evil-slaying sword through the air. A sword projection transformed into a vast expanse of darkness before engulfing all of the armor-clad beasts like a tidal wave. At the same time, Enlin's eyes became pure golden in color, and a golden divine pattern appeared on his forehead. A paramount divine might instantly erupted forth in a radius of several hundred kilometers, enshrouding the entire heaven and earth. An ear-splitting call instantly reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The holy leader of the holy blood cult is here. Where are my holy worshippers? The call was imbued with supreme divine might and was audible throughout the entire heaven and earth. This was the first time Enlin had unleashed his great divine might technique, and even he didn't know how powerful it was going to be. However, this was a spell technique he had obtained after conquering over 2,000 beautiful concubines. So it shouldn't be too bad. All of the tens of thousands of blood tribe powerful beings present felt as if they were being confronted by the mightiest god of this world. They couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance, and the vast majority of them involuntarily knelt to the ground. Even Return to Void stage mighty figures collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, and they could only support themselves with their hands pressed against the ground. Ada forced herself not to kneel, but her features were extremely pale and cold sweat had materialized on her forehead. She looked at the godlike man in the distance with an astonished expression. This is the might of Enlin? How could it be so terrifying? Isn't he only at the Return to Void stage? Why was this sense of oppression even more potent than when she was confronted by her master? Even Emperor Yideng was experiencing a sense of crushing oppression, as if he was facing an existence on a level that transcended beyond his own. Where are the holy worshippers? Do you think they'll dare to stand with you now? Emperor Yideng paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Are you calling them out so that they can all die with you? Charge! I'd gladly lay down my life for the holy leader. Long live the holy blood cult! Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions suddenly erupted. A series of devastating spell techniques began to appear. 13 Return to Void stage mighty figures suddenly sprang into action before attacking all of the blood tribe powerful beings around them. One had to realize that Return to Void initial stage mighty figures weren't even powerful enough to absorb Enlin's blood without self-detonating. So these were all Return to Void intermediate stage and Return to Void final stage mighty figures. All of them were unleashing their most powerful attacks from the get-go, and the effects were simply devastating. Over 10,000 blood tribe powerful beings perished in the blink of an eye. Emperor Yideng was dumbstruck. All of these top-rate mighty figures were so-called holy worshippers. What Yideng didn't know was that after absorbing Enlin's blood, all of these blood tribe mighty figures had an instinctive connection and unconditional acceptance toward Enlin. They had accepted Enlin with all their hearts, and they loved Enlin, so they had to love everything about him, even the fact that he was a human. Holy Golden Guardians! Go kill those traitors! Emperor Yideng was fuming with rage. The 3 Holy Golden Guardians had already sprung into action before Emperor Yideng had issued his command. All of them were mighty figures at the Return to Void pinnacle stage, so it was no problem for them to take care of the 13 traitorous blood tribe mighty figures with the help of the other blood tribe mighty figures present. A golden divine Tao light erupted from Ada's body as she hurtled toward a Return to Void intermediate stage mighty figure at blinding speed with a dagger in her hand. A golden light flashed through the air, and the mighty figure was sliced in half before they even had a chance to react. Sect Leader Ken of the Blood Rakshasa sect. I didn't think that even you would be a traitor. You can go and repent in hell now, Ada said in a cold voice. The figure that had been sliced in half was still howling in agony, but he was soon burned into nothingness by a golden divine Tao light. Emperor Yideng couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. You're all trash. You and your supposed holy worshippers are all going to die here today. 3 mighty figures at the Return to Void pinnacle stage think that they can kill all of my holy worshippers? And Lin knew that among his 12 remaining holy worshippers, there were 2 at the Return to Void pinnacle stage. The 3 Holy Golden Guardians can unleash a combination mystic technique, which will grant them Tao integration stage power for a short time. Do you still think they're incapable of killing these people? Emperor Yideng chuckled coldly. Right at this moment, a woman's anguished wail erupted. Ah! Guardian Jin Yao. Ada let loose a despairing cry upon seeing this, and her calm and collected facade had completely collapsed. One of the black-robed holy golden guardians had been enveloped by a rainbow divine light, and her body was being twisted by a terrifying spatial power. In the next instant, that holy golden guardian disappeared. A black ball remained in her place, and it rolled around before releasing a loud burp. An extremely beautiful fairy placed the ball into her storage ring with a dainty smile on her face. 3 holy golden guardians can achieve Dao integration stage power, but what about 2? Emperor Deng. Who the hell are you? And what was that ball? Ada stared at the little fairy with astonishment and caution on her face. The guardian Jin Yao was a return to void final stage mighty figure, and it was simply absurd to Ada that a little fairy was able to suck her away into a ball. Even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure wouldn't be able to take care of a return to void final stage mighty figure that quickly. My ball is known as the Pokeball, and it can seal away all monsters and demons. You better settle down, or I might just take you as well. Tina put her hands on her hips with a stern expression. The Pokeball could seal away all enemies with cultivation bases equal to or lower than Tina's. Tina was now at the return to void pinnacle stage, so she was naturally able to seal Jin Yao away. Unfortunately, the Pokeball could only seal away one target in a short amount of time. Otherwise, she would have sealed away all of these blood tribe powerful beings. However, Ada did not know this, and she really was frightened into inactivity by Tina's words. What a terrifying fairy. She just insta-killed one of the 3 holy golden guardians. We would stand no chance against her. The blood tribe powerful beings began to flee with expressions of shock and horror on their faces. In contrast, the holy worshippers were at the height of their morale and began to hunt down their surrounding enemies with even more vigor and excitement. The blood tribe powerful beings fell like mosquitoes. And this was all because Tina threw a little ball. Emperor Deng's expression was thunderously dark, and he pounced toward Enlin with killing intent surging from his body. There was no point in wasting time with words at a time like this. All he would have to do was to kill Enlin, and this farce would come to an end. Sister, that fairy's ball can most likely only be used once. Otherwise, she wouldn't just be delivering a verbal threat to us. The remaining black-robed holy golden guardian whispered to Ada. Ada immediately came to her senses upon hearing this. You're right, Sister Jean Ling. Let's go. Ada and Jean Ling looked at each other before transforming into 2 streaks of golden light and pouncing toward Tina. One of them held a lethal dagger while the other swept forth atop a golden wave. Even if the 2 holy golden guardians couldn't muster up a Dao integration stage power, they could still sweep through all return to void stage enemies. Tina didn't dare to underestimate her enemies, so she drew her Heart Lotus Ice Sword, which transformed the world around her into a realm of frost and ice. And Lin slashed his evil-slaying sword toward the oncoming Emperor Deng. Evil sword technique, Royal Divine Monarch. Extremely regal sword intent descended, as if a divine monarch had arrived at the scene. Boom! A black energy clashed with the crimson power of the divine Dao, transforming heaven and earth into a vast expanse of black and red. The battle between the Holy Blood Cult and the Blood Tribe had finally erupted at the Immortal Spirit Paradise. And Lin and Emperor Deng's clash made the earth within a radius of over 50 kilometers tremor violently. Both Lin and Emperor Deng were knocked back a few steps. An expression of surprise appeared on Emperor Deng's face. I didn't think you would be so powerful at just the return to void stage. No wonder the Celestial the Arch agreed to let me exact revenge on you after you have reached the return to void stage. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. Not only was there black energy revolving around his body, but he was also enshrouded by his divine flames and holy flame. That's right. He had unleashed both his origin energy of the netherworld as well as his fire god mode. Otherwise, there was no way he would have been able to fend off Emperor Deng's attack. On the other battlefield, the 12 holy worshippers had somehow managed to gain the upper hand over tens of thousands of blood tribe powerful beings. They were extremely powerful and did not fear death as they were the most fervent and devout worshippers. All they wanted to do was to burn with the most light and heat possible for their holy leader. None of the other blood tribe powerful beings within the immortal spirit paradise had this state of mind. Most of them were just here to spectate, not to engage in a battle to the death. Thus, the blood tribe army was forced firmly onto the back foot. Boom! A massive ice lotus appeared on the ground, encompassing an area with a radius of over 50 kilometers. The space within the range of this ice lotus was transformed into a world of extreme frost where lethal snowflakes flew alongside turbulent wind, blades of ice, and fearsome sword intent. Among the blood tribe powerful beings who had inadvertently stumbled into this area, some of them were frozen solid, while others were sliced into countless pieces before being preserved by the freezing temperatures. Even Ada and Jinling were moving more sluggishly within this world of extreme frost. This was the Lotus Realm technique Tina was capable of unleashing after drawing upon the full power of the Heart Lotus Ice Sword. Golden Cloud Dream. Jinling swept forth atop her massive golden wave as all manners of weapons took shape within the wave. There were fearsome golden long swords, mountainous maces, spears capable of piercing through space. All of the weapons were imbued with immensely terrifying powers and could easily shatter the blades of ice within the Lotus Realm. All of them hurtled toward Tina like an unstoppable juggernaut. Your Lotus Realm is no match for my power. Die! Jinling unleashed her full power as weapons hurtled through the air toward Tina. A golden light flashed past Tina's emerald eyes. Divine technique, divine mirror creation. She clapped her hands together, and a circular, blue mirror appeared before her. Its surface reflected the countless weapons hurtling toward her, and bursts of golden energy swept forth, immediately following which an identical sea of weapons tumbled out from her mirror. Whoosh! Countless weapons shot forth from Tina's mirror to clash together with Jinling's weapons, upon which a series of resounding booms and explosions erupted. The waves of weapons were completely identical, and all of them canceled each other out. You can completely replicate my power? I didn't think there would be such a high-level spell technique in this world. Jinling's expression became extremely grave as she produced a long golden pin. However, before she had a chance to attack again, she discovered that the fairy before her had suddenly disappeared. Her heart jolted for some reason, and a sense of extreme danger welled up in her heart. One of the golden flying swords hurtling toward her was crashing forward with an unstoppable force, as if it was the sharpest weapon in this world. It's you! You transformed into a sword. Jinling let loose a cry of surprise. Never would she have thought that Tina would be able to merge herself within her spell technique so seamlessly in such a short time. However, after a brief moment of shock, a faint smile appeared on Jinling's face as the golden pin in her hand shot forth. This was a high-rank immortal tool, the soul-crushing god-slaying pin. This pin was capable of destroying an enemy's consciousness along with their physical body. The soul-crushing god-slaying pin shot forth at blinding speed and struck the golden sword almost instantaneously. Bam! The golden flying sword exploded. However, Tina was not destroyed by her attack as she had expected. Instead, the flying sword exploded into a vast expanse of golden water droplets. One of the water droplets hurtled toward Jinling, and within it, a tiny figure was slowly growing bigger. Jinling immediately understood what had happened. Tina had managed to create over 10,000 separate spaces within the flying sword in the split second before the soul-crushing god-slaying pin had struck, and she had hidden herself in one of those spaces. In other words, her soul-crushing god-slaying pin had only struck a decoy structure. What terrifying mastery of spatial power! Tina leaped out from the golden water droplet with a cold expression in her eyes as she slashed her bright blue sword toward Jinling. There was simply not enough distance between them for Jinling to react, and she could only look on as Tina's sword swept toward her. Whoosh! The sword strike sliced the black-robed woman cleanly in half. Jinling! An enraged roar sounded from nearby. Ada's dagger was already piercing through the air toward Tina. She was initially planning to land a lethal strike on Tina while she was battling Jinling, but she didn't think that Tina would be able to defeat Jinling so quickly. Ada's dagger strike was extremely fast, and it was imbued with the power of the metallic divine Tao as well as her crushing killing intent. She was the best assassin within the blood tribe, and none of her targets had ever lived to tell the tale. The dagger hadn't reached Tina yet, but a trench several dozen kilometers in length had already been sliced into the earth from her terrifying killing intent. A faint smile appeared on Tina's face, and she turned around elegantly to strike the edge of the dagger with her sword, upon which a strange power diverted the dagger away from its original path. This was the first time Ada had ever felt like her dagger wasn't being held in her own hand. It was as if her dagger had developed a mind of her own and was intent on stabbing into the space beside Tina's body. Even her killing intent had been refracted in a different direction. Thus, she passed by Tina. No. Another immortal sword had appeared in Tina's other hand, and just as they were glancing past one another, Tina had struck at blinding speed toward Ada's back. Whoosh! A pristine, white sword projection parted heaven and earth. Ada had already summoned her golden divine Tao light to defend herself, but a huge gash was still sliced into her back, from which blood splattered forth, which was then immediately frozen into blood crystals. She didn't have time to attend to her wounds as she frantically retreated into the distance. Ada really was terrified now. In such a short period of time, this little fairy had managed to defeat herself and Jean Ling, both of whom were at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. This was outrageous. Sister, we're no match for her. Jean Ling had only just pieced together the two halves of her body with great difficulty, and she too was hurtling back in retreat. I thought you two would be quite powerful, but you're nothing much. A faint smile appeared on Tina's face as she made her way toward her retreating opponents. It looked like she was strolling leisurely through the air, yet she was constantly closing the gap between them. After Tina progressed to the return to Void stage and became the divine mirror world's goddess of creation, she already possessed power comparable to a return to Void final stage mighty figure. Now that she was at the return to Void pinnacle stage, no one knew just how powerful she was aside from herself. This was also why Tina had the confidence to accompany Lin into the core region of the Blood Tribe territory. The morale of the holy worshippers received an additional boost at the sight of Tina hunting down the two holy golden guardians. Emperor Yi Deng was quite alarmed to see this, and his attacks became more and more violent, each of which was imbued with the power to annihilate heaven and earth. His divine Tao was the Rakshasa blood Tao. The more he battled and the more his hands became stained by blood, the more power he was capable of unleashing. And Lin could sense the terrifying might behind each and every one of Emperor Yi Deng's attacks. Just the simplest punches and strikes were imbued with unstoppable force, and he felt like he would be reduced to nothingness if he was to let any of those attacks strike him. Rakshasa blood Tao, heavenly will seal. Emperor Yi Deng's body became embroiled in blood mist as a crimson divine Tao light erupted over the entire heavens. He roared as he made a circular seal with his hands, which he abruptly pressed toward Lin's body. Rumble, the heavens began to collapse. A massive seal enshrouded the entire sky before descending with boundless might. Countless blood tribe powerful beings' expressions shifted drastically, and all of them fled for their lives. The terrifying power in the sky struck them with a crushing sense of asphyxiation, and the devastating seal hadn't even fallen yet, but the earth was already beginning to crack open. And Lin sensed the power imbued within the seal, and he finally used his Star Vein Divine technique again. This was the second time he was unleashing his Star Vein Divine technique, Fire God Mode, and Origin Energy of the Netherworld at the same time. If it weren't for the fact that he had his body of the War God to provide him with insane structural integrity, his body would instantly explode from the extreme and drastic increase in power. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, eternal night. He roared as an inky black domain erupted from his evil-slaying sword, and he slashed up toward the seal in the sky at the same time. In Lin's current state, he was able to completely pummel the Tao integration stage Feng Wuya even without using any weapon. Just how terrifyingly powerful was he now after using his evil-slaying sword? Boundless black sword intent crashed into the seal in the sky, and two different types of powers clashed in a frenzy. A series of massive rifts appeared in the sky as destructive gale force winds swept outward wildly in all directions for several dozen kilometers. The massive seal in the sky was slowly beginning to crack open. Emperor Yi Deng was astonished to see this. The Heavenly Will Seal was his signature spell technique, and it was quite a threatening attack even to other Dao integration stage super mighty figures. But it was now being broken by a return to Void Stage Cultivator, and Lin's Eternal Night Sword Strike and the Heavenly Will Seal dissipated at almost the exact same time. The clash between the two spell techniques had raised over 100 mountains within the Immortal Spirit Paradise to the ground. The Immortal Paradise was now a destitute land of destruction, and Lin panted heavily in the aftermath. He had expended a lot of energy in that last attack, but it was only good enough to cancel out Emperor Yi Deng's attack. Emperor Yi Deng was indeed extremely powerful. He was on a completely different level to Feng Wuya, and Lin pulled out an immortal pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. He knew that he wouldn't be a match for Emperor Yi Deng if he were to fight like an idiot, but with the regenerative effect of his evergreen technique and the large number of immortal pills within his storage ring, he felt like he had a chance at victory in a prolonged battle, and Lin was a little disheartened by his lackluster combat prowess. However, unbeknown to him, all of the Blood Tribe spectators felt like their eyes were popping out of their sockets upon witnessing that last clash. Emperor Yi Deng was already one of the most powerful beings within the Blood Tribe. In their hearts, Emperor Yi Deng was a paramount being, but he was now fighting on par with a return to Void Stage Cultivator. Ada and Jinling were still waiting for Emperor Yi Deng to finish off Lin before coming to save them, but it looked like that wish wasn't going to come true anytime soon. Was Sect Leader Lin supposed to be only comparable in power to a return to Void Final Stage mighty figure? How is he able to fight on par with a Dao Integration Stage super mighty figure now? He was only at the Soul Formation Pinnacle stage before, but he has since advanced to the Return to Void Initial stage, so of course he's different. Holy fuck! If he keeps going like this, isn't he going to be able to beat up gods of creation when he reaches the Dao Integration stage? Long live the Holy Leader! The Holy Leader is the future of the Blood Tribe. All of the holy worshippers were extremely proud to have a leader as powerful as Lin. Only the Holy Leader could stand up to a Dao Integration Stage Emperor at just the Return to Void stage. Emperor Yi Deng's expression became even more grim, and Lin was already this terrifying at just the Return to Void stage. How powerful would he become if he was allowed to continue to develop? He had too much potential and had to be taken care of right here, right now. And Lin also wore a heavy expression. He had already sent messages to Cassidy and the others, telling them to come out from the Blood Tribe Holy Land. He was going to take them away from here. However, such a long time had passed, but they had still yet to emerge. Could it be that they were in trouble within the Holy Land? Emperor and Mang had also entered the Holy Land to pursue them, so they might well be in a difficult situation. With this in mind, Lin decided to enter the Blood Tribe Holy Land himself. The Blood Patriarch could sense the blood of Cassidy and the other holy disciples, and the Holy Land's enchantment barrier only granted access to living beings with blood that he approved of. Hence, as the master who had transformed the blood of Cassidy and the others, would he also be granted entry into the Blood Tribe Holy Land? Lin was a little curious, so he decided to give it a try. However, he would be leaving Tina behind if he did this. Tina's Feng Wuyan puppet was the guardian of the Divine Mirror World and could not come out of the Divine Mirror World. At the same time, Tina would not be able to enter the Holy Land. So if Lin left, she would have to face the Holy Golden Guardians as well as Emperor Yi Deng. In that case, she would be thrust into an extremely perilous situation, and Lin had to think of another course of action. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful force began to approach them at high speed from the northern direction of the Immortal Spirit Paradise. Emperor and Mang's personal guardian squad is here to help. A black cloud floated over from the distance. On top of the cloud stood over 10,000 Blood Tribe powerful beings, of which several were returned to Void Stage mighty figures. All of them stood in a certain battle formation, exuding a vast and fearsome combined aura. Another terrifying force was approaching from the western direction of the Immortal Spirit Paradise. Emperor Fu Tian's personal guardian squad is here to help. Countless powerful beings in crimson robes descended atop crimson Pegasi, unleashing a collective aura even more fearsome than the previous group. And Lin was a little depressed. He still hadn't thought of a viable course of action yet, but the Blood Tribe reinforcements were already piling in. This was not a good situation. Emperor Yi Deng chortled gleefully. Our reinforcements are here. They'll use a special trapping method to ensnare all of you. You won't leave this place alive no matter what. The Blood Tribe powerful beings roared collectively like thunder atop the black cloud. Charge! An enormous power swept forth, striking in Lin with a sense of crushing oppression. However, change suddenly struck. The black cloud beneath the feet of Emperor and Mang's personal guardian squad was somehow set alight. White flames quickly spread for hundreds of kilometers, releasing terrifying temperatures, as if it were threatening to incinerate the entire heavens. The black cloud was suddenly transformed into a sea of boundless white flames. Countless Blood Tribe powerful beings howled in agony as they burned away into nothingness. Among Emperor and Mang's personal guardian squad, only a few returned to Void Stage mighty figures were able to survive. All of them were in a sorry state, while the remaining 10,000 or so Blood Tribe powerful beings had been burned into oblivion. Everyone was given a fright upon seeing this, and Lin immediately became extremely excited. He was very familiar with this power. Sure enough, a proud, holy cry of a vermilion bird erupted from the heavens. A woman in a jade dress emerged, wielding her dragon sparrow sword. She raised her proud chin in the face of countless Blood Tribe powerful beings and said in a cold voice, "Even trash like you think you can kill my Lin?" And Lin was extremely touched but also quite concerned at the sight of this woman. "Xiaolan, why are you here? I told you not to ditch me whenever you're doing something dangerous. I'm so powerful now. Am I still not someone you can place your trust in?" Su Xiaolan looked at Lin with unshakable determination and stubbornness on her face. Lin opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He was struck by an indescribable sense of happiness at the sight of Su Xiaolan. "All right, then let's save Cassidy and the others together." And Lin nodded. The other Blood Tribe Crimson Pegasi army immediately changed formations after witnessing Su Xiaolan's attack. Over 10,000 powerful beings combined their powers through the use of a mystic technique to summon a dual axe-wielding blood demon over 30,000 feet tall. The blood demon wore dark red armor. It had the head of a vicious cow and the arms of a powerful ape. Blood energy revolved around its body. Not only did it possess extremely powerful defensive prowess, but all living beings who came close to it would have their life forces leached away. Roar! The massive blood demon roared and terrifying sound waves erupted forth, instantly pulverizing a mountain standing before it. All of the Blood Tribe powerful beings within the immortal spirit paradise finally felt some semblance of hope upon seeing that god-fiend-like creature. "It's here. This is the divine cow blood demon summoned by Emperor Fu Tian's personal guardian squad. It can unleash power comparable to a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage for a short time. Our battle should get a lot easier with its inclusion." The Blood Tribe powerful beings finally had their morale boosted slightly, and some of the mighty figures who were preparing to run away decided to battle for a while longer and survey the situation. And Lin looked up at the massive blood demon as a smile appeared on his face. "Xiaolan, I'll leave this blood demon to you. There's no need for me to fight." Su Xiaolan sheathed her dragon sparrow sword, clearly not intending to battle. And Lin was perplexed. Then who's going to take care of that thing? His voice had only just trailed off when Emperor Yi Deng's expression shifted. "Be careful." The blood demon looked at Emperor Yi Deng with a confused expression. At this moment, a vast expanse of stars appeared behind it. Even though it was still daytime, the stars were extremely bright and dazzling, as if the starry night sky had somehow overlapped with the current daytime sky. A gargantuan battleship enshrouded in starlight emerged in the air. Its length exceeded 50 kilometers, and it obscured the entire sky, absolutely dwarfing the massive blood demon before it. At this moment, an extremely dazzling light appeared in the massive, inky black main cannon, sending terrifying energy fluctuations proliferating through the air. "Starfire Annihilation Cannon." A woman's voice rang out across heaven and earth. The main cannon unleashed an explosive blast as dazzling as the sun and imbued with the power of great annihilation to strike the blood demon's body, as if it were a flaming meteorite shooting across the sky. Roar! The blood demon struck the scintillating cannon blast with its dual axes, slicing the blast in half with its overwhelming power. The blood demon's strike was powerful enough to slice through even the power of the divine Tao. However, while the cannon blast could form a relentless stream, the power behind the axes was ultimately not limitless. Crack! The blood demon's axes began to crack before crumbling. Roar! An expression of shock and horror appeared on the blood demon's face. At this moment, the cannon blast imbued with the power of great annihilation had already engulfed its entire body. The blood demon struggled and attempted to flee, but the starfire annihilation cannon blast quickly tore apart its body before reducing it to nothingness. The 10,000 or so members of Emperor Fu Tian's personal guardian squad were all annihilated before they even had a chance to cry out. The power of the cannon blast continued onward, creating a massive fissure with no end in sight. The power of the stars dissipated. Nothing remained in its path. The entirety of Emperor Fu Tian's personal guardian squad was annihilated. In insta-kill, all of the Blood Tribe powerful beings that were still engaged in battles were dumbstruck. What the hell is that thing? A battleship was able to insta-kill a blood demon at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. Even the 12 holy worshippers had stopped fighting and were staring at the battlefield with blank expressions of astonishment. A thought then seemed to have occurred to one of the holy worshippers, and his eyes lit up with excitement. I know what that is. It's our holy blood cult's secret weapon. And Lin's lips twitched slightly. I mean, that's not entirely incorrect. This battleship was none other than the 4-9 Immortal Sect's strategic weapon, the Starfire battleship. Geez, you didn't even tell me that the battleship was fully repaired. Did you get this thing all the way here so that you can surprise me? And Lin chuckled. Hee little Lin, this isn't its final form. There are still some functions that have not been fully repaired, but it has no problem engaging a Dao integration stage super mighty figure for a while. Lu Qianhuan's voice sounded from within the battleship, and Lin was a little concerned. By the way, is it really okay for a noob like you to be piloting the Starfire battleship? Don't look down on me. Didn't you see how I took out that divine cow blood demon with that final spark just then? Lu Qianhuan was quite indignant. Well, it's pretty difficult to miss when the blood demon is that massive. And Lin countered. Lu Qianhuan. Right at this moment, a figure in a flowing white robe appeared above the Starfire battleship. The tall and slender Bai Ling emerged with a smile on her face. I thought about it and decided to come and help you in the end. I'm not causing trouble for you, am I? Not at all. What a timely appearance you're making. And Lin replied with an excited expression. Su Xiaolan heard this in the distance and pursed her lips as she glared at Lin. Whoosh! A streak of crimson light suddenly hurtled toward Lin. Look out! Su Xiaolan yelled. And Lin turned to discover Emperor Deng hurtling toward him at extreme speed with the power of the blood Rakshasa divine Tao converging on his fist. It was also at this moment that a delicate youth in a black robe appeared before Lin. Analyze, defend. He extended a palm toward Emperor Deng, where his black power of the divine Tao created a crystalline barrier before him. Bam! The space around them crumbled. Deng's power of the blood Rakshasa divine Tao exploded violently, only to find that it had seemingly struck a massive sponge as the power flowed in a relentless wave into the youth's palm. The youth borrowed this power to retreat for over 10 kilometers with Lin, but he remained completely unscathed in the process. He turned to Lin with a smile. Master, you have to pay attention when you're fighting. And Lin was caught in a slight daze as he looked at the delicate youth before him. Xiao Zhe, you're all here. He was quite touched. Everyone who has come here possesses combat prowess equivalent to or above return to Void Final Stage mighty figures, so you don't need to worry about us weighing you down. A confident smile appeared on Xiao Zhe's face. After witnessing the crumbling and mending of an entire world in the ancient Tai Chu Dragon realm, he had attained even more enlightenment in his Tao of defense to the extent that he was even able to block an attack or two from a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Another return to Void Stage mighty figure capable of defending against Emperor Yi Deng's attacks had popped up out of nowhere, making him feel quite disgruntled and humiliated. Why was it that everyone was able to stand up against him? Was he even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure? Emperor Yi Deng was fuming with rage, and he stepped forward in midair as he spoke in a deep voice. Divine Dao Disability Formation activate. Crimson-veined patterns suddenly began to appear on the ground below before connecting to form an extremely massive and complex spell formation. The formation exuded an ancient aura, as if it were a relic of the distant past. A crimson light erupted forth, coloring the entire heaven and earth red. This was the ancient formation the Blood Patriarch had left at the Immortal Spirit Paradise, and it was a formation even the Heavenly Court Emperors were quite wary of, as it was able to disable the power of the Divine Tao among all living beings outside of the Blood Tribe. An extremely mighty projection of the Blood Patriarch over 100,000 feet tall suddenly appeared in the air. It looked down upon everyone before clenching its hands together. Whoosh! A red ripple enshrouded heaven and earth. At that moment, both Xiao Zhe and Bai Ling felt as if they had lost the ability to sense their divine Tao, as if its existence had merely been a dream. I've activated the formation left behind by the Blood Patriarch. How are you going to fight me now when you can't even use your power of the divine Tao? Emperor Yi Deng spoke with a vicious smile. He didn't want to prolong this battle any further, so he activated this trump card formation in order to take care of all of his enemies as quickly as possible. This is no ordinary formation. Bai Ling spoke with a grave expression as she stood atop the Starfire battleship. Boom, boom, boom. A few black dots imbued with extreme kinetic energy suddenly hurtled from the distance, as if it were trying to crush the entire continent. Within the blink of an eye, they had already reached Emperor Yi Deng. These were a few extremely massive metal balls. Emperor Yi Deng's pupils contracted, and he immediately extended his hands toward the metal balls. Boom! The shock waves erupting from the ensuing collision erupted for tens of thousands of meters. Emperor Yi Deng felt as if his hands were about to be torn apart as an overwhelming power swept toward him. The space around him was unable to endure this fearsome power and was crumbling like a cobweb. However, that was not the end. Emperor Yi Deng had only just managed to stop the first ball in its tracks, when the balls behind it crashed into the first ball, stacking on top of one another, creating an insane amount of collective force. Yi Deng let loose a wail of anguish as his body was blasted flying by the metal balls, causing him to crash through a mountain in the distance and emerging on the other side. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Dust and debris flew through the air. Emperor Yi Deng. Ada's eyes widened with shock. Emperor Yi Deng was just brimming with confidence a second ago after activating the Blood Patriarch formation, but in the next instant, he was blasted flying by the Starfire battleship. All of the Blood Tribe powerful beings were scared shitless upon seeing this. Was this really their revered, almighty emperor? Why was he nowhere near as invincible as they had thought? In contrast, the man in the flowing white robe who was standing with his hands clasped behind his back and a calm and collected expression on his face appeared to be more like the leader of the Blood Tribe. Look at the fervent holy worshippers. Look at the invincible combat prowess of the Holy Blood cult's secret weapon. Even the 3 holy disciples were worshippers of the holy leader. Could it be that Enlin really was the future hope of the Blood Tribe? You couldn't blame the Blood Tribe powerful beings for thinking like this. After all, the scenes transpiring before their eyes were far too shocking. Many of the Blood Tribe higher-ups had rebelled in unison, and the holy leader had appeared out of nowhere in order to save the holy disciples, displaying invincible combat prowess in the process. Everything was far too astonishing for them. And Lin, aren't you going to enter the Blood Tribe Holy Land? Leave everything to us and go in. Lu Qianhuan's pleasant voice sounded as the main cannons of the Starfire battleship wiggled around, as if she was flaunting its power. The Divine Tao Disability Formation can seal away the power of the Divine Tao, but I don't need the power of the Divine Tao to operate this thing. Ha ha ha! Lu Qianhuan's triumphant laughter rang out across the heavens. It had been a long time since she had felt this badass. and Enlin could almost imagine her standing within the main cabin of the Starfire battleship, chortling with glee with her hands on her hips. "All right, I'll leave Emperor Yi Deng to you guys then." And Lin nodded. The arrival of the Starfire battleship resolved the issue of Emperor Yi Deng, so he could now take advantage of the situation to enter the Blood Tribe Holy Land. Beneath a crumbled mountain, a crimson power of the divine Tao erupted into the sky. Emperor Yi Deng made his way out from the rubble like a fiend celestial. His entire body had become as crimson as blood, as violent crimson energy enshrouded an area several dozen kilometers in radius as his aura soared explosively. He had well and truly been enraged now, and his blood Rakshasa divine Tao had been completely unleashed. And Lin's brows furrowed slightly. Yi Deng was even more powerful now than when he had faced him. "None of you are going anywhere. I'm going to kill all of you." Yi Deng roared as he stamped his foot violently into the ground and instantly appeared before Enlin at incredible speed before launching an almighty fist. Enlin knew that even after using his 3 enhancement techniques at the same time, he would not be able to survive Emperor Yi Deng's punch. There was no way around it. He heaved an internal sigh, and a divine halo suddenly appeared on his head, seemingly constructed from streams of revolving, white wind. A paramount divine power proliferated forth as the entire world fell silent. It was as if Enlin were the only person left standing between heaven and earth. In that instant, a hint of horror welled up in Emperor Yi Deng's heart, as if attacking Enlin was an act of blasphemy, and he was struck by the urge to retract his fist. However, he quickly repressed that urge and continued to strike his fist forward. Enlin was not fearful in the slightest, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Wind of absolute power. When Emperor Yi Deng's fist struck Enlin's head, an extremely terrifying power exploded forth. Even if a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was to take this fist head-on, they would be severely wounded. However, Yi Deng felt as if his fist had struck thin air, as if it was being blocked by some invisible barrier. Bam! And Lin's body shot back, as if he had been struck. However, Yi Deng could still see his handsome, smiling face. How could it be so handsome? How could it be so three-dimensional? Even the most handsome person would have their entire face flattened, if not their entire head detonated by his punch. Emperor Yi Deng was astonished and was stunned into inactivity for a split second. And Lin had only managed to block that attack using the power of the heavenly wind god. This was a truly paramount power, and it took an enormous amount of energy for him to use it, but he was still able to summon it for a short time. Power of this caliber could easily keep a Tao integration stage super mighty figure's attacks at bay. A smile appeared on Enlin's face, and he borrowed on the power of Emperor Yi Deng's punch to enter the Crimson Palace. Emperor Yi Deng was just about to give chase when an ear-splitting boom erupted behind him, upon which he was inundated by a series of devastating cannon blasts that made the onlookers' flesh crawl. The Starfire battleship held off Emperor Yi Deng, and Lin flew all the way into the Crimson Palace. The Crimson Palace was reinforced by an extremely powerful spell formation, which allowed it to survive the shockwaves of the previous battles. And Lin was greeted by the sight of a translucent, white statue upon entering the palace, beside which there was a golden spatial gate. Is this the entrance to the Blood Tribe Holy Land that Cassidy and the others were talking about? And Lin quickly made his way over to the entrance and unleashed his divine sense as well as his divine inspection technique. A string of information appeared in his mind. The Blood Rakshasa ancient battleground. An ancient battleground between the Blood Tribe and an alien tribe from another world. This was a very brief explanation and contained no information that was useful to Enlin. Could it be that I opened my eyes in the wrong way? Enlin muttered to himself. He closed his eyes before opening a pair of pure, white eyes again as he looked toward the spatial gate. A string of information appeared in his mind. Blood Patriarch spiritual restriction. Only those with bloodlines acknowledged by the Blood Patriarch can bypass this restriction. Cassidy and the others were accepted by the Blood Patriarch, so my bloodline should be no problem, right? And Lin's interest was piqued. He carefully reached into the spatial gate to see if he was going to encounter any impediment. When his hand made contact with the golden gate, It was as if he had stuck his hand into a cool and refreshing pool of water. An ethereal yet extremely elated voice sounded from within the restriction. Holy fuck! What was that sound? And Lin was given a fright and instinctively withdrew his hand. The golden spatial gate tremored violently just as Lin was withdrawing his hand, and the same voice sounded again from within. Oh, that felt good. A powerful suction force locked Lin's hand in place and refused to let him go. And Lin's expression shifted drastically, and he was just about to unleash the power of heavenly wind god again to extricate his hand. All of a sudden, the spatial gate transformed into a vortex from which an extremely terrifying suction force erupted. Space was twisted and compressed to the extreme, and his body was instantly sucked in. This was no longer a matter of whether it would allow him to enter. Even if he didn't want to enter, the spatial gate was determined to accept him. A strong rush of dizziness ensued. Soon, Lin's vision regained clarity, and he found himself looking at a murky, light green sky while the ground was comprised of yellow and red sand. This essentially looked like a desert with an interesting color scheme. This is the Blood Tribe Holy Land? And Lin muttered. He turned around to find a gate behind him emitting a faint sheen. It looked like he had not just been dropped at a random location. At the very least, the entrance and exit appeared to be one and the same. There was a gargantuan mutant beast skull directly behind the exit gate, so it would be quite easy to spot this gate from afar. All right, I'll contact Cassidy first. And Lin pulled out his voice transmission talisman. However, he found that he was unable to contact Cassidy, as if the signal was blocked by a strange power here. That's weird. I could still contact them when I was on the rocket. And Lin was a little perplexed. Could it be that they had entered some sort of peculiar place? He looked around at the bleak and desolate land around him. Scars left in the earth from spell techniques were still exuding terrifying energy fluctuations even after all this time, and there were many peculiar skeletons visible on the ground. This was a huge place, and Lin didn't even know where to start. There were countless directions he could go in. If he went the wrong way, he would be taking himself further and further away from Cassidy and the others. What should I do? And Lin was a little vexed. Just as he was racking his brain for a course of action, he suddenly thought of a spell technique. I've got it. Heaven and earth were suddenly reflected in Lin's eyes as invisible ripples proliferated forth in a radius of over 150 kilometers. Divine simulation technique. Everything that had taken place between heaven and earth would be revealed to him upon using this technique. The flow of the dust particles, the bugs on the ground, the direction of the winds, all of this information was revealed to him. The information seemed quite mundane and wouldn't provide any leads. However, in the eyes of Lin, after using his divine simulation technique, even the finest detail held meaning and revealed information. Every living being would inadvertently influence their surrounding environment. Each and every one of their actions would leave a trace upon the world. When all of these traces and details were pieced together, a clear path would be revealed. He could analyze all of the traces here in order to simulate and predict the future. And Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they had already reverted back to their normal black and white form. He swallowed 2 immortal pills to replenish his energy before flying into the air toward a certain direction. The direction he was flying toward was the direction Cassidy and the others were most likely to appear in, as well as the direction Emperor and Mang had gone in upon entering this place. As he continued onward, the sky gradually turned purple from its original green, and the power of Een became more abundant here. The air temperature fell. There were even black snowflakes falling from the sky. Tinkle, tinkle. The sound of a bell tinkling suddenly sounded from nearby. And Lin was intrigued by this discovery and lowered his flight altitude as he looked toward the source of the sound. There, he discovered a skeleton in a red robe lying on a dead log. Its head was lopsided, and it looked like an ordinary skeleton with the exception of the flashing red light on its chest. How interesting! And Lin could see that the skeleton was also holding a bell in its hand. Tinkle, tinkle. The skeleton seemed to have detected Lin's presence and shook the bell again. Are you telling me to come to you? and Lin was a little unsure of what this skeleton was up to. He made his way over and tried to touch the skeleton, but his hands met thin air. Tinkle, tinkle, the sound of the bell appeared elsewhere, and Lin discovered that the skeleton and the dead log had mysteriously disappeared. They then re-emerged several hundred meters away, upon which the skeleton continued to ring its bell. Is this an illusion? No. How could there be such a realistic illusion in this world that even my divine sense can't detect? And Lin was a little surprised. He had just unleashed his divine sense and verified that this skeleton was realistic and not some illusion. But if it really was an illusion, just how powerful would the caster have to be? And Lin was unwilling to give up and continued to fly toward the skeleton. However, he had only just reached it and struck out his hand again when the skeleton disappeared. Tinkle, tinkle, the sound of the tinkling bell seemed to be taunting Lin. The red-robed skeleton did nothing other than tinkling its bell. And Lin chuckled coldly. No wonder an eye-catching monster like this is still able to survive to this day despite its arrogance. How interesting. Cassidy and the others have presumably also seen it, but they were unable to do anything about it. And Lin speculated, and his interest was piqued as he made his way toward the red-robed skeleton. A white light flashed through his eyes. Divine inspection technique. The divine inspection technique could identify all things within this world. It was an extremely versatile technique for all types of scenarios. Sure enough, nothing was immune to the effects of the divine inspection technique. A string of information appeared in Lin's mind after using his divine inspection technique on the red-robed skeleton. The skeleton of the Blood Patriarch. This is the body of the Blood Patriarch left behind in the Blood Rakshasa ancient battleground which has come to life. In order to attract it, you will need to use extremely delicious blood as bait. And Lin's expression darkened upon seeing this. The Blood Patriarch sure deserved his title. Even his skeleton could rise from the dead. Did he actually know that his skeleton was prancing around here? Also, what was this about using blood as bait? This thing drank blood? And Lin was a little skeptical, but he still slit his wrist and let out some blood. The pungent odor of blood wafted through the air. The red-robed skeleton was still lying on its log and tinkling its bell when its body shuddered violently and light erupted from its eye holes. Howl! The skeleton monster let loose a peculiar cry, and its body hurtled toward Lin at an insane speed, leaving afterimages in its wake as it tried to lick Lin's wrist. How could a skeleton monster lick when it had no tongue? And Lin was horrified to discover that the skeleton was able to materialize a small, pink tongue within its mouth, which was used to lick his wrist. Slurp. My God! This is the perfect blood that I've been dreaming of. It's so delicious. The skeleton monster yelled with delight in a very familiar voice. It seemed like this was the same voice he had heard when he first made contact with the spatial gate leading into the Holy Land. And Lin faltered slightly before coming to his senses and quickly grabbing onto the skeleton monster's neck and unleashing a spatial seal at the same time. Boom! And Lin's hand locked tightly around the skeleton monster's neck before ramming it into the ground. Ah! Let go of me! The skeleton monster struggled violently. And Lin chuckled coldly as he pressed the skeleton monster firmly into the ground. Why don't you keep ringing your bell? You seemed pretty happy tinkling that thing just a moment ago. The skeleton monster. And Lin had figured this thing out. The skeleton monster before it was extremely proficient in creating illusions. But in its true form, it had no other merit aside from its speed. The red-robed skeleton monster flared up with rage. Foolish ant. Unhand me at once. Do you know who I am? Don't make me kill you. And Lin completely ignored it and stripped off the skeleton monster's red robe. He was then greeted by the sight of a skeleton that was so perfect, it was like a work of art. Even under the dark, murky sky, it still released a translucent, pristine white sheen. There was a pulsing ball of red light where its heart once was, and it was pulsing just as a heart would. Oh ho! This thing looks pretty interesting. You're already dead, but you still have a heart. And Lin chuckled as he reached a hand toward the heart. No, don't! The skeleton monster screamed and thrashed frantically on the ground. Scream and shout all you want. No one is going to come and save you. And Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. Furthermore, the more you struggle, the more excited I get. The skeleton monster was on the verge of tears, and it could only look on as Lin reached for its heart. Just as his hand was approaching the ball of red light, it began to glow much more brightly, and at the same time, a terrifying backlash force surged toward Lin's hand. Lin's heart jolted in shock, and he was just about to unleash his power to resist the backlash force when the power of the backlash suddenly faltered as it approached his hand. It then seemed to have discovered something extremely astonishing, and it pounced toward Lin's wrist before giving it another hearty lick. Oh! Ah! The skeleton monster's skull became flushed with bliss as it moaned with pleasure. And Lin was astonished to find that the blood from the incision on his wrist had been transported to the heart by the backlash power. The red-robed skeleton monster was now completely nude and had relinquished all resistance, as if licking the blood with its tongue and licking the blood with its heart had the exact same effect. In fact, it appeared to be even more blissful and intoxicated than it was before. That feels so good. I feel so high. I feel like I've reached the climax of my life, and the world looks so beautiful from up here. And Lin. He felt like his blood was like an aphrodisiac to some blood tribe mighty figures. But never would he have thought that his blood would also act as an aphrodisiac to a dead blood tribe skeleton. The skeleton monster grabbed Lin's hand before speaking in an animated voice. "O mighty being, you are the truth that I have been searching for countless years. Please let me follow you. I'm very easy to keep as you'll only need to give me 1 drop of blood a day to sustain me. Just 1 drop of blood. Please." And Lin was astonished. What was this sense of déjà vu he was feeling? Can't you have a bit more dignity and honor? How could you just offer to follow a stranger like this? And Lin was enraged. I'm not making this decision lightly. Did you know? I've been waiting for countless millennia and seen 8 holy disciples, none of which I liked. Only you were able to subdue me with your blood. The skeleton monster seemed to be extremely excited. And Lin's lips twitched. You're the mighty blood patriarch, yet you want to follow me? The skeleton monster immediately nodded. I initially wanted to make you follow me, but I can't beat you in a fight. Furthermore, you have such perfect blood, so there's no way you would willingly follow me. As such, let me follow you instead. And Lin nodded slightly. This skeleton had some self-awareness at least. Now that that was out of the way, the rest of the conversation would be a lot easier. He was definitely tempted to take this undead skeleton of the blood patriarch. Even though it looked like it wasn't very useful for the moment, he could see that there was some value to be derived from it in the future. Then how do you plan to follow me? By establishing a slave contract. And Lin asked, I can't sign a slave contract as I'm not a complete life form and have no soul. However, you can refine me like a weapon with no sentient will and become my master that way. The skeleton monster replied, and Lin nodded upon hearing this. He released a drop of blood essence, which floated toward the skeleton's head. The skeleton monster immediately tried to swallow the blood essence. Thankfully, and Lin was prepared and immediately unleashed a crushing restrictive technique. Ah! The skeleton monster howled, and Lin chuckled coldly. Do you think I wouldn't be prepared for blood addicts like you? Hurry up and accept my blood essence. And Lin was already extremely familiar with this procedure, so the skeleton monster was not going to get the better of him. Soon, a connection was formed between Lin and the skeleton monster. Thus, the skeleton monster became one of Lin's special weapons. Haha! I feel pretty awesome making the blood patriarch my weapon. And Lin was feeling quite pleased with himself. The skeleton monster chuckled. Master, I am only the skeleton of the blood patriarch. Strictly speaking, I don't have much to do with the blood patriarch at all, as the real blood patriarch has already fallen a long time ago. I am me, not the blood patriarch. And Lin was not disappointed upon hearing this. Instead, he posed a question. So who are you, and what should I call you? I don't have a name yet, master. The skeleton monster scratched its head. I see. A thoughtful expression appeared on Lin's face. Then let me give you a name. Yes, please. The skeleton monster was full of anticipation. And Lin looked at the pristine white skeleton clothed in the red robe. You are the skeleton of the Blood Patriarch, the most precious skeleton in the world. You cultivated in the great Tao of blood. You observed life and death, yin and yang, and you're going to rock the heavens one day. The skeleton monster's breathing accelerated with excitement and nodded incessantly. I'll call you Xue Meng Meng. And Lin clapped his hands together. The skeleton monster? Xue Meng Meng? What the hell kind of name is that? The skeleton monster was unable to react for a moment, and its mouth gaped open slightly as it stared at Lin with a blank expression. Is there a problem? And Lin asked. Xue Zhantian's brother was named Xue Meng Meng, and he was quite fond of that name at the time. Now that he had a blood tribe skeleton as a weapon, he could name it Xue Meng Meng as well. I just don't really understand how I have anything to do with being adorable. The skeleton monster cocked its head to the side, and Lin stroked the skeleton monster's skull with a smile. You're actually very adorable. It's just that you have never noticed this about yourself. I see. The skeleton monster nodded as if it had come to a sudden realization, upon which it placed its hands on its head to create a heart shape. Master, my name will be Xue Meng Meng from now on. And Lin's lips twitched at the horrifying sight of the skeleton trying to act adorable. You sure adjust quickly. Am I adorable? You sure are. And Lin continued his search for Cassidy and the others after taking care of Xue Meng Meng. The only thing convenient about Xue Meng Meng was that he could be placed into his storage ring as a weapon with a sentient will, just like the vermilion bird mirror. Xue Meng Meng was curious about every aspect of Lin, and it asked questions incessantly. It asked about how Lin cultivated in the Tao of blood, how he was able to cultivate his blood to such outrageous perfection, then asked him about what he was doing now as well as his future plans. And Lin was getting annoyed by the relentless barrage of questions and asked Xue Meng Meng if it could fight, and if so, how powerful it was. Xue Meng Meng told him that its body was currently not stable and that it could not fight, upon which Lin immediately put it away into his storage ring. His top priority was to save Cassidy, Tobias, and Merlin, so he didn't have time or patience to chat with Xue Meng Meng, and Lin traced the leads discovered using his divine simulation technique and quickly continued onward. After about 15 minutes, a massive divine mountain appeared before him. The divine mountain was over 100,000 feet tall, and its top part seemed to have been sliced open by some sort of extremely sharp power. Not only that, but there were also a series of ghastly gashes on the body of the mountain, from which crimson energy was still surging. And Lin's heart jolted upon seeing this. The energy here seemed familiar. The divine simulation technique can only be used once per month, so I can't use it again. This battle looks like it happened not long ago, so there should be some obvious leads to follow. He hesitated momentarily before flying into the sky, upon which countless divine symbols flashed through his eyes. Omniscient Eye. The Omniscient Eye was one of the Celestial Thearch's signature techniques that could be used to observe heaven and earth and glean the reason behind all things. He was unable to use the divine simulation technique, but the Omniscient Eye would suffice here. There! And Lin immediately turned and flew toward another direction. Hopefully, he would be able to get there in time. Elsewhere on this vast expanse of yellow sand, there was a slightly thin man with long, black hair, dragging 3 black coffins with ghostly faces on them through the use of a chain. Even though he appeared to only be walking slowly, his speed was actually quite astonishing. It was as if he was able to shrink the distance before him and travel great distances with a single step. Stop! A loud yell erupted from the distance. An inky black sword projection fell from the sky like a divine blade parting heaven and earth, hurtling toward the man's head at an extremely fast speed. The man raised a hand to the sword projection. The devastating sword projection was then locked firmly in his grasp. Bam! The sword projection was crushed by the man through brute strength, shattering it into countless energy fragments. You're the one who entered our tribe's holy land? The man raised his head, and his pupils contracted slightly at the sight of who it was. And Lin descended upon the ground, and he stared at the 3 coffins behind the man with gritted teeth and killing intent surging violently from his body. "What did you do to Cassidy and the others?" The man did not reply. His inky black eyes remained firmly fixed on Enlin as he murmured to himself. The sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect was acknowledged by the Blood Patriarch and entered the Holy Land. "So you're the holy leader they speak of? How interesting. What an extraordinary turn of events." Boom! Heaven and earth suddenly transformed into a vast expanse of darkness devoid of all things, including space itself. Divine Tool Domain. Enlin abruptly charged toward the man, and his sword fell like lightning. The man's expression remained unchanged, and he raised his hand to grab Enlin's sword blade again with unerring accuracy. He pinched the sword blade between 2 of his fingers, locking it in place with his terrifying power. "I'm asking you, what did you do to Cassidy and the others?" Enlin roared through gritted teeth. "They're already dead," the man replied with a smile. Enlin took a deep breath, and his expression became extremely cold. "Then you can go die with them. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Annihilation." Bam! Blood splattered into the air. The man's head exploded into its most minuscule constituent particles. Enlin's rage was irrepressible, and he didn't mind using a finishing technique straight away to eliminate this man. He was just about to withdraw his sword when he discovered that his evil-slaying sword was still being pinched firmly between a pair of fingers with no sign of coming loose. Enlin looked with astonishment at the decapitated man, whose blood was quickly squirming and multiplying to form a new head. The man smiled. "As expected of the holy leader, you really are very powerful. However, you don't seem to know who I am. Otherwise, you would not have the courage to attack me." Boom! The space around the man began to crumble and collapse as darkness reigned supreme. Enlin looked at the man, and he felt as if he were looking at an impossibly dark abyss filled with depravity and death. "I, Emperor Enmang, am the most powerful among all of the holy disciples, and I control the power of absolute life and death. How are you going to stand against me?" Emperor Enmang stepped forward as a black divine light erupted into the sky. He violently shattered Little Xie's divine tool domain before launching a palm toward Enlin. Emperor Enmang's palm was imbued with the true intent of annihilation, and its power instantly spread for hundreds of kilometers. Enlin could sense that this man was even more powerful than Emperor Yideng. He immediately unleashed his evading turtle technique. A green light flashed, and an imposing, indestructible shell materialized around his body. At the same time, Emperor Enmang's palm that was imbued with the power of his divine Tao had already crashed into Enlin's turtle shell. Bam! A dull explosion erupted. The palm clashed with the turtle shell, and the black divine Tao light invaded the turtle shell in a frenzy. Enlin's most powerful defensive technique, the evading turtle technique, began to crack open. "Fuck off!" Enlin borrowed on the power of his opponent's palm to hurtle back in retreat. Emperor Enmang was a little surprised that Enlin was able to survive his palm, but he did not hesitate and immediately gave chase. His body flew through the air at an alarming speed as 2 black chains tore through space. The chains were like spears flying toward Enlin's shoulders. The turtle shell was already on the verge of cracking open, and it was finally shattered by the insanely powerful chains. This was the first time Enlin's evading turtle technique had been destroyed so convincingly. Emperor Enmang interlaced all 10 of his fingers together, and a black ball appeared between his hand, exuding terrifying power of annihilation. In the cycle of life and death, death is eternal. He pushed his hands forward, and the black ball shot forth. "It's over. Infinite reincarnation disaster." Enlin was immediately struck by a sense of extreme danger as soon as the ball was hurled toward him. He immediately unleashed his heavenly wind power as a divine halo appeared above his head. Wind of absolute power. Boom! The black ball exploded violently. Boundless darkness instantly engulfed heaven and earth, destroying all things in its wake. The cataclysmic power of countless disasters transformed into the darkness of absolute despair, which engulfed and annihilated everything. And Lin's expression shifted drastically upon seeing the all-engulfing darkness before him. This wasn't a spell technique. Emperor and Mang had thrown a fucking black hole at him. The boundless powers of engulfment and annihilation tore at his body in a wild frenzy. The earth had already been annihilated into nothingness. The sky was also beginning to crumble as space shattered all around them. The black hole instantly engulfed Lin's body before expanding at an alarming rate to a radius of 5 kilometers. Then 50, then 100, then 200. It was like a doomsday disaster with the sole purpose of engulfing everything within this world. However, Emperor and Mang's body swayed slightly in the end, as if he was unable to maintain the spell technique any longer. He made a hand seal with great difficulty and withdrew the spell technique of his own volition. The all-engulfing darkness began to shrink, before disappearing into where it had originated. I will never underestimate a single enemy. Emperor and Mang stood in mid-air, looking around at the vast expanse of nothingness before him. The earth had already been reduced to an abyss with no end in sight, and the sky had crumbled and shattered, with countless spatial rifts overhead, within which destructive powers continued to surge, indicating just how terrifying that last attack was. And Lin, you are powerful enough for me to recognize you as an enemy. Hence, I have erased you from this world with my most powerful spell technique, my infinite reincarnation disaster. Emperor and Mang's features were a little pale, and he was just about to keep dragging the coffins away. All of a sudden, his expression shifted drastically as he tried to fall back in retreat. Heavenly blade! A clear cry erupted from the distance. A thin, white line sliced through space and swept toward Emperor and Mang at an extremely fearsome speed. Emperor and Mang was then greeted by the sight of Lin emerging from the abyss, completely unscathed. He immediately extended one hand toward the thin, white line while he gripped the air with his other hand. Infinite reincarnation disaster. Again. And Lin's pupils contracted, and he was a little surprised. However, his wind of absolute power was still activated, so he feared no attack from Emperor and Mang. A wisp of white light was born from chaos, and it abruptly hurtled toward Lin's chest. What? It's not a black hole? And Lin's heart jolted with shock before a searing pain shot through his chest. That wisp of white light had pierced through his defensive barrier of wind and punctured his chest. Bam! A blood mist erupted, and Lin stared down at his chest with incredulity. Right at this moment, this heavenly blade also sliced through Emperor and Mang's outstretched hand and cut his body cleanly in half. What? How could it be so sharp? Emperor and Mang was also staring at Lin with incredulity as the two halves of his body fell from the sky. And Lin immediately swallowed 2 immortal pills and activated his evergreen technique to heal the wound on his chest. I understand now. Infinite reincarnation disaster. The power of disaster is not just the darkness of annihilation, but also the rebirth of all things after the annihilation. No wonder it is known as reincarnation. That wisp of white light was like the power of new life that created heaven and earth. In the next instant, the two halves of Emperor and Mang's body also drew closer before fusing together. And Lin wasn't all that surprised to see this. Emperor and Mang's life force was extremely formidable, allowing him to regrow even his head. So it was only to be expected that he would be able to piece together 2 halves of his body. What a troublesome life force! And Lin heaved a faint sigh. Emperor and Mang's inky black eyes were fixed on Lin. What was that power you just used? It is the power of the gods. And Lin chuckled. The power of the gods? Emperor and Mang's expression became more grave upon hearing this. He didn't know if that was a mere exaggeration, but that power did indeed feel as if it was something of a higher level, perhaps beyond the realm of what a human could do. To think that you would possess such an unfathomable power. No wonder the 3 holy disciples are so loyal to you. Killing intent surged from Emperor and Mang's body again. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. I did not subdue them with my power. What was it then? Emperor and Mang was curious. With his personality, he would have normally crushed Lin and not wasted any time with words. However, he couldn't help but feel a little curious toward Lin after witnessing his unfathomable power and abilities. and Lin extracted a drop of blood from his wound, which had not yet completely healed. "This is what I used. Would you like to have a taste?" And Lin felt like he would not be able to defeat Emperor and Mang in a fair and square battle. He had been using extremely powerful spell techniques this entire time, and had even summoned the power of the heavenly wind god a few times, so his body was already close to complete depletion. Even though he had a huge supply of immortal pills to replenish himself, he was still not confident that he could win this battle. As such, he had to think of some other way to secure victory. Emperor and Mang faltered slightly as he looked at the drop of blood hovering over Lin's fingertip before bursting into laughter. "What a joke! You're saying you used your blood to subdue them? Are you saying you know more about blood than the blood tribe? Why do you think Cassidy and the others all received acknowledgement from the blood patriarch at the same time?" And Lin asked. This was all he needed to say. The rest would be left to his imagination. Emperor and Mang's heart jolted upon hearing this. He had always been extremely perplexed about how 3 holy disciples had appeared at the same time, but he was instantly enlightened by Lin's words. Could it be that this really was because of his blood? Emperor and Mang looked at the drop of blood on Lin's fingertip, and his heart began to waver. Should he call Lin's bluff? Peculiar impasse ensued. Emperor and Mang was a little hesitant, and Lin wore a nonchalant expression as he recovered his energy and occasionally glanced at the coffins behind Emperor and Mang. These coffins seemed to have some sort of special property, and he found that even his divine sense was unable to detect what was in there. However, he felt like Cassidy and the others were in those coffins, even though he didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Hopefully, they weren't dead. Otherwise, the Blood Tribe Emperors would have to pay an extremely heavy price. An entire minute passed, and Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly. What? The mighty Blood Tribe Emperor doesn't even dare to take a drop of my blood. Humph! Emperor and Mang harumphed coldly as he gripped the air with his hand, upon which a spatial power swept forth. And Lin's body remained unmoved, but the blood on his fingertip was already hovering toward Emperor and Mang. If I can't even handle a drop of your blood, then how can I continue to stand proudly at the pinnacle of the Blood Tribe? Let me see what's so special about this blood of yours. A firm expression appeared on Emperor and Mang's face, and he opened his mouth to swallow Lin's blood. He had his own pride. As the most powerful holy disciple in history who had been acknowledged by the Blood Patriarch, he believed that his blood was the most precious and purest blood in this world. All other blood would have to concede to his blood. The Blood Tribe was extremely sensitive to blood, and they could sense the quality and essence of the blood they sampled as soon as the blood entered their stomachs. Emperor and Mang was no exception to this. In the instant he swallowed Lin's blood, he had already understood what type of blood this was. His body then shuddered violently. My God! What kind of blood is this? Emperor and Mang's eyes lit up with unprecedented light, and a slight flush appeared on his pale features. Impossible! How could there be such pure blood in this world? It's too perfect. I can feel the blood in my body getting purified and elevating to greater heights. Emperor and Mang's hands had found their way onto his face, and his eyes fluctuated between clarity and glazed over. And Lin heaved a faint sigh of relief. It appeared that his blood was still just as badass as usual. To the Blood Tribe, his blood was basically a nuclear weapon. How could you have such perfect blood? Emperor and Mang swallowed as he stared at Lin with a scorching light shimmering in his eyes. Me? I was born with it. And Lin splayed his hands open with a smile. Impossible. Emperor and Mang shook his head vigorously. No living being can possess this blood. You're not a human. A sly smile appeared on Lin's face as he extracted another drop of blood from the wound on his chest. Do you want some more? Emperor and Mang's body shuddered as he stared at the blood on Lin's fingertip. It was as if he were a starving wild dog that had just caught sight of a delectable piece of meat. My blood is the most regal blood in this world. How could it concede to your blood? What a joke. Just tell me if you want it or not. I do. A conflicted expression appeared in Emperor and Mang's eyes, but his response was very honest. and Lin pointed at himself. If you establish a slave contract with me, I can consider giving you some blood from time to time when I'm in a good mood. A slave contract? Emperor and Mang's eyes widened with flaming wrath. You want me to become your slave? And Lin nodded. That's right. Ha ha ha. Emperor and Mang threw his head back and laughed like a madman. You want me, Emperor and Mang, to become your slave? You're insane. I am a mighty blood tribe emperor who is renowned across the entire Tai Chu continent. Even if you torture me in the most horrendous ways imaginable, I refuse to yield. You can keep dreaming. Emperor and Mang roared wildly, as if he had lost his wits. Even as he was delivering this monologue, his eyes were trained firmly on Lin's blood the entire time with an expression of extreme yearning. However, his soul was still resisting with all its might. His pride refused to let him concede. And Lin was feeling a little sorry for Emperor and Mang at the sight of his painful expression of struggle. So he sliced into his body again. A stream of blood flowed before converging in front of him. If you agree to become my slave, all of this blood is yours. And Lin spoke with a faint smile. Boom! Emperor and Mang felt as if he had been struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning at once. He seemed to have lost all control over his cognitive functions and could only stare blankly at the large ball of blood hovering before Lin. So much blood. His breathing accelerated as he swallowed over and over again. What would it feel like to drink so much blood in one go? Would he die from bliss? I want it. Give it to me. Emperor and Mang couldn't resist it any longer, and he pounced toward Lin, having completely lost his mind. And Lin spread open his wings of wind and hurtled back into the distance along with his ball of blood. Oi! I'm only going to give this blood to you if you become my slave. Slave? All right. I'll become your slave. Emperor and Mang yelled with frenzied eyes, with a chance to continue sampling such perfect blood. So what if he became his slave? This was the blood that a man standing at the pinnacle of the blood tribe should drink every day. Emperor and Mang immediately agreed before looking at Lin with a scorching expression. And Lin made a hand seal to release a drop of blood essence. Hurry up and accept this. Emperor and Mang looked at the blood essence hovering toward him and was just about to accept it with all his heart. However, his body suddenly faltered abruptly, and his glazed-over eyes regained clarity. No, I'm the future of the blood tribe. I'm a holy disciple acknowledged by the blood patriarch. I can't become someone else's slave. I can't betray. I won't betray. Emperor and Mang roared as blood gushed from his mouth. He had bitten off his own tongue. The pain finally snapped him out of it somewhat, and he was able to exercise the mantra of mind over matter. And Lin felt like Emperor and Mang was quite admirable. There was no blood tribe cultivator that could resist the temptation of his blood after tasting it once. Emperor and Mang was the first one. Perhaps this was his pride as the most powerful holy disciple in history. And Lin thought to himself for a moment before making another incision on his arm. I'm doubling the stakes here, but you'll only get one chance. Don't miss this opportunity. What are you waiting for? Emperor and Mang felt as if he had received another violent blow, and the scent of the blood was slowly making him lose control again. Ah, you're a demon. A vast foul demon. Emperor and Mang roared like an insane man. And then, to Lin's astonishment, Emperor and Mang turned and ran. Not only did he run, but he had also even unleashed a sacrificial mystic technique to elevate his speed to the very maximum. That's right. The best way to avoid the temptation of Lin's blood was to not see it and not smell it. And Lin faltered slightly at the sight of Emperor and Mang hurtling into the distance. He ran away? He had envisioned a battle to the death with Emperor and Mang, and he had envisioned Emperor and Mang conceding to him, but never would he have thought that Emperor and Mang would flee from the scene. He had forced back an extremely powerful Dao integration stage super mighty figure with his blood. Thinking about it like that, there was quite a sense of accomplishment to be derived. After that, Lin looked at the 3 coffins that were still hovering in the air and fell silent. Emperor and Mang was so eager to escape that he had even left his coffins behind? Was his blood really that terrifying? and Lin flew toward the 3 suspended coffins. It looked like Emperor and Mang really had received quite the psychological blow. Otherwise, he would not have fled without even taking these valuable coffins with him. And Lin made his way over to the 3 black coffins and tried to take their lids off. To his surprise, the lids felt as if they had been sealed to the rest of the coffin and refused to budge. And Lin had no choice but to use his divine inspection technique again. A string of information appeared in his mind. Soul-crushing coffin. A coffin imbued with Emperor and Mang's power of the divine Tao, thereby giving it extremely powerful sealing property. This is an intermediate-rank immortal tool capable of sealing away all powers within a living being's body and forcing it into a deep slumber. In order to open the coffin, the most convenient way is to use the item most sought after by the living being within the coffin to rouse them from their slumber, upon which the soul-crushing coffin would open of its own accord. And Lin was ecstatic to see this. These coffins were used for sealing and not for burial. This indicated that Cassidy and the others weren't dead. As for the most sought-after item for the living beings within the coffins, and Lin released 3 drops of blood, which he flicked toward the coffin lids. He wasn't trying to boast, but there was no blood tribe cultivator that could resist the temptation of his blood. Sure enough, boom boom boom. 3 explosive booms erupted in quick succession. Cassidy, Tobias, and Merlin smashed open the coffin lids with scorching lights in their eyes. Blood. Super delicious blood. This is the scent I smelled in my dreams. This is the only thing I want in this world. All 3 of the holy disciples burst out from their coffins and immediately began licking the blood from their coffin lids. And Lin, I went to all this trouble to save you, and you're going to lick my blood before you even greet me? And Lin instantly wiped away the blood on the coffin lids with a scornful expression. It was yet to be seen whether his blood would be safe for them to drink following his most recent breakthrough. So he couldn't let them drink it yet. Cassidy shuddered as she lay sprawled over her coffin lid before turning her head to look at Lin with astonishment etched on her gorgeous features. Soon, tears began to well up in her crimson eyes. Master! She enveloped Lin in a tight hug and bawled with tears as she buried her head into his chest. I thought I would never see you again. I didn't think you would really come to save us and succeed in the end. Wah. All of the blood tribe emperors had been deployed, but you still came to save us despite how dangerous it would be. I can imagine the hardships you must have gone through before finding us. You really are the best master in the world. Merlin was also wiping away tears, feeling genuinely thankful that he had such a good master. Even the 4 blood tribe emperors and the blood tribe army are unable to stop the holy leader. It is our honor to be able to serve the mighty holy leader. Tobias was a big, tough man who did not shed tears easily, but it appeared that someone was chopping onions nearby, and Lin was getting goosebumps from this clingy trio and immediately put a stop to this. All right, let's get out of this place first and talk later. Yes, holy leader. As you wish, master. Cassidy was still hanging off his body, grinding her warm, bouncy breasts against his body, and Lin immediately slapped her aside. Don't try to sexually harass me. The 3 holy disciples followed along behind Lin with obedient expressions as they traveled toward the exit of the blood tribe Holy Land. Holy leader, what happened to Emperor and Mang? He was scared off by me. Gasp. Each of the 3 holy disciples drew a sharp intake of breath. Holy leader, we found the blood patriarch skeleton earlier, but were unable to recover it. Do you want to try your luck and maybe... Oh, you mean this one? It has already accepted me as its master. And Lin pulled out Shui Mengmeng. Gasp. The 3 holy disciples drew a second sharp intake of breath. As expected of the holy leader. How badass! I knew that the holy leader was omnipotent. Even the blood patriarch has become the holy leader's slave. Who can stop the holy leader now? All 3 holy disciples were full of praise and reverence toward the white-robed man before them. Shui Mengmeng raised its skull with a hint of arrogance. I am the blood patriarch skeleton, and my name is Shui Mengmeng. Why are you not kneeling in my presence? Shui what? Cassidy was dumbstruck. Shui Meng Meng, the red-robed skeleton monster said in a firm voice. Pft! Tobias cracked first. Ha ha ha. Merlin was also sent over the edge. Cassidy managed to barely repress her laughter. Great name. The paramount blood patriarch was referring to itself as Shui Meng Meng. The three holy disciples simply couldn't help but burst into laughter at this thought. What? Is the name funny? Are you doubting my naming skills? And Lin glowered at the three holy disciples who were shaking with mirth. The three holy disciples immediately stopped laughing upon learning of the fact that this was a name and Lin had invented. The three of them then began to deliver unreserved praise toward Shui Meng Meng's name. Shui Meng Meng's expression eased slightly, and it returned to Lin's storage ring. And Lin actually had his own considerations for giving it this name. Aside from the fact that he liked this name, he was also hoping it would dispel the residual killing intent from the blood patriarch skeleton. Hopefully, being called Meng Meng over and over again would exert a subtle influence upon it over time, thereby cleansing its soul and filling its heart with love toward this world. Alright, maybe none of that was true. And Lin and the three holy disciples managed to make it to the spatial gate of the Blood Tribe Holy Land without any trouble, and they hurriedly made their way into the gate. They emerged to find that the Crimson Palace had already been reduced to rubble. The spatial gate left behind by the Blood Patriarch was still standing, but everything around it had been razed to the ground. The Blood Patriarch's holy palace has been destroyed. Cassidy's expression shifted drastically. It's protected by an extremely powerful Dao integration stage spell formation. Who could have done this to it? Tobias was also quite astonished, and Lin also wore a grave expression on his face. Not taking into account other matters, just the fact that the Crimson Palace remained completely unscathed even in the aftermath of his battle against Emperor Yideng indicated just how indestructible it was. Roar! An ear-splitting enraged roar suddenly erupted nearby. The sound waves alone were able to shatter the earth within a radius of several dozen kilometers. And Lin looked up to discover a completely crimson god-fiend over 10,000 feet tall with 8 arms, each of which was holding a different weapon, and it was currently in the process of unleashing a crazed roar. One of its arms wielded a blood-stained saber, which crashed down toward the Starfire battleship. A saber projection extended for over 50 kilometers, staining the entire sky red. The saber strike was imbued with boundless killing intent, and it was able to break through the Starfire battleship's defenses to inflict a huge gash upon its hull. What is that? Is that Emperor Yideng? And Lin was astonished by the sight of the Fian celestial-like creature. Crap! Emperor Yideng has lost control. Merlin's expression shifted drastically, and Lin was still confused. Lost control? Cassidy explained. Emperor Yideng's power of the divine Dao has always been unstable ever since he succeeded in Dao integration. Every time he loses control, he transforms into this infernal Rakshasa who loses all sense of reason and only thinks about slaughter. In this state, his power is greatly enhanced, and no one in the Blood Tribe can defeat him aside from Emperor Fu Tian. And Lin's lips twitched at the size of the frenzied, roaring monster. There are only 4 emperors in the Blood Tribe, and Yideng can only rank as number 2 after transforming into a mindless killing machine? That's already quite an enhancement. You have to realize that he's normally only the 4th most powerful emperor, Cassidy said with a solemn expression. And Lin, so he's the weakest among the 4. There are no weaklings at the Dao integration stage. All of them have fused their Dao together with the great Dao of heaven and earth and have received acknowledgement from heaven and earth. Cassidy cautioned, Holy Leader, you are very powerful, but it would still be unwise to underestimate an enemy like this. We should hurry up and get out of here. And Lin nodded in agreement. Feng Wuya was a rookie Dao integration stage super mighty figure who had only reached Dao integration stage 10,000 years ago, but he had still almost managed to kill Lin. It was indeed true that there were no weaklings among the Dao integration stage cultivators. Right at this moment, the infernal Rakshasa was already roaring as he pounced toward the Starfire battleship. The Starfire battleship was firing with all guns blazing, inflicting a series of massive wounds on the infernal Rakshasa's body as blood and flesh splattered through the air. However, The infernal Rakshasa was like an unkillable fiend celestial who completely relinquished all defense and was intent on attacking the battleship. Holy crap! This Xian the undead Juggernaut 1 has too much HP and is in berserk mode. Big sister Bai Ling. Let's get out of here. Lu Qinhuan spoke with a panicked expression. At this moment, the massive infernal Rakshasa had already reached the Starfire battleship. His 8 arms wielded 8 different weapons to rain down blows upon the Starfire battleship's energy barrier. A massive crimson mace was able to shatter the energy barrier before crashing into the battleship itself. Boom! The thick deck of the battleship was shattered by the massive mace. Ah! Lu Qinhuan let loose an agonized cry. She was now one with the battleship, so she was struck by pain from the damage inflicted upon the battleship. At this moment, a spear thrust toward the main cannon of the Starfire battleship with an unstoppable force. Bai Ling appeared before the cannon and extended her hands forward, upon which a twisted, white ball appeared in front of her. The spear struck the white ball and was somehow warped and redirected toward the hull of the battleship, where it inflicted a massive gash several dozen kilometers in length. Hold on a while longer. We can't abandon Lin. Bai Ling's features were already slightly pale, but she still insisted. Wah! It hurts so much. I don't want to pilot this thing anymore. The Starfire battleship was trembling slightly as if it were sniveling and sobbing. The Starfire battleship was able to keep Emperor Yi Deng's attacks at bay initially. However, Emperor Yi Deng had been completely enraged upon seeing Lin enter the Blood Tribe Holy Land. He was a mighty Blood Tribe emperor, but he couldn't even stop a return to Void Stage Cultivator even after activating the Blood Patriarch formation. This was complete and utter humiliation. He was so mortified and enraged that he completely lost control over his emotions, thereby making him transform into this terrifying monster. The Starfire battleship was no match for Emperor Yi Deng in his current state, and it was being forced firmly onto the back foot. On the other battlefield for the rest of the Blood Tribe warriors, the battle was slowly coming to a conclusion. All of the Blood Tribe warriors had either perished, escaped, or surrendered. Tina was treating Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe's wounds. The remaining 2 Holy Golden Guardians had already been sealed away within Tina's Pokeball. Tina could have killed them, but she decided to seal them away into her Pokeball after the cooldown period passed. The 3 Holy Golden Guardians should be together. The 3 Holy Golden Guardians being sealed away seemed to have been the final straw that broke the camel's back, pushing Yi Deng completely over the edge. In his enhanced, frenzied state, he was able to severely wound Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe with a single sword strike, upon which Tina immediately evacuated the 2 of them and administered treatment. Even the Starfire battleship isn't able to hold on anymore. We have to get out of here, Tina said in an urgent voice as she looked at the battered battleship in the distance. Su Xiaolan's jade dress was stained by blood, and she pursed her lips tightly as she looked at the rubble of the Crimson Palace with unyielding determination in her eyes. If we leave now, what if Lin comes out and has to face Yi Deng in his frenzied state? He would be in a lot of danger too. A hesitant expression appeared on Tina's face. She was clearly quite concerned about this as well. However, right at this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. He's back. The massive fiend celestial pounced toward the Starfire battleship again, quickly forcing it back as it frantically launched devastating cannon blasts. The infernal Rakshasa swatted aside the cannon blasts with his weapons. Even if some cannon blasts occasionally snuck through and inflicted wounds upon his body, he remained completely unfazed as he continued his assault against the Starfire battleship. These were the types of opponents Lu Qinhuan hated the most. They fought without any regard for their own safety, but they were powerful enough to pull it off. Big Sister Bai, is the Starfire Annihilation Cannon still not ready? Lu Qinhuan yelled. Bai Ling shook her head. Not yet. It's only 80% charged. Crap. Lu Qinhuan was on the verge of tears at the sight of the oncoming infernal Rakshasa. Right at this moment, a white figure appeared in front of the Starfire battleship. Bai Ling's face lit up. Lu Qinhuan let loose an exultant scream. Daddy-in, you're finally here. Wah. That's right. The man standing before the Starfire battleship was none other than Holy Leader Enlin. Neither of them questioned whether Enlin could defend against the infernal Rakshasa's attacks. Both of them knew that Enlin was the epitome of reliability when he had that air of confidence about him. Enlin looked on at the terrifying infernal Rakshasa. His energy was still quite depleted, so he was unable to summon the power of the heavenly wind god or activate his 3 enhancement techniques. However, that didn't matter as he still had another trump card he could use. He pulled out a silvery white longsword from his storage ring. This was a flawlessly beautiful sword exuding a faint sheen as well as the crisp, pleasant sound of the surging wind. This is probably going to be my most expensive tycoon attack ever. And Lin looked at the sword with a wistful expression. Divine Wind Immortal Sword, a sword constructed from a wind essence crystal nurtured within a lethal realm of wind for over 10,000 years before being refined by Feng Wuya's power of the divine Tao for 3,000 years. This is an intermediate rank immortal sword and one of the most powerful wind-type weapons in this world. When I was at the soul formation stage, I was unable to unleash this technique upon immortal tools. But now that I have ascended to the return to void stage, I can unleash my 6 strikes of the war god to a much more powerful extent. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the silvery white longsword. Terrifying power imbued with the aura of an immortal tool began to proliferate outward. 6 strikes of the war god, sword burial. Bam! The divine wind immortal sword exploded. The shattering of the immortal sword made everyone falter for an instant. All immortal tools were constructed from extremely resolute materials that even Tao integration stage supermighty figures would find it difficult to shatter. As such, it was simply astonishing that one would shatter in Enlin's hands despite the fact that it looked as if he had done nothing to it. Everyone then turned their astonished eyes toward Enlin. Even though it looked like he hadn't done anything, Enlin was the only possible culprit responsible for this. All of a sudden, ferocious winds howled for over 3,000 kilometers. 99 tornadoes connecting heaven and earth appeared around Enlin. All of them roared like massive dragons, twisting their bodies and pulverizing everything in this world. The infernal Rakshasa did not intend to give Enlin the time to unleash his spell technique. He immediately pounced toward Enlin before crushing the tornadoes around him with his massive weapons. Roar! Die, die, die! The infernal Rakshasa steamrolled over the tornadoes and crashed toward Enlin. Enlin wore an agonized expression on his face from the backlash of the spell technique. This was not an actual backlash, but it certainly felt like one. The pain of sacrificing an immortal tool inflicted so much pain on his heart that he wanted to faint. This was millions of spirit stones. The divine wind immortal sword shattered into some translucent white powder, which danced around Enlin before transforming into a stream of wind. The essence of the immortal tool had been completely released, unleashing countless years of accumulated wind power. Look out! Su Xiaolan let loose a cry of surprise. The infernal Rakshasa had already bulldozed through the tornadoes, and his massive saber was crashing down upon Enlin with the power to slice apart heaven and earth. Bam! Just as the saber was about to strike Enlin, a black lotus flower blossomed in mid-air, keeping this earth-shattering attack at bay. Feng Wuya had refined this immortal tool for 3,000 years with his power of the divine Tao, and that power had finally erupted at this moment in the form of a heaven and earth black lotus, which enshrouded and protected Enlin. Rise of the wind. Enlin raised a hand to the air, upon which a pristine, white sword of wind materialized in his hand. It stretched for over 150 kilometers in length, exuding the paramount heavenly wind power. Fall of the clouds. Enlin slashed his sword of wind down upon the massive infernal Rakshasa. The sword of wind fell with the power to part heaven and earth. The infernal Rakshasa's battle instincts remained, and he immediately reacted to the terrifying power hurtling toward him as a devastating divine light erupted from his weapons, which he swung toward Enlin's sword of wind in a frenzy. However, the sword of wind appeared to be an indestructible weapon that refused to shatter no matter how many times it was struck. Roar! The infernal Rakshasa let loose a roar of despair. The sword of wind crashed down upon his head, slicing through his tough skin and his skull, which were more resolute than dark metal. It continued in a downward direction with an unstoppable force before slicing apart his entire massive body. The infernal Rakshasa let loose a blood-curdling cry as the two halves of his body crashed to the ground and blood gushed like a river. However, the life force of the blood tribe really was no joke. The two halves of his body were beginning to squirm and show signs of regeneration again. However, the sword of wind was not going to rest. It transformed into countless fearsome blades of wind, which continued to ravage the infernal Rakshasa's body. Every blood tribe cultivator within the immortal spirit paradise was astonished. And Lin was able to insta-kill Emperor Yideng even in his frenzied state? And Lin's last technique was unfathomably powerful to them. This was not a sword technique that belonged to this world. How could there be a sword technique that was unleashed with an immortal sword as a sacrifice? Cutting down the infernal Rakshasa with a single sword strike. Is this the true power of this so-called holy leader? And Lin was also able to save the 3 holy disciples from the blood tribe Holy Land. Doesn't that mean even Emperor and Mang was unable to stop him? This is unbelievable. To think that Lin was able to enter the most core region of our blood tribe and still stir up so much trouble here. The blood tribe powerful beings were already completely devoid of any fighting spirit. They felt as if Lin were an invincible war god, standing proudly above the heavens, exuding a peerless aura of invincibility. Holy leader! The holy worshippers looked up at the man in the sky with fervent eyes. And Lin looked down at the struggling infernal Rakshasa on the ground below, and his brows furrowed slightly. He discovered that the infernal Rakshasa's life force was still extremely powerful. Is he that hard to kill? And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh before turning to the blood tribe mighty figures within the immortal spirit paradise. All holy worshippers, heed my call and come back with me to the 4-9 immortal sect. Yes, holy leader. All of the holy worshippers were ecstatic to hear this. They knew what Lin's words entailed. Their holy leader had officially accepted them and was welcoming them into the holy blood cult. And Lin was not a man who would easily accept allies. He had also taken this opportunity to assess just how loyal the holy worshippers were to him. The end result was quite apparent. All of them were more than willing to lay down their lives for him and stood up without hesitation even in the face of an insurmountable Dao integration stage emperor. This was a clear indication of their loyalty. And Lin quickly made his way over to Su Xiaolan. Xiaolan, are you all right? And Lin's eyes were filled with pain and rage as he looked at the blood-stained Xiaolan. I'm fine. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Su Xiaolan held onto Lin's hand with one of her own. And Lin nodded. My last attack was not powerful enough to kill Emperor Yideng. After the power of the sword burial disappears, he's most likely going to be able to regenerate and be able to fight again. Giant and Lin, let's hurry to the battleship before that happens, Tina suggested. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. Tina clapped her hands together. A white spatial divine light proliferated forth, instantly teleporting everyone onto the shattered deck of the Starfire battleship. Cassidy and the others immediately hurried over with grateful expressions at the sight of the wounded Su Xiaolan. Holy Maiden Xiaolan, we are extremely touched that you would come here to save us. It's all our fault that you were injured. Cassidy and the others were extremely moved, but they were also racked by guilt. All right, there's no need to be so polite, Su Xiaolan said with a dainty smile. She was here for Lin anyway. Not them. Sluts like Cassidy were always seducing Lin. So if she had a choice, she wouldn't even save them. Is that everyone? I'm gonna start running now. Lu Qianhuan's elated voice sounded. She was ecstatic to finally be able to leave the insane Yideng behind. Bai Ling, Su Xiaolan, Xiao Zhe, Tina, Cassidy, Merlin, Tobias, and the 10 remaining Return to Void Stage holy worshippers had all gathered on the deck of the battleship. And Lin smiled. Let's go home. The Starfire battleship's energy barrier enshrouded everyone, and the inky black battleship studded with specks of starlight raced through the air. From afar, it looked exactly like a starry night sky. Starfire, accelerate! Lu Qianhuan yelled as starlight erupted from the battleship. The vast power of stars began to push the massive battleship to speeds of 1 kilometer per second, 10 kilometers per second. In the end, the massive battleship over 50 kilometers in length disappeared into the distance. After that epic battle, the immortal spirit paradise had been completely ruined. The remaining Blood Tribe survivors looked up in the direction the battleship had flown in, and all of them heaved heavy sighs of relief. Phew! Thank God we managed to survive that. We didn't survive that. It was all because Enlin decided to let us go. He could have easily killed us if he wanted to. What did he mean when he said he welcomed everyone who wanted to join the Holy Blood cult? That should be just a straightforward invitation, right? All of the Blood Tribe powerful beings looked at each other, and their hearts began to waver. Roar! Roar! The infernal Rakshasa was still struggling frantically on the ground, and the power of the Sword of Wind began to disappear, upon which his massive body quickly regenerated and his terrifying crimson power erupted into the sky. Kill! I'm going to kill all of you! Monstrous killing intent erupted forth alongside his enraged roar. Run! Emperor Yi Deng is still in his frenzied state. All of the Blood Tribe powerful beings immediately fled into the distance upon seeing this. One of the Blood Tribe powerful beings didn't react quickly enough, and they were instantly crushed by a mountainous mace. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently. A huge crater appeared on the immortal spirit paradise. As for that Blood Tribe powerful being, there was no trace of them left. All of the Blood Tribe powerful beings ran away even more quickly. At the same time, a sense of sorrow welled up in their hearts. They fought with their lives on the line for the emperors, and now, even after surviving the enemy attack, they were being hunted down by the frenzied emperor whom they served. The immortal spirit paradise was in turmoil once again. The mindless Yi Deng was like a god of destruction, crashing through the immortal spirit paradise, killing anyone he saw and toppling all mountains in his path. Not long after that, strands of black silk began to extend toward the immortal spirit paradise from the distance. A frosty voice sounded in the distance. Yi Deng, what the hell do you think you're doing? A woman in a black imperial robe emerged atop a path paved by silk strands before pressing a hand down toward Yi Deng. Countless strands of silk bound the 8-armed fiend celestial, trying to immobilize him. It's Empress Helen. We're saved. All of the Blood Tribe cultivators were moved to the point of tears at the sight of the woman in the sky, as if they were witnessing a goddess descending upon this world. Roar! The infernal Rakshasa was still struggling. Helen gritted her teeth and reinforced her silk with her power of the divine Tao to restrict the frenzied infernal Rakshasa. A tense impasse ensued. Right at this moment, another ethereal voice sounded in the sky. Seal! A massive golden palm obscured the sky. It then began to fall from the sky. The palm was imbued with immense power, and the infernal Rakshasa had already been forced to his knees before it had even made contact with him. The golden palm became smaller and smaller, but more and more powerful. The infernal Rakshasa's joints creaked and popped, as if he was unable to hold on any longer. The Blood Tribe cultivators were greeted by the sight of a graceful, elegant figure descending from the sky before imprinting his glowing palm upon the infernal Rakshasa's head. Bam! An explosion erupted, followed by golden ripples that proliferated forth for over 100 kilometers. A boundless golden divine symbol spread from the infernal Rakshasa's head all over his entire body. The infernal Rakshasa roared with pain and gripped his head with all 8 of his arms as if his head was about to explode. At the same time, his body began to shrink and deflate like a balloon. Soon, the infernal Rakshasa was Yi Deng once again. Yi Deng's features were deathly pale, and he supported himself with his hands as he knelt to the ground, panting heavily. He then threw up a few mouthfuls of blood, as if his body had suffered some sort of severe backlash. Golden symbols were still shimmering on his body, restricting his power. What happened to me? Yi Deng looked around at his destitute surroundings with a confused expression. You lost control, Yi Deng. Look at all of this. You did this. Helen spoke with an extremely thunderous expression. She discovered that her 3 prized holy golden guardians had all disappeared. How did this happen when you had the Blood Patriarch formation to help you? You owe me an explanation. Emperor Fu Tian also wore a dark expression. Anyone would be enraged upon seeing their home being ruined like this. Yi Deng's lips quivered as the memories flooded into his mind. His body shuddered as an expression of rage and horror appeared on his face. It was Enlin. Enlin? Emperor Fu Tian and Empress Helen's expressions shifted at the same time. Emperor Yi Deng began to recount everything that had happened here, starting from Enlin's kamikaze rocket entrance, to his insane power at just the return to Void stage. He retold the events regarding the traitorous holy worshippers, the battleship that possessed Dao integration stage power, and how Enlin had saved the 3 holy disciples from the Blood Tribe Holy Land. Emperor Fu Tian and Empress Helen felt as if they were listening to a fictional story, as expressions of incredulity and astonishment appeared on their faces. That was all done by Enlin. Emperor Fu Tian, Helen. Empress Helen's forte was gathering intelligence and soul-searching, and she verified his story with a stunned expression. He's not lying, Emperor Fu Tian. The Heavenly Court and the 4-9 Immortal sect sure cooperated seamlessly this time. Our blood tribe has lost this battle. By the way, where's Mang? Helen suddenly asked. Emperor Fu Tian's expression shifted. Crap. He's still in the Blood Tribe Holy Land. There was only one holy disciple within the Blood Tribe at this moment, and that was Emperor Mang. Hence, none of the emperors could send anyone in to look for Emperor Mang within the Blood Tribe Holy Land. There was no way they could tell what Emperor Mang's current situation was. But a bad feeling welled up in all of their hearts. This had been a cataclysmic day for the Blood Tribe. The 3 holy disciples and many top-rate mighty figures betrayed the tribe. Tens of thousands of Blood Tribe powerful beings had perished, among which there were about a dozen returned to Void stage casualties. Emperor Yi Deng had been severely wounded, and no one even knew if Emperor Mang was dead or alive. It would probably take them over 1,000 years to recover from such a disastrous ordeal. Within the Starfire battleship, Enlin was meditating on the ship deck, quickly regenerating from his injuries. His voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. He pulled out the voice transmission talisman to find that the Celestial the Arch was contacting him, and he immediately picked up. Hello, Enlin. How are your injuries? Can you tell me what happened? Did everything go smoothly? The Celestial the Arch asked with concern in his voice. Everything went relatively smoothly. I saved all 3 holy disciples and 10 holy worshippers. As for the Blood Tribe powerful beings, we managed to kill tens of thousands of them, among which were about a dozen returned to Void stage casualties. We also managed to capture the 3 holy Golden Guardians alive. Emperor Mang has most likely been driven insane, and Yi Deng has been severely wounded. That's about it though. And Lin gave a rough, summarized report. The Celestial the Arch? Badass. The Celestial the Arch really was in awe of Enlin. There weren't many cultivators who could earn the approval of the Celestial the Arch, and Enlin was the only one to date who had been referred to as badass by the Celestial the Arch. He simply couldn't find any other adjective that was more appropriate for this situation. He and Emperor Ziwei had helped him distract Emperor Fu Tian and Empress Helen. However, there were still Emperor Yi Deng and Emperor Mang stationed within the Immortal Spirit Paradise. Alongside tens of thousands of Blood Tribe powerful beings and large numbers of return to Void stage Blood Tribe mighty figures, and Lin was just a return to Void stage cultivator. Yet he was still able to wreak so much havoc before emerging relatively unscathed. This was simply incredible. News of Enlin's feats soon began to spread. Even though the Blood Tribe had decided to keep this incident classified for obvious reasons, there were simply too many Blood Tribe powerful beings who had witnessed everything that had taken place within the Immortal Spirit Paradise, and there were inevitably a few blabbermouths among them. Thus, word began to spread. Enlin had led the most powerful cultivators from the 4-9 Immortal sect straight into the Immortal Spirit Paradise, while the 3 holy disciples and 13 Blood Tribe mighty figures rebelled at the same time. This was an explosive piece of news. All of the Tai Chu continent newspaper headlines were dominated by the 4-9 Immortal sect again. Shock! The sect leader of the role model sect of the Kingdom of the 9 States has a different side to him that will surprise you. The sect leader of this mighty immortal sect has this kind of relationship with blood tribe mighty figures. The man who has the 3 blood tribe holy disciples kneeling and clambering for his blood. He is the sect leader of an immortal sect, but also the blood tribe's holy leader. Is Enlin a man of good or evil? One man subdues 3 holy disciples and crushes for emperors. This is the truth behind the immortal spirit paradise incident. Men will fall silent and women will weep from the truth. Countless news headlines circulated around the entire continent, thrusting Enlin and the 4-9 immortal sect firmly under the limelight again. This time, not only had the ordinary cultivators been alerted, even many of the top-rate sects on the continent were astonished by the 4-9 immortal sect's power. Many mighty figures were completely astonished. The 4-9 immortal sect was simply growing at far too insane a rate. It didn't seem like all that long ago when they were still in a back-and-forth tug of war against the dragon court of the Eastern Seas, but they were now wreaking havoc on the entire blood tribe. How insane was that? There were some people who were skeptical about how reliable this information was, but the fact that the blood tribe had remained silent and refused to comment on this matter indicated that the stories were most likely true. The 4-9 immortal sect's influence over the entire continent had stepped up to another level. In the past, everyone felt like this was an immortal sect comparable to one of the 9 Imperials. Now, everyone was beginning to feel like this was a sect comparable to one of the 4 great sects of the Tai-Chu continent. All of the 4 great sects had Dao integration stage super mighty figures among their ranks and did not need to fear any power. Even though the 4-9 immortal sect did not have a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, they had a return to void stage Enlin. The story of Enlin pummeling Yidang had almost become folklore known even to all of the little kids on the continent. This was an exceptional prodigy with power comparable to a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, so all of the living beings on the Tai-Chu continent were essentially treating him as a Dao integration stage super mighty figure already. Within the dragon court of the Eastern Seas, Ao Meng and his children stared at their newspapers with incredulity etched on their faces. Fake. This must be fake. How could Enlin possibly be powerful enough to wreak havoc on the immortal spirit paradise? Ao Meng's hands were trembling as he held his newspaper. Just what kind of terrifying man had he crossed? Deliver my orders. No one in our dragon court is allowed to mess with the 4-9 immortal sect for any reason. Anyone who does so will have their entire family along with themselves banished from the dragon court. Ao Meng yelled. Princess Yin of the dragon court was also staring at the photo of the man in the newspaper with a dumbstruck expression. When you were at the spirit nurturing stage, I was also at the spirit nurturing stage. When you were at the soul formation stage, I was still at the spirit nurturing stage. Now that you're at the return to void stage, I'm still at the spirit nurturing stage. You're already belting Dao integration stage super mighty figures, but I'm still at the spirit nurturing stage. Tears began to well up in Princess Yin-Yu's eyes. Perhaps she was loathing herself for being too stupid, or perhaps she was simply in despair at Enlin's rate of progression. The members of the Dragon Court had shit themselves, and the Dark Wing tribe had also been given a massive fright. On a floating continent, there was a conference taking place within the Dark Wing tribe. The Dark Wing Emperor sat on his throne, looking down at the monarchs below him. The Moonlit Night Monarch has stumbled upon great fortune after her mission to recover the evil-slaying sword from Enlin and is now making a breakthrough to the Dao integration stage. Hence, it looks like the mission to recover the evil-slaying sword actually contains a massive opportunity. Who wants to accompany me to take back our evil-slaying sword from Enlin? All of the monarchs present were stunned into silence upon hearing this. The Dark Wing Emperor, who had always been fearful of death, was planning to recover the evil-slaying sword from Enlin in person. The Dark Wing Emperor stood up and repeated himself in a brave voice. Who wants to come with me to recover our tribe's holy treasure, the evil-slaying sword? All of the monarchs looked up at their emperor with hesitant expressions. Starry Night Monarch, you were the one that first accepted the mission to recover the evil-slaying sword. Are you willing to come with me this time? The Dark Wing Emperor asked. The Starry Night Monarch replied with a fervent expression. Dark Wing Emperor, I'm willing to supply power to the heart of darkness for 100 more years. Dark Wing Emperor. Why did the Starry Night Monarch sound so proud and triumphant in his refusal? Heavenly Night Monarch, you're the most powerful being among the monarchs. Why don't you come with me? The Dark Wing Emperor asked. Heavenly Night Monarch. Hehe. The Dark Wing Emperor's veins bulged on his forehead. Take this more seriously. The Heavenly Night Monarch adopted a serious expression. I refuse to go. The Dark Wing Emperor. After further discussion, the Dark Wing Emperor sat down onto his throne and fell into self-doubt. Sigh. I'm such a lonely king. All of the monarchs would rather contribute to their homeland as manual laborers than accompany their Dark Wing Emperor to recover the evil-slaying sword within the West Sea's Sea Heart Palace. Lan Xiaoni was staring at her newspaper with stars in her sapphire eyes. Big Boss and Lin is so awesome. He just destroyed the Blood Tribe. Lan Xingyang was also quite elated. As expected of the heavenly lightning god. At his rate of growth, he might be able to initiate that grand scheme soon. We need to pick up the pace on our end too. Within the cabin of life. Master, look. And Lin can already beat Yi Deng. Can you let me go spar with him now? Black Spirit Snake pleaded. Nuwa was attending to a bonsai tree before her with a faint smile on her face. So what if he can beat Yi Deng? You can beat Yi Deng too. Black Spirit Snake asked. Then how powerful would Lin have to be before you'll let me spar with him? When he's more powerful than you. Nuwa gave a straightforward reply. Black Spirit Snake. What a bully! Was she Nuwa's closest subordinate? Or was Lin her closest subordinate? Black Spirit Snake felt like Nuwa didn't love her anymore. Just as the outside world was in an uproar over the Immortal Spirit Paradise incident. The 4-9 Immortal sect was busy welcoming its newest members.